Wizard Luke and Wizard Larkin felt their heart lifted. As soon as they saw Master Bennett was okay. They then turned their gaze towards Knight Ando, who was missing an arm. The legendary wizards were stunned. Last time Abel had chopped off one of his fingers by luck. Was it luck again this time? In a flash, they tried to catch up to Knight Ando. It was a rare opportunity to kill a legendary from the Holy Kingdom. It would be a great blow to their strength. So legendaries, I've already destroyed the teleportation circle that Knight came in. Please don't let him run away, Abel yelled. His voice came through the golden castle. And the legendaries immediately understood. They were excited. The teleportation circle was destroyed, so there was no quick way for the Knight Ando to escape. Even though all legendaries could fly, a legendary wizard still had an advantage with its flashes in the sky. As long as Knight Ando did not jump into any teleportation room circle, those legendary wizards would catch up to him eventually. Ando, it seems like you want to stay in the central continent forever, Wizard Larkin yelled. Knight Ando had fully ignited his energy aura to increase his speed. He kept changing directions in the sky. He did not even have any time to reply. However, he knew this wasn't a solution. With the injuries on his arm, he couldn't escape or slowly heal with a preaching aura. Flying Flame, follow them. Abel waved and put Doff back in the monster ring. Flying Flame flapped its wings in full speed and followed the legendaries like an arrow. Abel was confident he could watch them because of Flying Flame's speed and identity as a young dragon. Their speed was beyond the comprehension of any normal beings. At the same time, Frankenstein flashed from the metal fort and appeared on the back of Flying Flame. Although Frankenstein's power was still small off compared to a legendary, its body was indestructible. He was a good shield for close combat. Knight Ando kept his eyes on the wizards as he kept retreating. The wizards did have a huge advantage, so they remained cautious and did not get too close. They knew well that even an injured legendary was nothing to mess with. They kept casting spells to wear down Knight Ando's energy and holy power. Considering his injuries, they would drain his life force. The wizards were not desperate. They didn't mind killing Knight Ando slowly. Knight Ando was in critical condition. Half of his power was missing, and he only had one arm. There was no time for him to rest. All he could do was to keep dodging spells. All of this was extremely draining. On the contrary, the legendary wizards took turns, and each got adequate time to recover. Especially since he saw Wizard Larkin take a bottle of blue potion and poured it in when Wizard Luke took over. He immediately knew it was Master Bennett's mana potion, according to his information. Of course, the mana potion was not only useful to wizards, but all professions as well. This included the natural force of druids, the death kai of priests, the kai of barbarians, and the holy power of a holy knight. This was why the Holy Kingdom took Master Bennett seriously and sent out a legendary to the central continent. Not just because he was a suspect for stealing the holy armor, but because of his detrimental potions for the Holy Kingdom in the front line. The mana potion was effective even on legendary, which gave the legendary wizards the confidence to wear down Knight Ando slowly. After all, a knight would always have an advantage when it came to recovery speed. The most energy-draining aura was the charge and energy aura, so there was no way the legendary wizards would give Knight Ando any time to rest. It was a battle of 2-1, and the more powerful side had potions as support. You could imagine the outcome. Knight Ando charged out of Harvey Valley. He didn't want to get too close to the Golden Castle in the face of two legendary wizards. If he were bound again, he would die. He had built up a fear of the Golden Castle, even though he didn't believe it. Master Bennett, why did you come along? Be careful, Wizard Larkin quickly yelled as he drank up a potion. The prestigious Legend Larkin. I want to bear witness to a fight between the legendaries. I have Flying Flame, so I'll be okay. He smiled and patted Flying Flame's neck. Wizard Larkin lowered his gaze with surprise. It was a two-legged dragon, slowly making its way into becoming a young dragon. A dragon was willing to become Master Bennett's flying mount. Signing a contract with something as arrogant as the dragons, there were not many life forms they would even take seriously. If the rulers of the dragons found out a dragon was contracted with another life form, the consequence would be nightmarish. Wizards of the Wizard Union would not mess with the dragons. In the face of the Holy Kingdom, Still, Wizard Larkin knew he should not ask too much. "Master Bennett, this mana potion is too weak. My stomach is bursting." After all, Master Bennett belonged to the elves, and he had the energy of the goddess of the moon. He would be protected. "A better one is in development," Abel smiled. He knew Wizard Larkin was only joking with him. Potions would be absorbed as soon as they were used. Filling up the stomach with them was impossible. Knight-Mage almost lost it when he saw a legendary wizard casually chatting during the fight. He felt deeply insulted by Wizard Larkin and Abel. As a legendary, he should be respected no matter what, even in the face of death. He brutally counteracted a fireball from Wizard Luke. The fire elements blasted open on his body and burnt his skin. Still, he utilized this opportunity to strike back as he stepped on his energy aura and charged towards Abel. "Master Bennett, careful," Wizard Luke yelled as two more fireballs flew out from his hand. Knight-Mage was determined. If he were going to die, he would drag Abel along with him. The auras merged in the sky, and his speed had reached a level only legendary wizards could comprehend. Abel, as a young dragon druid, could not even comprehend what was happening, let alone that young dragon below him. At least, that's what Knight-Mage thought. Without a shield, Knight-Mage slammed into the two fireballs. His injuries were getting worse, but it was all worth it to kill Abel. Suddenly, Flying Flame twisted and sped back. Knight-Mage felt his heart dropped. What kind of speed was that? Even Knight-Mage didn't know. Somehow Abel was keeping a distance of 500 meters from him. In reality, Flying Flame didn't even go all out. Its goal was to maintain distance. Whether Knight-Mage slowed down or accelerated, it was hopeless for Knight-Mage. What a pity! A legendary like himself could not even drag someone along with him on his deathbed. Abel knew Flying Flame was not invincible, but Knight-Mage really had slowed down. Even with his full speed, Abel sensed a drop compared to the time he was chasing after him in the front line. Wizard Luke and Wizard Larkin started their attack again. After taking 3 fireballs, Knight-Mage only had a third of his power left. The legendary wizards doubled down on their power as the two of them began to attack together. Abel commanded Flying Flame to keep its distance too. Make sure he didn't get in the way of the wizards. Abel kept his eyes fixed on the fight. The tactics of the legendary wizards were simple. Use large amounts of spells to trap Knight-Mage's movements. Their spellcasting was unbelievable, and they did it with both hands. At the same time, the legendary wizards seemed to have some special method to maintain their flashing ability. There were a few times Knight-Mage tried to go at them, but they both managed to flash away. Even Abel could see where the fight was going. Knight-Mage was moving slower and slower, but his injuries kept increasing. The fight was more violent than Abel thought, and so was Knight-Mage, even with a body full of bad injuries. "Larkin, Luke, I heard the Wizard Union is using the blood of legendaries to make potions. Did you think I will save any blood for you while you're trying to kill me slowly?" Knight-Mage's voice was ice cold. The legendary wizards did not reply. Instead, they just increased their casting speed. "Haha, blood burn." Knight-Mage began to laugh frantically. In a roar, a scary shockwave of red blood blasted up towards the sky. He was a legendary knight. He has been training his body and strengthening his blood ever since he became an official. Holy Knight. Blood burn was a technique that would burn one's life force. It could increase his power to the maximum. This was his final fight, and he knew he could no longer change the result. The legendary wizards were caught in a puzzling situation. They knew Knight-Mage just didn't want them to get his blood after all. Blood burning was extremely painful. It was like getting your bones and muscles being ripped apart. Even Knight-Mage's eyes were getting red. However, he still rather destroys his body than letting the Wizard Union take advantage of it. As a legendary professional, his body was unlike any other. Every single drop of blood was a reflection of their strength. No legendary would ever waste their blood. They might use others' blood to make potions, but never their own. Each drop was the result of countless hardships and resources. Abel had some potion formula, and he knew how valuable the blood of a legendary was. It was just that no legend had ever died in the front line, at least not in the past thousands of years. Even getting injured was rare. Therefore, only some legendaries guarding the front line could make contact with the blood of other legends. For research, and why struggle? Wizard Larkin threw out a fireball and lowered his voice. "My lord will end you, and my soul will live on forever," Knight-Mage roared. He didn't expect his soul to return to the Holy Kingdom, but he still hoped his lord would reward him when they woke up from slumber. Ando hoped his lord would take back his soul. After using the holy crystal, he knew a god would be able to get him a new body if it desired. It was his last hope, and he would madly hold on to it. One day his loyalty would be rewarded. The battle's coming to an end, Abel mumbled from afar. He sensed blood dropping at an immense rate from Knight-Mage. The burning process has begun. Blast, Knight-Mage focused on his heart and directly blasted out the core of his blood from his mouth. A waterfall of blood blasted towards the sky, and the legendary wizards flashed away. They knew Knight-Mage was done, and there was no need for them to get too close and risk their lives. Everyone on the spot, including Abel, knew Knight-Mage was dead. There were no more signs of life within the cloud of blood. Just when Abel wanted to reach out to his power of the will to examine the condition, a pure white beam of light shot out from the falling body. It was a thick one, almost 10 times the size of a mad knight, and it was charging towards the sky. Soon, Abel realized something different. Normal soul beams were waves of energy, but this one was so large that it was almost solid. Suddenly, Israel stopped his prayers and reached out his hand for a grab in the solid soul beam. A half-transparent body was dragged into the crystal angel statue. It all happened so quickly Abel almost didn't have the time to react. He did this in front of the legendary wizards. If he was spotted, he would immediately be locked up for research. Luckily, the wizards were looking towards the sky with a hint of melancholy. It seems like they did not notice that little move by Israel. Maybe Israel's power was too great for them to notice. Abel did not look into his crystal angel statue. He would not take any risks in front of those legendary wizards. The legendary wizards were not happy about the death of Knight-Mage. Instead, there was a deep sense of respect on their faces. There was not a single drop of blood left on the corpse of Knight-Mage on the ground. Just like he said, the Wizard Union would not get anything from him. His body was almost like a dried-up lump of meat and skin, with injuries from fire and ice. When was the last time we saw a legendary light? Wizard Larkin lowered his voice. It's been many years, Wizard Luke sighed. Abel had his eyes on the dead body of Knight-Mage, but he just didn't know what to say. Still, he didn't want to miss this rare chance. Master Bennett, this might be the view of your golden castle for the next 10 years. Wizard Larkin turned back to Abel and laughed. It seems like Wizard Larkin had gotten over the death of a legendary, and his cheerfulness had returned. The prestigious legendary Wizard Larkin, what are you talking about? Abel was confused. That's a legendary light, the energy unleashed by a legend's soul and body when they die. They can last for 10 years. Wizard Larkin smiled. Abel was not excited by this news. He planned to keep his location a secret, but that thing was basically giving him a clear marking for the next 10 years. Imagine how many professionals would want to come and look at the final grounds for a legendary. Still, they were outside of the Harden Valley, and mountains surrounded the place. As long as he kept his eyes peeled, people probably wouldn't figure out the exact location of his castle. Wizard Larkin, Wizard Luke, what should we do with the dead body? Abel asked carefully. But at the same time, Abel was anticipating his answer. Master Bennett, you want it. The legendary wizards exchanged gaze and Wizard Larkin laughed. Wizard Larkin, I know this request is a little strange, but I want to do some research on it, Abel quickly added. Master Bennett, your contribution in this fight was the greatest. You not only stopped Knight-Mage, but you also badly injured him, which made our job a lot easier. Wizard Larkin smiled. Abel's felt his heart lift and smiled. But, Wizard Larkin suddenly added, and Abel's face froze. He wanted to say something, but his tongue wouldn't let him. But a legendary corpse is too valuable. You need to exchange it with something. Wizard Larkin finally finished his sentence. Although the most valuable blood was gone, every part of a legendary soul body would be made into potions. It was just that it had been a long time since they got a legendary body. The Wizard Union's potion maker needed to spend a long time to research and make new potion formulas. So if Master Bennett wanted it, he could get a head start. His influence would be much greater than any potion maker in the Wizard Union, as the #1 potion maker. Even the legendary wizards relied on Master Bennett's potion in their fight. "Wizard Larkin, what do you want?" Abel felt relieved again. His most powerful identity was a potion maker, so of course it was to do with potions. "Master Bennett, I heard you saved more than 10 law-defying wizards in the defense wall of Doomsday." Wizard Larkin smiled. Abel nodded. It was no secret. He was expecting the Wizard Union to find out eventually anyway. He saved way too many law-defying wizards. Even those paying attention to the front line would be able to notice. "Both me and Luke have some disciples who sacrificed themselves and ended up in the magic tower. I hope you can save them," Wizard Larkin said with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Legendaries were basically old monsters who lived for thousands of years. The only thing that could impact their feelings was their disciples. "Wizard Larkin, Wizard Luke, how many disciples do you have?" Abel felt his heart lifted even more. Saving wizards was an easy job. Not many. I have 3 and Luke has 4. That should be okay, right?" Wizard Larkin coughed lightly and said. "That's no problem. As long as you send them to the Golden Castle, I'll do my work." Abel nodded. "Master Bennett, I'll thank you on behalf of my disciples." Wizard Luke did a gentle bow. "I will do my best." Abel quickly bowed back. "Master Bennett, you should put away Knight-Mando's corpse now. I hope you can maintain your respect during the research. Otherwise, us legendaries won't be happy." Wizard Larkin looked at Knight-Mando's body one last time and turned back to Abel. Abel then wrapped the body in his power of the will, and it entered his holy portal bag. He left Knight-Mando's gear on the ground. They were the legendary wizard's spoils. They were not included in the body. But of course, Abel wouldn't care about those little gains. Even if the golden armor and the golden sword were the best this world had to offer, they were still nothing compared to his rune words. There was no knight profession in the central continent anyway, so they would only be collectibles at most. "Master Bennett just put them away as well. We don't want to separate them from the body." Wizard Larkin laughed. He did not expect Abel to give them the portal bag and gears anyway, but what Abel had offered still showed his character as a person. After the 2 legendary wizards said goodbye to Abel, they directly speeded up to the sky. Abel then quickly put away Knight-Mando's dead body into his personal storage box. Knight-Mando's body was divided into 3 parts by Abel: his finger, his arm, and his main body. If his holy bone card was repaired, he would immediately go into the dark world and resurrect Knight-Mando. As for the finger and arm, all he needed was to press it back on his body while giving him a full recovery potion. This idea of resurrecting a legend set a new fire burning in Abel's heart. This legendary knight who was hunting him down on the front lines had ended up dead in his territory. Who could have expected something like this? Still, it was a good way to test out the defense of his castle. From now on, Abel could have a peace of mind. In order to counteract the holy crystal weakness of his castle, all he needed was to buy more battle forts around the continent. Of course, this defense did not apply to gods. After all, he didn't even know about the ability of gods. Flying Flame, let's go back. Abel jumped on Flying Flame with Frankenstein. He returned to his lounge. All of the guests were desperately waiting for the star of the show to return. Since Abel wanted to keep his secrets, he turned off the reflection of what was happening outside, which made them even worried. "Bennett, are you okay?" Lorraine ran up and looked up and down at Abel as though she forgot that she had a power of will. "I'm okay." Abel smiled and jumped up and down on the spot. The atmosphere began to warm again. Everyone on the spot was reminded once again that this #1 potion maker in the continent had yet to come of age. "Master Bennett, where's the legendary knight?" Wizard Clemens wasn't sure what was going on. "Wizard Larkin and Wizard Loka from the defense wall of Doomsday have killed him." Abel smiled. What, a legendary knight was killed? All the guests were stunned. "Everyone, I'm so sorry a legendary knight has interrupted our party. Let's head to the balcony and admire the legendary light while we drink," Abel announced. "Amazing, I've only heard about the legendary light in stories." A look of excitement emerged from Wizard Clemens. "Drinking under a legendary light will make all the dwarves jealous." Wizard Hutton laughed and snatched a bottle of Grandmaster wine. Of course, Bernie did not hold back as well. Although he didn't know what a legendary light was, it was still a great opportunity to fill up his portal bag with more wine. Big Druid Lendo and the two female big druids from the temple were also excited. Master Bennett, this party will be remembered across the continent. Wizard Hal laughed. Spirit, can you ignite the short-distance teleportation circle? Abel asked. Master, the interruption has been diffused. Teleportation circles are now in operation. Since Knight-Mage died, the suppression was automatically diffused. Teleport everyone as well as the tables and chairs to the balcony. Abel followed. In a flash, everyone including the food, tables, and chairs vanished from the marble floor and appeared on the balcony in the exact same order. That's a legendary light, Wizard Hume mumbled. He was not the only one. Everyone's eyes were fixed. It was like a river of light shooting up towards the sky. At the same time, it was emotionally impactful. It signified the fall of a top-level power. Most of all, this once-in-a-thousand-year scenery was complemented by great food and wine. Seeing a legendary light was not possible in the lifespan of most professions. Master Bennett, this is too dangerous. Lorraine whispered to Abel. She was ready to use Godsend, but she had held it back for at last moment. If she was killed by the legendary knight, the elves would lose the protection from the goddess of moon in the following thousands of years. She was not afraid to die, but she just wanted to face it with Abel. Abel left quietly without a single fear, so it was hard for her to decide when the danger came. Master Bennett, your golden castle may be the strongest castle in the world. Wizard Clemens lowered his voice. Everyone nodded. What happened would definitely go down in history. Even a legend could not break its defense, which meant the golden castle was far superior than anything of its kind. Cheers for the #1 castle of the continent. Izzard Hutton lifted his crystal glass and laughed. Cheers for the #1 castle of the continent. Everyone followed. Don't say that, this thing is nothing compared to the Howling Castle. Abel took a sip of his juice and said, Master Bennett, I can tell you for sure the Golden Castle is stronger than the Howling Castle. Wizard Hutton yelled. It seemed like he drank a little too much. Yes, the Howling Castle can't withstand the attack of a legendary knight. Wizard Clemens nodded. The Howling Castle was built by us dwarves. Its attacks are the best in the world, so it doesn't need defense. Anyone who dares to step near it will be killed by the wizards and the amplification within it. Wizard Hutton yelled again. Yes, Master Bennett's Golden Castle is the strongest in defense. Wizard Hume also smiled. Cheers again for the legendary light. Wizard Hutton was having such a good time, he just couldn't help himself. Seeing the legendary light from a fire had lit up a fire in his gaze. He played a part in this legendary knight invasion. From the start, although he returned to the Golden Castle in the most crucial time, it was still enough to boost his ego to the top. Cheers to the legendary light. The wizards and druids lifted their glass again. Master Bennett, can you tell us about the fight? Wizard Clemens said with yearning. Although he had the entire investigation department of the Wizard Union under his command, he still wanted to hear the story from someone who just lived through it. Abel's heart jumped in excitement as he laid down the detail bit by bit. Everyone went silent, but their hearts would tense as they heard the details. It was a legendary fight, the pinnacle of power. All of a sudden, everyone felt like they had entered another world. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and no one would ever forget about this party. The sky was already dark by the time Abel finished his story, and the guests were getting ready to leave. Abel and Lorraine put on their luxurious robes again as they sent the guests off. By the time they got to Izzard Hutton, Abel nodded and signed him to stay. Everyone else stepped on the teleportation circle as the steward handed each a little gift of gratitude. Wizard Clemens was the first to return to the Izzard Union headquarters. Both he and Wizard Hume should have returned immediately after the Knight-Mage died, but they were the witness, and the party was just too important to miss. After all, nothing was more important than building a bond with Master Bennett. Mr. Clemens, a member of his investigation department, bowed as soon as he returned. Wizard Clemens waved his hand and opened the little gift he got. It was 10 power potions and 1 beauty potion. It was no shock to those wizards in the investigation department. Although they could recognize the power potions, they could recognize those crystal glass. It was from Master Bennett. Due to his status, the Potion Maker Union gave Master Bennett a unique marking for his potion glasses. The beauty potion was also a signature of Master Bennett, with prestigious status in the elves. In some ways, the elves loved the beauty potion even more than the light healing potions. "What are you looking at? It's just a little gift from a party." Wizard Clemens felt good. He gazed at the wizards around. He then put away the gift with a smile. According to the investigation department, the power potion was a rare potion by Master Bennett. It was similar to the light healing potion, but a few times more powerful. The only one who got a small amount of them were the 3 followers of Master Bennett, so you could just tell how good Master Bennett was to his guests. "A little gift, he calls that a little gift." A wizard from the department almost wanted to spill blood. It was anything but a little gift. After sending Lorraine off as well, the only one remaining in the lounge was Bernie and Wizard Hutton. "Wizard Hutton, are you still sober?" Abel asked. He wanted to talk to Wizard Hutton about something, but seemed like he went a little too hard on the drink. "Master Bennett, you need me." Fire mana flashed from his body, and the alcohol in his body immediately sifted out. All of a sudden, he was sober. For a lover of alcohol, using fire elements to force out alcohol was extremely hard. However, Wizard Hutton still knew it was more important that he keep a clear head. "Wizard Hutton, I really like that fortress base you gifted me. I want to know if there are any more of them in the dwarves. I can use potions to exchange." Abel smiled. "Master Bennett, as long as you need it." "I'll ask my tribe. I'll let you know in a few days." Wizard Hutton patted his chest. He knew Master Bennett had a reason for his interests, so he was planning to collect a bunch of those fortress bases for himself to trade with Master Bennett. It was a rare chance for Master Bennett to ask a favor. A legendary knight dying next to the elves' territory couldn't be covered up no matter how hard the Wizard Union tried. Instead, the Wizard Union did the opposite and promoted themselves and the power of the top forces. Of course, Master Bennett's involvement was also not covered up. His golden castle had played a huge role, and the legendary knight was already injured when retreating. This showed one thing: Master Bennett's golden castle and his tactics were some of the most powerful on the continent. The legendary light would be standing in Master Bennett's territory for the next 10 years, so many would want to visit this extraordinary scene. However, there were only 2 teleportation circles near the Haddon Mountain range. One was the teleportation circle in the Goddess Temple, exclusive to the Wizard Union. The second was the one in the Golden Castle, exclusive to Master Bennett and those he recognized. Therefore, you can imagine how difficult it was to see the legendary light. Of course, they could go through the Elves' Bay Lost City as well. Still, that teleportation circle was only open to the elves, and it was hundreds of miles across the Ervo Forest, which made getting to Haddon Mountain Range almost impossible. Abel was busy. Many people wanted to see the legendary light. There were some he could reject, but there were many he couldn't. For example, the top members of the Wizard Union and the Crazy Heart Valley. Abel's dream of concealing the Golden Castle was destroyed. In the end, he could only go into retreat again and let his 3 followers greet the guests. Every one of the guests was powerful figures, but Abel would only open the lounge, the dining room, and the balcony. Anyone wanting to see from Haddon Mountain Range would need to go from Bay Law City. Abel didn't want anyone in his domain. Normally, a powerful figure like Abel should be detached from the common world and forbidden to accept any domains from kingdoms. But Abel was special as a master potion maker. Most potion makers were not qualified to be a profession, yet they had more power of the will than normal people. Therefore, potion makers were not normal people or professionals, and the professionals of the Wizard Union could not intervene. On top of that, there was no way for potion makers to detach themselves from the common world. Their ingredients originated from the common world, and they needed to sell them in the common world. Most of all, the longevity of potion makers was still far behind other professions, even it was a little more than normal people. Therefore, no one could enter the domain of the Haddon Mountain Range, according to the noble law. Abel had too many powerful friends. Just the Lightning Clan alone had 30 law-defying wizards. Even the ones resurrected wanted to see the legendary light in their short 60 years of life. On top of that, most of them would bring their disciples with them to widen their views. Not to mention the countless law-defying wizards on the front line. There was a rank 20 wizard who even got enlightened and leveled up after seeing the legendary light on the balcony. Although his level-up prerequisites were met long ago, it attracted even more wizards on the verge of leveling up. Since they were all powerful figures, Abel's followers and stewards still needed to prepare food for them even if Abel was not around. However, the unexpected happened on the 5th day of Abel's retreat. Wizard Bunyan was coming to lunch with his rank 16 disciple, Wizard Jeremy, for lunch. There was no Grandmaster wine for serving. Only Master wines were only combined once. This was not because Abel was stingy, but because he didn't want to become a wine supplier for the dwarves again. Still, the amazing food complemented with the legendary light was an unforgettable experience. Every law-defying wizard dwarf who came for a visit could bring a disciple with them, making the spot extremely hard to get. Wizard Jeremy was the youngest disciple of Wizard Bunyan, and it was the first time he came for a visit. "Jeremy, you have to drink the wine and eat the food here. It's a pity we can take them," Wizard Bunyan said. "Teacher, when can I see the legendary light?" Wizard Jeremy heard about the food, but he was more interested in the legendary light. "I'll take you there after my meal." Wizard Bunyan waved his hand. He didn't want Wizard Jeremy to interrupt his fun. He had seen the legendary light many times by that point. Abel's 3 followers and his steward didn't mind the guests having unlimited amounts of food. The food was actually nothing extraordinary. All that was needed was the rabbit essence in their portal bags, and they had more than 10 years of supply. The ingredients of the food weren't that extravagant. The first dish was steamed eggs, which immediately attracted Wizard Jeremy with its strange appearance. He looked towards his teacher, Wizard Bunyan, as he scooped a mouthful with his spoon. Wizard Jeremy followed, and an experience unlike any other emerged. He sensed a bond with his soul, and enlightenment slowly emerged. He has been stuck at rank 16 for 10 years, and he just took a big step forward. Wizard Bunyan saw that Wizard Jeremy was stunned. Just when he was about to laugh, he sensed the energy of level up emerging from him. "You're leveling up already." Wizard Bunyan immediately took out a mana-gathering circle and wrapped Wizard Jeremy around it. There were many law-defying wizards in the dining hall, including Wizard Clemens with his disciple. Suddenly, Wizard Clemens was reminded of a type of food that could help a wizard level up in the Holy Continent. Could this be? He was stunned. Master Bennett came from the Holy Continent as well. Was there something special in these foods created by Master Bennett? Although Wizard Abel ruled the kingdom of St. Ellis, they never declared its origin. It was not a far-fetched idea considering the skills of Master Bennett. It was just a little mysterious. "Odin, you better eat more as well to feel the power." Wizard Clemens turned to his disciple and said. Wizard Odin was a rank 16 as well, and he had reached this level in 100 years, a genius in the eyes of Wizard Clemens. It was why Wizard Clemens had chosen him to see the legendary light with him. "Yes, teacher." Wizard Odin didn't know why, but he knew he should listen. He sensed the level-up energy beside him and scooped a mouthful of steamed egg in his mouth as well. Since this was Abel's personal dining room, the rabbit essence he passed down to Steward Meyer had not been diluted like those in the Holy Continent. Therefore, each dish had a huge impact on the soul of a professional, and many professionals in the Holy Continent had leveled up because of it. Wizard Odin's soul began to cheer as he swallowed the steamed egg. Suddenly, he gained a deeper bond with his training and took a huge leap forward towards leveling up. Wizard Clemens hadn't expected his disciple to level up in his one mouthful, but yet he did. He immediately took out a mana-gathering circle as well and ignited it. Wizard Clemens and Wizard Bunyan exchanged a gaze. Both of them had the same idea. Something was up with the food. Even a top-level potion might not be able to help a wizard level up like this. They weren't strangers to the food, but since they were law-defying wizards, its effect was not as strong. It was not easy for law-defying wizards to level up, so they did not think much about the food's benefits to wizards below them. If Abel knew what they were thinking, he would tell them that they were thinking too hard. According to his experience in the Holy Continent, leveling up like this needed a great deal of luck. All the rabbit essence did was spark enlightenment, but the prerequisite for level up was different for every wizard. Some might level up just by sitting under the sun, some after a battle or even after a drink. Those 2 wizards leveling up with some steamed egg was just a coincidence. Still, this coincidence sparked their curiosity. If you leveled up just a few years sooner in your current rank, you would have more time to prepare for your next level up. At this point, the Golden Castle was even more famous than the legendary light, since 2 rank 16. Wizards leveled up because of its food. Although a wizard had leveled up after seeing the legendary light as well, many people thought of it as a special case. Druid Polly, why are there so many people dining here today? Steward Meyer asked in confusion. Due to the many powerful figures Abel were friends with, almost all of them had brought their most talented disciples along. Steward Meyer let Master Bennett know, I think the food has a special ability to help wizards level up. Druid Polly lowered her voice. She was in a rough spot. Although Abel agreed to open the Golden Castle's teleportation circle, it was her suggestion. Most of the wizards there were not even for the legendary light, but for the food. All of a sudden, she felt like she made a big mistake. Abel was sitting on Battle Fort No. 1 with Frankenstein and Doff by his side. He really couldn't care less about what was happening to the Golden Castle. His focus was fixed on the Holy Kingdom. He reached his power of the will into his crystal angel statue, again, to check out the legendary knight's soul. It was the one who tried to hunt him down in the front line, but now it was kneeling in humbleness. 1/5 of the energy in the crystal angel statue had turned dark gold. He didn't know what would happen if it was fully dark gold, but he wanted to find out. Knight Ando gave out a lot of faith. It was almost as much as Izuel. He also had the souls of 10 mad knights, but after, there was not much else they could do other than giving faith. It has been some time since he unleashed a massacre on preachers, and Abel was planning to do it again. Burnside was a head commander in the Holy Kingdom, which was a pity. It signified that God did not grant him the status of Holy Knight during his prime. Still, he did not give up and kept training. He had lost his sense of direction ever since he became a head commander, but still, he had landed a job as a police in a town. The police had permission to use all teleportation circles in the city. It just cost them some gold coins unless it was for work purposes. Abel's focus landed on Burnside and understood his pain and passion. His permission to use teleportation circles was just what he needed. Therefore, Abel decided to make him a temporary preacher. The process was simple. All it took was a preacher guide. Abel could not turn Knight Burnside into an assassin just like that. He was too poor, and he could only use a teleportation circle a few times with his fortune. He needed gold coins. Abel cast his vow, and Knight Burnside suddenly opened his eyes in the training room. He immediately knew he became a preacher, but the words of God told him to do something different. He had no doubt, and he knew exactly what to do. After all, a god educating his people was not uncommon. Knight Burnside arrived at a desk in his room and took out a parchment to write something down. He then turned to another corner and took out an armor. From a vintage box, it was the armor his ancestors passed down. He would only wear it during the most crucial times. He knew today was his day to serve God. As a police, of course, he knew where wealth gathered in town. He knew stealing was bad, but everything was justified in the words of God. He arrived at the back door of the best model in town. He carefully opened the door and sneaked into the most luxurious guest room on the 2nd floor. He was on a holy mission, and no one could spot him. After all, serving Abel was basically serving God. Abel kept his eyes on Burnside through the passage of faith. He depended on him. The reason why Burnside's movement was so smooth was because Abel used his power of the will to scan all the areas around. There was a merchant who just came to town with a bag of gold coins to deal with resources on the 4th room of the 2nd floor. That merchant had paid him a visit before and gave him a bit of benefits to ensure their smooth transaction, but it seems like it was a mistake. Burnside needed a lot of gold coins to use the teleportation circles, and that merchant was the first one who came to mind. It was normal for a merchant to have a full day of rest before they start their work, and at that moment that merchant was sleeping in his room. Burnside arrived at the door, and Abel gently reached out a strand of golden power of the will. Immediately, the lock opened. Burnside stepped into the room, and Abel's power of the will filled the place. Everything was in his control as that golden power directly plunged into the heart of that sleeping merchant. Burnside immediately stepped up and stacked the big bag of gold coins, and left as Abel locked the door with his power of the will once again. As for the causes of that merchant's death, even a holy knight would not be able to find a trace. Still, Abel knew he couldn't keep what he was about to do a secret for long. Burnside arrived at the teleportation circle of the town center, gave out a gold coin, and he was teleported to another town. As a police, no one would stop him as he made his way to the chapel. Let's see how many preacher guides I can take this time before the Holy Kingdom notices. Abel took a sip of juice on his fort and lowered his voice. He unleashed a godsend through Isuel, and the energy changed as he arrived at the chapel door. A golden glow wrapped around his knight sword. He was now Isuel. The desire to kill propelled him forward, and the defense of the chapel was broken in one slash. Before the preacher even registered his fear, a sword plunged into his chest. In a flash of white light, the dead body of the preacher turned into dust and vanished. Isuel then speeded back to the teleportation and used the police badge for another teleportation. The process repeated. He was in a battle with time. Preachers vanished from town to town. A mysterious disappearance like this was hard to track down. Soon, 45 towns were covered. Isuel even had time to get some more gold coins in the chapel. What the merchant had was far not enough for this. Expensa. 45 preacher guides appeared in the crystal angel statue. However, good times couldn't last forever. The countless godsends caused Burnside's body to break down, and the Holy Kingdom was already on to him. By the time he arrived at the 45 chapel, Abel knew it was time to stop. Those 45 preacher guides would take him half a year to give out anyway. It would be a while until his next operation. Suddenly, Burnside sensed a sense of emptiness in him. Before he knew it, the preacher guide Abel gave him was cancelled. He turned his gaze towards the teleportation circle in town and sensed 4 powerful energies approaching. He immediately ignited all his inner power, and his body began to expand. He knew he had no chance against the opponents he was facing, but he still wanted to go out in glory. He was serving God. Death might be a reward, a way for him to return to the arms of God. When the 4 elite holy knights noticed Burnside had already ignited his last charge. "Keep him alive, we need to interrogate him," an elite holy knight yelled. However, it was too late. The load of his body had reached a tipping point, and the charge pushed it over the edge. When an elite knight tried to hold him down, Burnside's body blasted open. "Damn it, he is mad," the elite knight roared in fury, seeing blood and flesh flying his way. However, the following investigation was simple. Burnside was identified as someone with resentment after failing to become a holy knight, and he had taken down preachers to let out his anger after writing his suicide note. The reason he did not attack holy knights instead was because he didn't have the power. Things went according to Abel's plan. Although 2 huge massacres had happened to preachers in the Holy Kingdom, they just couldn't find any correlation between Burnside and Assassin Poe. After all, they were from totally different areas. At the end, the Holy Kingdom had no choice but to categorize this as another accident. Abel looked at the 45 preacher guides in his crystal angel statue, and his granting began once again. His preachers were just like every new preacher, getting sent to a chapel and began to spread the words of God. If things continued like this, the Holy Kingdom might have a new ruler even if the demon from beyond woke up in the next 100 years. Suddenly, the research spirit sounded, and Steward Meyer's voice emerged. Abel was caught off guard. The rabbit essence was crushing trouble again. At first, he was just planning to let his close friends try his food, but the legendary light had attracted much more people than his expectation. After all, preparing a meal for your guests was basic manners. However, he soon remembered he was no longer the little wizard he was. With the golden castle and his fame, a few dishes wouldn't give him too much trouble. Tell Steward Meyer to make an excuse and say the ingredients are too expensive. From now on, we will only make 10 portions per night. If anyone wants to have it, they must reserve a spot, Abel said to the research spirit. Although rabbit essence was not hard to make, giving out unlimited amounts of them would do damage to his potions. Because of the hassle, Abel decided it was best to stay in retreat and let his steward take care of it. Although 10 seems like a lot, there were powerful figures bringing disciples to the Golden Castle for meals from day to night. They limited the disciples those powerful figures could bring. Each of them could only bring 1 disciple, which meant only 5 powerful figures could reserve a spot. This announcement also put the guests in an awkward spot. The Golden Castle had already made it clear that those foods were valuable, so they could no longer come without gifts. The value of a normal gift was normally 2 light gems, which further limited the spots to those who could afford it. Abel would not reject light gems. The light gems he needed were 10 times more than normal wizards, since a day in this world was 10 days in the dark world. Ever since Wizard Johnson's rank 18 disciple became rank 19, after tasting the food in the Golden Castle, the Wizard Union confirmed the power of the food. 3 wizards had leveled up, so there was no way it could be a coincidence. Of course, it also had to do with a blind faith those wizards had towards Master Bennett, considering his super potions. This faith impacted their souls and made them level up. A few days later, Wizard Hutton from the Lightning Clan brought his descendant Wizard Isaiah to the Golden Castle for a meal. Wizard Isaiah was their family's future, so Wizard Hutton wanted him to be good to Master Bennett. Without consideration for light gems, it was the 4th day he came for a visit. And on that 4th day, he leveled up. This made the wizards understand one thing. If those dishes did not work the first time, they would eventually work as long as you believed. This made the Golden Castle even more famous. Its daily spot had become the goal of every professional, not only wizards, but druids. And priests as well. They all understood one thing. This place belonged to Master Bennett, so they should keep it low-key. 23 days had passed since the Gold Castle went public. Early in the morning, 5 law-defying wizards had already arrived with their disciples. They sat in the dining hall and began chatting. Suddenly, another law-defying wizard arrived in a flash with a rank 19 wizard. Everyone on the spot immediately recognized who he was. He was a rank 24 wizard from the Wizard Union. Wizard Dermond, and the wizard behind him was his disciple. Rank 24 wizard was recognized as powerful in all forces, and they were rarely seen. Wizard Joshua from the Flaming Mountain was one of the wizards on the spot, and he was not looking good. He had some tension with Wizard Dermond, but he still greeted him like the others. "Am I late?" Wizard Dermond looked around and lowered his eyebrows. "Wizard Dermond, we reserved our spots 6 days ago, and the next 10 days were booked as well. If you want to join, you must register with the steward," a law-defying wizard reminded him. Wizard Dermond immediately frowned when he heard about this. He had no time to wait. His disciple had been waiting outside of his retreat room for days ever since he heard about the Golden Castle. Since Wizard Dermond had been in retreat for years, he only did some quick research on Master Bennett and found out he was a master potion maker with many special potions. He was also a big druid. The elves were not that respected in the central continent. Therefore, he thought he could just come with his disciple without registering as a rank 24 wizard. As for Master Bennett's involvement in a fight between the legendaries, he categorized it as luck. He was a little interested in forming a good relationship with Master Bennett as well, but it was just not his top priority. "Wizard Joshua, can you give your spot to me? Let's forget out past." Wizard Dermond turned and lowered his voice. Wizard Joshua was a rank 21. Facing against a rank 24 was not a good idea. However, Wizard Dermond was speaking in front of 4 other law-defying wizards and their disciples. He would become a laughing stock if he agreed. "Wizard Dermond, my time is important as well." "Ask another if you want," Wizard Joshua replied. Wizard Dermond felt his heart start to burn. How could a rank 21 reject him? He had no consideration for Wizard Joshua. All he knew was that he would be the one getting embarrassed if the others rejected him as well. However, it was just not a good idea to let his fury out in Master Bennett's castle. "Let's go, we'll go see the legendary light," he turned and said to his disciple. Afterward, the research spirit directly teleported them to the platform. "Wizard Joshua, you better be careful from now on," a law-defying wizard by his side reminded. "Whatever. He is not going to invade the Flaming Mountain for me," Wizard Joshua said helplessly. His tension with Wizard Dermond was not deal-breaking at first. It originated from Wizard Dermond's stinginess. But it seemed like it was no longer after that day. "Lunch is ready, please enjoy." Steward Meyer stepped in and bowed. "Haha, let's dive in." The law-defying wizard stood up and walked towards the dining table. Meanwhile, Wizard Dermond was on the platform looking at the legendary light. It was stunning, but he was still bothered by the humiliation he just received. He took a long breath and forced his emotions out. For rank 24 wizards who spent a long time in retreat, emotional problems were a given. However, normally their powerful will could help, and every wizard guide had their method of dealing with this common problem. Wizard Dermond just came out of a retreat. He couldn't afford to let his emotions get to him, or else his progress might plateau or even decrease. Suddenly, he sensed a leveling up of energy coming from below. Let's go see who leveled up. Wizard Dermond's just settled emotion was disrupted once again. He knew he had to face his problem head-on. His disciple kept quiet as the research spirit teleported them back to the hall. He tracked down the leveling up energy and entered the dining hall. The first thing he saw was a big smile on Wizard Joshua's face. It was his disciple. Every law-defying wizard would only pick a disciple with the most leveling potential to have a meal at the Golden Castle. After all, each meal cost 2 light gems. Therefore, there was no way they would pick someone who had not fulfilled the leveling up prerequisite. On top of their trust for Master Bennett, this passion gave each disciple a lot of confidence, especially under the amazing scenery of the castle. Their chance of leveling up was maximized. After seeing the happy look on Wizard Joshua's face, the tension in Wizard Dermond's heart exploded like a volcano. If Wizard Joshua had not rejected him, it might have been his disciple to level up. For a wizard, the bond between teacher and disciple was closer than father and son. It was a bond that could last more than thousands of years. As a rank 24 wizard, Wizard Dermond knew leveling up for himself was not likely. Therefore, he had placed his hopes on his disciple. If he missed a level up, his potential would take a hit. "Joshua, damn you," Wizard Dermond grunt. Suddenly, his vicious energy filled the hall and lashed out towards the wizards, including Wizard Joshua's disciple. At the same time, the energy was also felt by the half-elf servants and steward Meyer. They were not professionals. Making direct contact with the energy could take their life. But of course, Abel had it sorted out. The Golden Castle had the research spirit and magic circle spirit monitor the castle at all times. Immediately, an energy shield appeared in front of them and completely counteracted the energy. As for the other wizards, the spirit did not interfere. After all, only Abel's men could have privileges like this. Wizard Joshua reacted fast and stepped in front of his leveling up disciple to block. The other law-defying wizards also stepped in front of their disciples. Their face was filled with anger. Even the law-defying wizards themselves would have a hard time blocking the energy of a rank 24, let alone their disciples. This was especially the case since most of them were just a step from leveling up. Taking a hit might badly damage their potential. Therefore, each of them had to be extremely careful. "Wizard Dermond, are you crazy? This is Master Bennett's castle," Wizard Joshua roared as he tried to hold down the energy. He did not use a spell to defend himself. Not because he didn't want to, but because he knew very well where he was at. Wizard Joshua and the other law-defying wizards did not add a protection spell on themselves. This was not because they didn't want to, but because using a spell in Master Bennett's castle was an insult to him. The countless teleportation circles in the Golden Castle alone could directly take down any law-defying wizard, not to mention Master Bennett's assistant wizard Frankenstein and Doff the Beeman. You could just tell how powerful Master Bennett was looking at how many powerful figures came for a visit. Therefore, no one would risk and use a spell unless it was totally necessary. Warning: violence is forbidden in the Golden Castle. The magic circle spirit sounded. "Shut up, Joshua, you stole my disciple's luck. I'll kill you." A murderous gaze flashed in Wizard Dermond's eyes. He had lost himself. "Teacher, don't attack," Wizard Dermond's disciple quickly yelled. However, gentle energy emerged from Wizard Dermond and held down his disciple. Afterward, a fireball spell pattern appeared on his hand. Once this spell was cast, this dining hall would be in a mess even if it missed Wizard Joshua. Warning: intruder spotted, suppression circle ignited. The magic circle spirit sounded again. Suddenly, magic circles appeared all across the walls, and white light flashed. Everyone was stunned at the crazy amounts of resources this castle must take to build. Large amounts of energy were carried into the circles, and the power of a city landed on Wizard Dermond. He sensed his body shake and almost fell. Then, of course, the fireball pattern on him was diffused. But Wizard Dermond was a rank 24 at the end of the day. The magic circles only caught him off guard. He soon stabilized himself with a pair of burning eyes and added some protection spells on himself. If this castle was stopping him, he might have to just take this castle down. He turned his gaze back to Wizard Joshua, and a magic pattern appeared on his hand again. All of this was caused by Wizard Joshua, so if Master Bennett wanted someone to blame, he could blame Wizard Joshua. Wizard Dermond knew very well he was a part of the Wizard Union. No matter how prestigious Master Bennett was, he could take down his enemy, even if that meant damaging the castle. If Wizard Dermond had done more research on Master Bennett and just asked a few more questions, he would definitely not do something like this. Of course, the most important part was still due to his long years in retreat. He knew how to deal with mental instability as a rank 24. For example, heading to the balcony to look at the views was one of the ways to relax the mind. Another way was to give someone a good beating to unleash his anger. Although he said Wizard Joshua deserved to die, he knew very well he could just badly injure him at most. Locked down, the research spirit sounded different from the magic circle spirit. It had a chilling, robotic voice. Immediately, a beam of white light shot out from Battle Fort No. 1 in the sky and penetrated the castle. Wizard Dermond sensed his body getting heavy, and his spell was broken once again. At the same time, he sensed a magic circle sounded his body, and a black-colored fog with a hint of gold emerged. For some reason, he immediately felt threatened by it. He instinctively wanted to flash away, and the pattern appeared right away. However, to his surprise, it exploded when he tried to ignite it. The move failed. Wizard Dermond was stunned. Moving in a flash was the nature of wizards. The reason for the Wizard Union's power was because of their knowledge of this spell. In order to ensure moving in a flash would work in all situations, many casting methods were developed. However, they all failed, and before he knew it, he was engulfed by the black fog. The black spirit below him was using top-level gems as supply, which created a form of passive attack. There was no magic circle made for an attack in this world. Normal magic circle could only maximize the spell of its owner, and city circles were exclusive for defense. Since the battle fort bound Wizard Dermond, the black spirit had taken advantage and unleashed its power on Wizard Dermond. Wizard Dermond instinctively reached out his power of the will to see where the danger was coming from. But as soon as it made contact with the black fog, it was immediately bitten off by something, and he lost connection with his power of the will. A vicious pain emerged from his soul. For a rank 24 who lived for more than thousands of years, his power of the will had a strong bond to his soul. Wizard Dermond fell on the floor, and he screamed while covering his head. Just like that, a rank 24 wizard lost his dignity and rolled around on the ground like a child. It was at that moment Abel appeared in the dining room. It all happened too fast. The spirits had already taken care of the situation before Abel was even notified of his battle fort. A wizard rolling around on the ground was the first thing he saw. He had never seen Wizard Dermond before, but it was the price he paid for using spells in the Gold Castle. Frankenstein, get him! Abel lowered his voice. Frankenstein flashed in front of Wizard Dermond and grabbed his defenseless body. There was no need for Abel's command. Frankenstein knew exactly what to do to a defenseless wizard. With a gentle twist of the jaw, a tiny gasp of agony sifted out his Wizard Dermond's throat, but the scream stopped. Frankenstein did not stop. He reached out his metal hands under the cloak and grabbed Wizard Dermond by the elbow. With a gentle squeeze, the bones would turn to mush. The law-defying wizards on the stop felt their hearts jump. Wizard Frankenstein was known for killing powerful figures, and another one was added to his list. Frankenstein was basically a killing machine. There was no need for spells other than the move in a flash. Was he even a wizard anymore? Breaking a law-defying wizard's bones was not easy. Their bodies was strengthened after Countess level up. Even breaking them with a strike would be challenging, let alone a squeeze. Wizard Frankenstein lifted up Wizard Dermond with one hand like a half-dying dog. But still he did not stop. Instead, he formed a fist and punched Wizard Dermond's chest. Wizard Dermond's organs took the hit, and he helplessly lost all his spell abilities under the immense pain. Research spirit, call the Wizard Union and take him away. Abel lowered his voice. He was not feeling good, so he opened his golden castle up to let his friends see the legendary lights and treat them for meals. However, a law-defying wizard entered and used a spell. This place belonged to him. It was his future home with Lorraine. The law-defying wizards on the spot sensed the energy from Master Bennett, and they were reminded once again that this master was also a glorious fighter who had undergone countless battles. No one had probably killed more holy knights than him in the past 100 years. It was the reason his name was well known, even in just a few years. Even a rank 24 wizard has fallen in his castle, like a helpless child. It seems like the rumors of the Golden Castle playing a huge role in taking down a legendary knight were not made up after all. The magic circles of this place fully suppressed Wizard Dermond. He couldn't even use a spell to flash away. Everyone, sorry for the interruption. Please continue. Abel relaxed and turned with a smiling bow. It was at this moment Wizard Dermond regained his consciousness from the Black Spirit. Although he was badly injured, he still managed to open his eyes. The first thing he saw was that a cloaked wizard held him up. Next, he sensed that Frankenstein was a rank 21, and he was furious. However, before he could even open his mouth, another punch landed on his stomach, and blood gushed out from his mouth. The wizards around were stunned once again by the violence of Frankenstein. No one had ever treated a rank 24 like this. However, considering Master Bennett's connections with the Wizard Union, they wouldn't turn on him for a rank 24 wizard. Not only the Wizard Union, every force in the central continent, including the Emperor, wanted to find a way to become friends with Master Bennett. Abel turned his gaze to the wizard leveling up and felt his brain hurt. What happened in the Holy Continent was finally happening. In the central continent, in fact, it was even more serious. The special ability of the rabbit essence was fantastic and awful at the same time. Wizard Union was quick. 2 law-defying wizards arrived before Wizard Joshua's disciple even finished leveling up. One of them was Wizard Clemens, and the other was the head of the police department, Wizard Joseph. Everyone involved in this incident was not a normal professional that everyone could take care of. Therefore, 2 heads of the Wizard Union had come to the Golden Castle. Master Bennett, we are sorry. It is our fault. Wizard Clemens bowed as soon as he appeared. Wizard Joseph also looked quite embarrassed, since he had also brought his disciple here for a meal and successfully leveled up. He owed one to Master Bennett. But someone in the Union was dumb enough to pick a fight in the Golden Castle. He turned to Wizard Dermond on Frankenstein's hand, and his eyes twitched. Wizard Dermond looked miserable with his arms bent in a strange position. Although he didn't have any wounds on him, it seems like his internals had taken a bad hit, looking at the blood dripping out of his mouth. Wizard Clemens, Wizard Joseph, I opened my castle to let everyone see the legendary light and have a meal at my dining hall, but Wizard Dermond wanted to use a spell and destroy my castle. Abel added a hint of anger to his tone. Master Bennett, can you put down Wizard Dermond first? We'll let Wizard Joseph take a look and discuss it later. Wizard Clemens couldn't help but ask, seeing how bad Wizard Dermond was looking. At the end of the day, Wizard Dermond was a part of the Wizard Union as well. Seeing him being held up by Frankenstein was not only an embarrassment to himself, but to the Union as well. If another person had done something like this to a Wizard Union member, Wizard Joseph would have made a move already. Wizard Clemens, I believe the Wizard Union can take care of this. Abel turned and nodded to Frankenstein. Frankenstein let go of his hand and stepped back to Abel. Wizard Joseph then took out some light healing potion and poured it into Wizard Dermond. Although the injuries looked bad, 1 bottle of light healing potion should do the trick. Wizard Dermond looked at Abel furiously after he regained himself. Wizard Clemens' eyes twitched. He had not expected Wizard Joseph to use Master Bennett's potion in front of Master Bennett to heal Wizard Dermond. He was very not happy with Wizard Dermond. At the end of the day, it was his fault for using a spell in Master Bennett's place. However, he was the head of the investigation department. These things were still his business. Wizard Joseph was in a rough spot as well. He was good friends with Wizard Dermond, but he also knew how serious this was. Master Bennett, we will be responsible for Wizard Dermond's behavior. We will pay 10 years of rewards for compensation. Wizard Joseph bowed. Abel's face sank. Would 10 years of rewards even do anything to a rank 24 wizard? He thought Wizard Dermond might get locked up or forced to do some mission for this, but instead, he didn't even need to say sorry. Whatever Wizard Joseph. Abel lowered his voice and turned to the others in the dining hall. From now on, the Golden Castle will no longer be open to the public for safety reasons. Those words immediately made Wizard Joseph's heart drop. The leveling up incidents had already stunned the continent. Large numbers of disciples were still waiting to have their meals. If Master Bennet closed the Golden Castle because of Wizard Dermond, many powerful figures would turn on Wizard Dermond. Even the Wizard Union themselves had many wizards waiting in line for their meals. If he did not satisfy Master Bennet, his status in the continent would be shaken. Master Bennet, if you are not happy about how we deal with Wizard Dermond, we can negotiate that. Wizard Joseph immediately added. Wizard Joseph, don't get me wrong, I don't care how you deal with Wizard Dermond. Abel lowered his voice and turned to his steward. I am going back into retreat. From now on, I want the Golden Castle closed. Wizard Joseph felt his face twitch. Master Bennet really was giving him no face. He really didn't want to offend Master Bennet. He thought Master Bennet had already let his fury from, giving Wizard Dermond a good beating so that some compensation would be enough. However, he didn't know that Abel's servants and Steward Meyer would be dead if his magic circles were slower. Master Bennet, how about this? We'll force Wizard Dermond to take out 50,000 intermediate mana gems. Wizard Joseph bit his cheeks and quickly bowed. Wizard Joseph, there's no need to do this. I'll see what he can do to me. Wizard Dermond suddenly interrupted with a cold voice. He embarrassed himself too much, and Abel wouldn't even give the two heads of the Wizard Union any face. 50,000 mana gems were not a lot to him, but it would still take a hit to his base. By that point, even Wizard Joseph wanted to put an end to Wizard Dermond. If Master Bennet were that easy to mess with, he would have done so already. Wizard Clemens, I don't have time to greet you today. I need to go into retreat. Abel bowed and turned to his steward, send off the guests. Afterward, he was teleported away as silence fell on the hall. After Wizard Joshua's disciple finished leveling up, they left this place that didn't belong to them, and the other wizards followed. Wizard Dermond was shocked. There was still something he wanted to say to Abel, but Abel flashed away without even batting an eye. However, he soon noticed Wizard Clemens and Wizard Joseph's glum and angry face. Even his disciple was not looking good. So wizards, the Golden Castle is now closed. Please vacate the castle. Steward Meyer bowed. Wizard Clemens turned and left immediately. He regretted coming, but considering the attitude of Master Bennet, he shouldn't be the one to blame. Let's go. Wizard Joseph, on the other hand, gazed at Wizard Dermond furiously. The first thing he would do after they returned to the Wizard Union was hold down Wizard Dermond's disciple and force him to explain every detail of what happened. When he realized Wizard Dermond unleashed his energy in the dining hall when the stewards and servants were around, he immediately knew why Master Bennet was so angry. If it weren't because of the magic circles, they would have been killed. It was a huge insult even though he failed. A steward was extremely important to a prestigious figure. They lived with their masters, so making a move on them was basically like making a move on the master. Master Bennet had already given the Wizard Union a lot of face for not killing Wizard Dermond on the spot. Call Master Bennet, Wizard Joseph ordered. Member of the police department quickly ignited a communication circle and turned to Wizard Joseph. Mr. Joseph, the call was rejected. What? Wizard Joseph was one of the 7 heads of the Wizard Union. He should have permission to call Master Bennet any time. He didn't know whether it Master Bennet directly rejecting him or just taking his name off the list. Either way, it signified a break in their friendship. Wizard Dermond returned to his house with a grim face. Since he had been in retreat for a long time, he still wanted to catch up with some old friends. Although he was badly injured, he was healing quite well. He just had to proceed with a meeting at night. Still, he felt like what happened in the day did not come to an end. He sacrificed a lot. He even gave Wizard Joseph the 50,000 gems Master Bennet did not ask for. It was a lesson learned, but regret still began to build in his heart. If he knew Master Bennett was this powerful earlier, he would not have done what he did. After all, his mood was just a little unstable after coming out of a long retreat. If he were thinking normally, he wouldn't even use spells in the home of a normal master potion maker. There was still some time until the meeting, but his servants and steward were already hard at work. Master Wizard Mullet said he is busy tonight and he can no longer attend. Wizard Dermond's steward stepped up and bowed as he was contemplating. Wizard Dermond felt his heart drop. Wizard Mullet was one of the first wizards. He sent out an invitation after he came out of retreat, and he had agreed to come. Maybe he was thinking too much. It was not uncommon for a law-defying wizard to have a sudden mission. However, the 8 other wizards he invited also sent him a message saying they had no time to attend. By that point, there could only be one explanation. Master Bennett had made a move. He had overestimated himself. Abel actually didn't do anything. He had been thinking about closing his castle for a long time anyway. At first, Abel didn't want to offend his friends by opening up his castle and dining hall. The benefits he got were almost nothing. He could equal it out by selling a few more potions. What Wizard Dermond did had given him a perfect excuse, and all the blame was pushed onto Wizard Dermond. As Wizard Dermond sat in his empty hall, he became more and more mentally unbalanced. Wizard Dermond didn't know was that his actions at Master Bennett's castle had been spread out by the 5 law-defying wizards there. The 5 law-defying wizards preparing to have dinner at the Golden Castle with their disciples were also stunned by the news. After all, the law-defying wizards were a group that Abel dealt with the most. Just his potions alone were doing wonders for them, and many owed their lives to Master Bennett. After knowing what Wizard Dermond did in the Golden Castle, especially after he tried to attack Wizard Joshua, each angry wizard spread rumors like wildfire. They were already giving the Wizard Union a lot of respect for not seeking revenge on Wizard Dermond. So of course, not a single law-defying wizard came to his reunion party of the night. Master Mr. Joseph is here. His steward ran in with tiny steps and bowed. Quick, let him in. Wizard Dermond viciously stood up, but he then thought for a moment and added, actually, let me greet him personally. He then flashed out the hall and saw Wizard Joseph. Wizard Joseph, what brings you here? Wizard Dermond bowed. Wizard Dermond, you've done a really great job this time. Wizard Joseph gazed at a pair of dead eyes and lowered his voice. Rumors were going around about him, defending Wizard Dermond, which made the other 6 heads of the Union very unhappy. Some have even suggested kicking him out. He had many enemies as the head of the police department, so many would love to see him get kicked out of his position. Therefore, the first thing he thought of was to repair his relationship with Master Bennett. Wizard Dermond belonged to the same wizard school as him. Although they were in different organizations, they both fell under the same support from a legendary wizard. Wizard Joseph, I've already paid the gems, what else do you want? I'll try to borrow it if I don't have it. It was at that moment, Wizard Dermond truly sensed the power of Master Bennett. The mental instability caused by his long retreat had faded, so he was thinking rationally again. Wizard Dermond, Master Bennett don't care about compensation. I've lost my connection with Master Bennett. I won't stay in my position for long if I continue like this. Wizard Joseph lowered his voice. Wizard Joseph, then what should we do? Wizard Dermond felt his heart drop. There's only one solution. Ask Mr. Larkin to speak for us. Wizard Joseph turned to afar and bowed. Wizard Larkin was the legendary wizard of their school. He was the reason he could stay in power. It might not be a good idea to bother Mr. Larkin like this. Wizard Dermond hesitated. He was afraid how Wizard Larkin would punish him for what he did. There is no other way. Mr. Larkin fought with Master Bennett to take down the legendary knight, so Master Bennett owes him one in a way, Wizard Joseph explained. Just like that, the 2 wizards teleported to the Wall of Doomsday from the Wizard Union and met with Wizard Larkin. Mr. Larkin, the situation is like this. Wizard Joseph began to explain the situation in detail for Wizard Larkin. What? You want me to help you too, to repair your relationship with Master Bennett? Wizard Larkin had a mocking look on his face. He knew how powerful Master Bennett was. Although he had the Golden Castle as defense, injuring a legendary knight as a dragon druid was still scary. Also, Master Bennett had helped him save many disciples from the Wall of Doomsday. He still needed to repay his favor, not to mention the potions Master Bennet gave them during the battle. Master Bennet, on the other hand, owed nothing to him. The legendary knight was already retreating by the time he arrived at the Golden Castle. In fact, he needed to thank Master Bennet for allowing them to take down a legendary knight so easily. Therefore, there was no way he would risk damaging his relationship with Master Bennet for this. A favor from Master Bennet could save his life. "Mister, please reconsider." The two law-defying wizards no longer had anything to say. They had to let Wizard Larkin make the final decision. Master Bennet told Wizard Frankenstein to break your arms and damage your organs. Wizard Larkin asked. "Yes, sir." Wizard Dermond didn't know what Wizard Larkin was signaling, but he sensed that Wizard Larkin had already decided. Wizard Larkin waved his hand, and a scary pressure lashed on to Wizard Dermond. Soon he sensed his arms stiffened up. He was shocked. Crack, both of his arms snapped. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. Things did not end there. The pressure then came through his body and landed on his organs. Blood gushed out from his mouth. "Joseph, did I do a good job like Master Bennet?" Wizard Larkin retracted his energy and saw Wizard Dermond twitching on the ground. "It looks like it, sir." Wizard Joseph felt his heart freeze. He didn't expect Wizard Larkin to respect Master Bennet to the point that he would harm Wizard Dermond for it. "Looks like it, how about now?" He unleashed his power again, and about a mouthful of blood gushed out. "Joseph," he retracted his energy again and asked. Yes, it's the same," Wizard Joseph quickly added. "That's good, but we still needed some sincerity to see Master Bennet. Let's break the legs as well." Wizard Larkin waved his hand again, and Wizard Dermond's legs snapped. The injuries looked bad, but it was mostly just physical pain. Wizard Dermond could recover with light healing potions. Wizard Larkin then held up Wizard Dermond and thought of something. "Joseph, just give your position to another wizard in our school. I don't want us to have any bad blood with Master Bennet." Wizard Larkin lowered his voice. "Yes, Master." Wizard Joseph felt his heart freeze, but he still had to bow. "Okay, let's take a trip to the Golden Castle." Wizard Larkin waved his hand and disappeared. Although Abel had shut down his teleportation circle, some form of connection remained. After he got a message from Wizard Larkin, he permitted him through the spirit. Even with his castle shut, he would not let a legendary wait outside, especially one who helped him. Abel soon arrived at the teleportation room to greet Wizard Larkin. In a flash of white light, Wizard Larkin appeared with Wizard Dermond in his hand. "Hello, legendary Larkin." Abel was caught off guard. Wizard Dermond looked even worse for wear. All four of his limbs were mangled, and he was trying his best to hold down the pain. "Nice to see you again, Master Bennet." Wizard Larkin smiled. "Wizard Larkin, let's head to the lounge." Abel bowed and said. The magic circle spirit then teleported them to the hall, and Steward Meyer carefully served up the water spirit fruit juice. "This juice is great." Wizard Larkin threw Wizard Dermond on the ground without batting an eye. "Wizard Larkin, foods are just a little hobby of mine." Abel smiled. "Master Bennet, today I'm actually here to apologize. If anyone dares to cast a spell in your place, I'll kill them myself, so I broke his limbs and let you take care of him." Wizard Larkin gazed at Wizard Dermond and bowed. Abel quickly waved his hand. Wizard Larkin was already giving him a lot of respect for breaking Wizard Dermond's limbs. But of course, it was still not a good idea for Abel to kill Wizard Dermond. "Don't worry about it. It's just a small mistake, and no one got hurt." Abel smiled. He then waved his hand, and a bottle of light healing potion landed on his hand. He opened it with his power of the will and poured it into the mouth of Wizard Dermond. In a flash of red light, his limbs and organs were fully healed after a few seconds. Wizard Dermond climbed up from the ground and bowed, but this time he could no longer be angry. Looking at Wizard Larkin's gestures, this Master Bennet was definitely beyond a law-defying wizard. "Haha, I knew it. Master Bennet has a big heart." Wizard Larkin laughed. He then turned to Wizard Dermond and said, "Go to the Howling Castle in the front line and serve for 100 years." Abel couldn't help but admire how harsh Wizard Larkin punished his wizards. Wizard Dermond looked pale but had to obey. The Howling Castle was the most dangerous place with the most battles in the front line. Everyone who served there would only have time for meditation each day. This basically took 100 years of his training time away. There was a big chance he could not reach rank 25. Master Bennett, that Joseph has seen way too little. I've already forced him to resign from doing some more training. Maybe he might have a brighter future. Wizard Larkin smiled. Legendary Larkin, I admire what you're doing. Abel bowed. Now you can no longer use safety as an excuse to close your golden castle. I don't want the wizards of my school to get blamed. Wizard Larkin then added with a smile. Abel sighed. It seemed like his plan could no longer proceed. Master Bennett was famous again. This time was due to a rumor that a legendary wizard came to apologize to him with a group of law-defying wizards. No one else was supposed to know about it, but Wizard Laking told his men to make the news open. He wanted to make sure that he gave Master Bennett enough credit for the way Wizard Dermond handled the Golden Castle. Meanwhile, Wizard Joseph was expelled from the Law Enforcement Department manager position for not dealing with Wizard Dermond swiftly enough. Master Bennett was too important of a figure. This was even more the case after everyone knew what happened. His status was equivalent to that of a legendary wizard, or somewhere just slightly below. For now, the Golden Castle that was closed was about to be opened again. This time, every challenger or, say, visitor decided to act more cautiously. None of them tried to do something extreme. Abel was back into his shutdown training. The days passed slowly, and in one particular night of about 2 months later, Abel brought his battle team to go on a quest in the midst of the Fire River within the Dark World. By this point, his combat team became so massive that there were 11 spiritual guardian knights and 11 spiritual guardian wizards. Unlike before, he was switching the spells of all the spiritual guardian wizards to lightning chains. There was a reason for this, obviously. Now, within his combat team, there was Knight Bruce, an extra member that could switch on the Faith Spiritual Kai light ring whenever hell creatures appeared. This particular light ring could reduce an enemy's defensive capability and resistance towards elements, which made it so that the spiritual guardian wizards could really try to have a chance at dealing damage effectively. When in need, Bruce could even switch on another spiritual Kai light ring, specialty, so the spiritual guardian knights could increase their physical attack capabilities by 5. Bruce was much more effective in the combat team. Not only did he boost the overall strength of the team by many, many times, but Abel had also started to enjoy what it felt like to bring his own summoned creatures to sweep through everything in his path. He also got a gray bear to guard him at all times, so even if the fight took him a few days, he never really ran into any true danger. There was a major issue with this, though. Bruce couldn't be used on the central continent. Abel's only enemy there would be the nation of God. And if they were to send in any of their key members, there was just no way he could defend himself with his own mad knight. Abel looked around him to see what's going on. The ground beneath him was dark red. The ground was hot. The side was a river of lava. They could feel the heat from even about 10 meters away. This was not the best environment to be in, but he felt good since he was a grandmaster blacksmith. It would be a great idea to set up a workshop here. The temperature was just right for bringing out the Inferno flame. Still, he thought that there would be a workshop here already. It was called the Inferno Furnace, and that was the place he needed to destroy his Mephistopheles' soul stone. With that in mind, he took out a frozen water spirit fruit juice from his portal bag. He poured one for himself, and as he was watching the cup of juice in his hand, he could realize that cold Kai was constantly fizzing out of it. So he took some to his throat, and a streak of ice made him feel a thrill that he never received before. Abel poured another one to Bruce. You have one as well. Bruce was still learning how to speak. Since his intelligence was still fairly low, he just took the juice over and put it in his mouth. As for Frankenstein, Abel wasn't giving any juice to a steel puppet. The juice was supposed to cool them down, and there was no point giving it to a robot made of hard metal. As for the summoned creatures, apart from the gray bear, which was a real creature, the spiritual guardian knights and the spiritual guardian wizards were non-living, so it wouldn't matter what the temperature was doing to them. Instead of feeding his juice to the gray bear, Abel took out a few freezing element intermediate gemstones to the gray bear. What these summoned creatures needed were energy items. Watching as the combat team was fixed, Abel waved his hand once more and marched forward. Cutting through to the corner, and before anything else, he realized that there was a small path in front of them. Several tall, green Udal beasts were standing tall like green giants blocking any way through. Abel was hesitant when he saw this. His power of will surged, but he didn't feel comfortable making his way forward with an instantaneous movement. He searched the ground, but the lava river's range was so wide that he might just be hurt by fire whenever he tried to do something. This way, when he was using the instantaneous movement to reach a specific location, it would be very likely for him to be discovered by anyone flying above the lava river. More specifically, it would be the stranglers. This was why he'd constantly been trying to keep the fight within a range that he could see with his own eyes. He wanted to make sure he was doing everything he could do to keep himself safe. The few Udal beasts just saw Abel's combat team. Without waiting for the Udal beast to do something, Bruce first switched to the sacred freezing spiritual Kai light ring. The Udal beasts were rushing right towards the combat team. Very quickly, their bodies became covered by the ice frost. Their green flesh quickly slowed down after pausing for a bit. Abel, Frankenstein, and the elven spiritual guardian knights were all casting spells at the same time. 10 streaks of lightning chain and blizzard were all cast onto the Udal beasts. The spiritual guardian knights quickly appeared next to the Udal beasts. At the same time, Bruce was already switching into his specialty light ring. Under the bonus effect of the steel sword, even the Udal beast's hard skins were sliced right open. Wounds were cut open immediately, and once the round of attack was over, Bruce switched over again to sacred freezing. The Udal beasts flashed another blue light once more to cover them with blue frosts. Following that, Bruce switched over to faith and increased the spell's power even more. To end it, he switched to another 2 rounds of the spiritual Kai light rings and defeated the Udal beasts right then and there. This was a perfect combination. The Udal beasts were constantly slowed down and immobilized by the light spell zapping effects. There was not a single time that they could return any attack. Abel was more than satisfied. He gave Bruce a support position, and although Bruce was a mad knight, it was too risky to go for a melee encounter in this kind of environment. The whole fight persisted over a distance, and most of it was done without exposing him or any of his minions to the threat of being hit. Abel switched gears for all 11 spiritual guardian knights to boost the overall fighting power of the team. Soon they were all equipping the spirit sword and shield, meanwhile had the knowledge rune hat on their heads. Unfortunately, for one of the runes, there was a 21 pull that was just too hard for him to get in the short term, so he needed 11 of them in total to increase his cloaks by 2 levels. Basically, the lightning chain level was only 25, but even that was enough to match most level 20 advanced wizards. After having the help of Bruce's faith, spiritual Kai light ring, the powers of the spiritual guardian wizard's lightning chain were almost the same as the law-defying wizards. After walking for a while more, Abel started to see an inferno flame in the middle of the path. He was surprised. There had to be a high-level hell creature not so far ahead. When he saw it, he suddenly realized that a blue Udal beast was charging straight towards him. It was so fast, he wasn't even sure he could see its body without switching on his world stone fragment. This was a dark, golden quality Udal beast. At the rear, a group of Udal beasts slowed down a bit more, but they also were charging over in the same direction. Bruce retaliated by switching on the sacred freezing. In a mist of blue, all the Udal beasts except the dark golden ones were immobilized, while the dark golden continued to get closer to Abel after slowing down for just a bit. This blue Udal beast was smart. It could identify Abel as the most important enemy. However, the first target the Udal beast had to face was a gray bear, so it crashed its body at the gray bear, hoping there to be some damage. Damn, Abel screamed. His power of will was sensing another patch of hell creatures reaching towards him. He could also sense a green-looking, dark, golden-level hell creature. The name was Hephaestus, the manager of the Inferno Furnace. It was just standing right in front of the offering altar. Abel understood that his objective was right in front of him. He found the place he was looking for, but there were just too many hell creatures here. They were also too quick. With this distance, the hell creatures could all realize his combat team. Right now, though, the most important thing was to kill the blue Udal beast before the other hell creatures could meet with it. A spell rune began to appear in Abel's hands. From his druid spirit, he channeled a thread of Death Kai and activated the spell rune. A bone wall appeared behind the Udal beast and blocked the road. One wall was not enough, so he added 10 more to separate the blue Udal beast and the other ones still a bit further away. The road was not so wide, though. The hell creatures wanted to clear through all the bone walls. There was still some time needed. Bruce was switching the spiritual Kai light ring to Fatty, and a green light ring appeared beneath him and the blue Udal beast. The 11 spiritual guardian knights and the gray bear were fixed towards the middle, where the blue Udal beast was stuck. Very quickly, the giant claws and the bear and the steel sword of the spiritual guardian knights continued to launch their attacks onto the blue Udal beast's body. The elven spiritual guardian wizards also switched on battle mode. Lightning chain continued to be cast towards the Udal beasts. Abel and Frankenstein just demonstrated the fighting capabilities of the law-defying wizards. At the same time, lightning, freezing, and fire spells were shot out of their hands non-stop. Bruce was doing a consecutive attack, with fire first, freezing second, and lightning third. He was doing his vengeance attack streak, which lowered the level of the blue Udal beasts. Abel's power of the will continued to focus on the bone wall that was on the path. The hell creatures fought as hard as they could, while more than half the bone walls were shattered already. He had no choice but to reach out his hand to fill the wall. But, even with that being the case, not much longer, the hell creatures would break the pathway open once more. Not the blue Udal beast, so it seemed. It was a dark golden creature. But it wasn't like it could be killed within a short amount of time. Abel was starting to miss Doff here. If he could get it to use the screaming ability, he could scare the hell creatures away and stall a bit longer. The only problem seemed to be height. After looking at the underground world, he realized that Doff would have many problems to fight. No, move around because the whole place was only this tall. Seeking an alternative, Abel went ahead to use the aging curse. Apart from giant dragon transformation, he had brought out all his powers. Unfortunately, the space was just so small that the transformation couldn't be cast simultaneously. A white aging curse light appeared on top of the blue Udal beast's head. Suddenly, its movement became so slow that no effective attack could be made. Abel knew as well. Even if the spiritual guardian knights had the support of Bruce's spiritual Kai light ring, it would still be impossible to block the chain of attacks of this blue Udal beast, so it was his priority to prevent as many attacks as possible. Of course, since there were 11 spiritual guardian knights, they could barricade in front of the blue Udal beast. The spiritual guardian knights could only block 2 directions. Since the remaining 2 had the gray bear and Bruce in the way, there was no point in worrying whatsoever. After executing several rounds of the vengeance technique, Bruce committed a shield attack that made a blue Udal beast faint. Abel could only see the last 2 bone walls in his path. The hell creatures were much stronger than he was expecting. The blue Udal beast's strength also far exceeded his expectations. From his experience, the beast should possess the skin-hardening ability. Other than that, after having its attack rate severely reduced, the spiritual guardian knights, Gray Bear, and Bruce all generated more damage-deepening curse on top of its head. The blue Udal beast had a special curse. From what it looked like. Also, since it was moving so fast, Abel assumed that it also possessed a special quickening. The blue Udal beast possessed a minimum of 3 hell enhancement abilities. It was no wonder it could hold on for this long after enduring this kind of attack. But he couldn't wait any longer. Once the number of combatants increased, his whole team would have suffered severe injuries. This was when he switched on the portal energy that was inside his own spirit. This was his most powerful singular attack. It was capable of ending one target with one hit. Very quickly, the portal power followed his power of the will and flew to the front of the blue Udal beast. There were enemies on all sides. The blue Udal beast had no ways of dodging, so the portal power just went through its front and flew from the attack. The hit was lethal. Soon, the beast stopped struggling and let its body fall to the ground. Abel started to see a shallow, dark shadow and a golden sphere flying into the Horadric cube in his right arm. He sighed long and hard, and at the same time, the last bone wall had just been broken through. At the front was the Udal beast that was extraordinarily fast. At the back were many hell creatures that were at least several hundred in numbers. Abel made the decision just then. If he was to confront these hell creatures, there was no telling that many of his spiritual guardian knights and spiritual guardian wizards would be lost. Even his own safety couldn't be guaranteed if he tried to do that. This was not the first and second area of the 2 continents. He had no ways of casting area attacks here with his spells. This was the 3rd area. One bad move, one moment of complacency was enough for him to drown in danger. For his own safety, he decided that he couldn't go into a melee attack. He couldn't blend himself into a mob fight either. These hell creatures were too alert. Just being discovered by the blue Udal beast was triggering all of them to start chasing after him. His decision had to be quick. Abel wrapped his power of the will around all the summoned creatures and contract creatures. Then, with an instantaneous movement spell appearing in his hands, he brought his summons 400 meters towards the inferno furnace was. It wasn't like he could move more than that. The environment here was just too harsh for him to carry all of his companions safely with him. Once he stopped casting his instantaneous movement, Abel Made decided to quickly scan the area with his power of will. He wanted to find a spot so he could have his gray bear defending him at the front. Basically, he needed some protection to cast his long-range attacks from behind. When the hell creatures were directing themselves to go after the combat team, Abel, again, wrapped his power of the will around his summons. They appeared on the offering altar of the inferno furnace. The altar was a tall platform made of stones. There was lava drawn in the middle, and a metal board standing at the very center. He didn't know what this board was made of. On one side of the altar, there was a stone statue depicting images of hell. The other 3 sides were staircases. He could only reach the top by walking on these. So he did. As small as the altar was, it was enough to contain Abel and all his summons. He directed his gray bear, Bruce, and Frankenstein to defend each of the staircases. The gray bear was a meat shield himself, so it wouldn't be that hard to defend the bottom spot. Bruce, too, was a mad knight proven to have defensive and offensive capabilities with his melee attacks. Frankenstein was a bit of a reluctant choice. He didn't feel good having just one law-defying wizard guarding this staircase, but there wasn't really another candidate for this. It wasn't that bad, to be honest. Frankenstein had the body of a steel puppet, so if he were paying a bit more attention, maybe it would have just held on for more than he expected. Abel was standing at the very center. Beside him were the spiritual guardian knight and the spiritual guardian wizard. By this point, the spiritual guardian knights had already changed into the bow, harmonious wind. To increase the survivability of the combat team, he even went as far as to summon his wise oak. Once everything was set up, the hell creatures came over to them. Apart from Hephaestus, which was the most obvious one to spot, the Udal beast looked much stronger than the regular ones. The rest seemed to be just protectors of Hephaestus. There were some wowheads the size of a sheep on the side, but he wasn't so worried. This was a hell creature, meant to engage in close-distance combat. The only thing he had to worry about was spawning miniature versions of themselves. As easy as it was to kill them, the number could get very overwhelming if left unchecked. Abel was most concerned about the Inferno Knights with white bone armor on them. These were true long-distance casters. Both the range and the attack capability were impressive on their own. Once the fight began, the Udal beasts made it as fast as possible to rush to the side of the altar. They were responsible for engaging in close-distance combat. With their giant arms, they charged towards the gray bear, Bruce, and Frankenstein at all 3 of the staircases. Both the gray bear and Bruce guarded the wave quite well, but Frankenstein fainted immediately. Abel had no choice but to shake his head. There was just too much of a gap between close-range and long-range attackers. Even if the long-distance attackers had, in the case of Frankenstein, an indestructible body, there was still no way that it could last any time in close-range combat. So Abel continued to throw the aging curse. He was slowing down all the curses of any nearby hell creatures. At the same time, the 5 Inferno Knights commenced their attacks. There were fireballs, ice balls, and poison balls flying in his direction. The spiritual guardian knights were the first to blockade these attacks. What worried Abel was that each attack took more than half of the life points of the spiritual guardian knights. This meant that only 2 hits would be required to kill them. The spiritual guardian knights shouldn't be that weak. There was just no way. With rank 29, command skeleton as the buff, and rank 29 summon resistance to boost elemental resistance, and the life force enhancement of the wise oak, this was already way beyond their supposed limits. They were still not as good as the gray bear and Bruce, but they were not to be underestimated in the vast majority of his fights. Still, the druid spirit would never allow any spiritual guardian knights to die. As long as there was no one killing blow dealt, the full recovery vitality potion could always be supplied to boost them back. At this point, Abel no longer cherished the full recovery vitality potion as much as he was doing before. He had his own garden and free elven laborers to work on these. His potion ingredients were lacking, so he decided to use as many potions as he had when the situation required it. Or so that was the idea. These 5 Inferno Knights were dealing way too much damage. Told his spiritual guardian knights to dodge, even withdraw to save up the number of potions required. After he did, the Udal beasts had already surrounded the entire altar. The 5 Inferno Knights had no longer any Inferno creatures around them. The elven spiritual guardian knights disappeared from the altar and appeared right beside the Inferno Knights. Suddenly, Bruce switched on his faith, spiritual Kai light ring, and reduced the defense and elemental resistance of all surrounding hell creatures. 11 streaks of lightning chain flew amidst them. Frankenstein cast a blizzard in front of his view. Every hell creature was supposed to be slowed down and sustain freezing damage. Without the long-distance threat of the Inferno Knights, Abel made preparations to turn on his combat mode. Given that most hell creatures had extremely high resistance against fire, he went ahead and cast ice-sealing balls with 2 of his hands. Constantly, there would be crystal blue spheres flying towards the Inferno creatures and shooting outward in midair. The first to fall was the Udal beast right in front of Bruce. After receiving too many spell hits, this particular beast fell on the ground after the 3 consecutive vengeance attacks. Abel's eyes were fixed on the Udal beast on the ground. Because of how sturdy these hell creatures were, they just became the perfect agent for activating Corpse Explosion. Very quickly, a Corpse Explosion spell rune appeared in his hand and transferred a death Kai that was guided through. After that, the Udal beast's body started undergoing extreme change, and the fire element continued to bounce around until there was eventually a loud, deafening bang. Due to the influence of the explosion, many of the weaker hell creatures nearby were killed very quickly. However, Abel didn't stop there. As long as there were more corpses, he could always continue with his rampage. Rank 29 Corpse Explosion was a terrifying thing to mess with. Because of how effective and easily replicable this method was, priests used them as the main offensive choice even when they reached an advanced stage. For a quick estimate, the Corpse Explosion just then transformed 70 to 120% of the Udal beast's life force into a combination of flame and physical damage. Thus, an entire area was being dealt collective damage. Furthermore, even though the hell creatures, as mentioned before, possessed high resistance to fire, Bruce had the faith, spiritual Kai light ring switched on, so the resistance of these hell creatures was pressed to a minimum. Just like that, explosions continued to take place around the altar. One explosion would trigger the death of many hell creatures, which made it so that the explosions would only happen continuously. The smaller hybrid beasts weren't that hurt, but the Udal beast and the Wowheads killed more hell creatures every time their bodies detonated. This would trigger a chain reaction, domino effect, where one explosion would cause a multiplying of explosions. Given his geographical advantage and the support of several classes, Abel could use more of his techniques to attack these hell creatures effectively. Once the several thousand hell creatures were about to fall, only the dark golden level Hephaestus remained. Although it was still facing the Grey Bear, there was just no real way it could deal any real damage. Somewhere afar, the spiritual guardian knights had yet to break through the white bone armor of the Inferno Knights. In other words, though, there was nothing but a layer of the white bone armor that was protecting them. There was still quite some distance between the spiritual guardian knights and Bruce. Moreover, since they were not under the range of the faith, spiritual Kai light ring, their attack powers were much weaker. At the same time, the Inferno Knights were long-distance attackers. They weren't so much stronger in their close-range capabilities. So when they got close to the spiritual guardian knights, something of a stalemate was what resulted. On average, it would be 2 spiritual guardian knights against 1 Inferno Knight. That could only stall the Inferno Knight. Still, Abel was more than satisfied with this. There was too much distance in terms of how the Inferno Knights could cast spells over proximity. If it weren't for the spiritual guardian knights, there was no way that he could easily cast any spells. With a wave of his hand, he activated one aging curse on Hephaestus while commanding the 11 spiritual guardian wizards to assist in the offense. With the help of the spiritual guardian knights, the Inferno Knights starting to lean towards Abel. The next step would be to kill Hephaestus. After losing so many of its minions and hell creatures, its fate was already decided. With the aging curse, Faith spiritual Kai light ring, the Grey Bear and Bruce's close range attack, its life points were being reduced. Abel and Frankenstein would stay on the side and cast their spells in a careful manner. After 10 minutes, all 5 of the Inferno Knights were killed. The 11 Spiritual Guardian Knights and Spiritual Guardian Wizards also joined in on the attack. Hephaestus let out a terrible cry as it fell on the ground. Beside its corpse, a dark golden hammer fell nearby. Abel's attention was deeply captivated by this hammer. He didn't pay any attention to the soul that flew out and the golden ability ball. The Inferno Furnace Hammer. He picked it up and called out its name. This was a dark golden item that came in a set with the Inferno Furnace. From memory, this hammer would break on its own after being used one time. He had to use this only on the Mephistopheles' soul stone then. With that in mind, he took the soul stone out of his portal bag and placed it into the slot that was on the altar. Abel looked towards the summoned creatures beside him. It was Frankenstein, Bruce, Black Wind, and many others that he felt appropriate bringing out. He wanted to test if the soul stone could be used on all of his minions. So he called out Johnson, Jason, Flying Flame, and Doff. He was trying to create a team bonus buff by forming a unit of 8. As for the summoned creatures, no matter how many there was just no way that the Dark World would acknowledge them as the team members. He had his doubts, though. If a non-summoned creature was to appear out of nowhere, he might have the chance to gain another spare rune. But, on the other hand, he wasn't sure if trying was too hard. He wasn't going to bother anyway. The Dark World had more living beings than ever before, so he might try not to accidentally put his elite elves as sacrifices for rulemaking. At the oak tree that was near Bloodmoor, at least 500 elves were living here. They were always increasing, and they would continue to grow whether the oak tree grew more fruits. Having thought for a while, Abel decided to head back to the Mana Gathering Fort with his town teleportation scroll. Until then, he would head to the rogues' encampment. At Bloodmoor, which was right outside of the rogues' encampment, he ordered the elite elves to group together and left the elite elves to look after the herb gardens and the newborn elves. After that, he brought the entire group to pass through the waypoint and went to the fort. For a while now, Abel's been banning his elite elves from accessing the waypoint. He even banned any elite elves from going forward. The reason was simple. There weren't enough of them, so losing even just one of them would hurt their population growth. If it weren't for the oak tree, their birth rate might decrease severely. One major, no, the minor accident could destroy them all. The elite elves just weren't that good at increasing their own numbers. Several decades passed, and only a handful were born. To keep the elite elves alive, Abel's was busy moving fruit trees into Bloodmoor. He was doing what he could so they didn't have to worry about food. However, he was extremely careful in the way he was helping them migrate, fearing that any death or casualty would greatly reduce their rate of survival. Abel teleported himself back to the Inferno Furnace. From there, he opened up his town teleportation scroll and opened a portal. The elite elves flew into it and went to the Inferno Furnace. Abel had used up 10 scrolls to bring them all to where the Inferno Furnace was. Once they were all there, the elite elves became a lot noisier. That being said, the fact that Abel was there kept them very vigilant about following all his orders. Yes, Abel was a god to these elite elves. In their hearts, they all lived for Abel. The extraordinary heat of the Inferno Furnace did not affect the elite elves. Before they could even feel the temperature around here, they easily put on their freezing element armor and put themselves to safety. Afterward, they threw their admiring look towards Abel as he placed the Mephistopheles' soul stone into the offering altar. He placed back the spirit sword and shield and switched into an Inferno Furnace hammer. He watched as an intense energy shock wave was felt on the stone. There was much more energy than what was contained. He was quite hesitant. From what he could feel under the guidance of the stone, the offering altar became something like a volcano that was about to erupt. His instincts didn't sense any danger, however. He turned to Bruce and tried to confirm. If he couldn't sense the threat, perhaps a fanatic knight with years of experience would. When Bruce shook his head, Abel was able to let down his guard. It wasn't like he was too paranoid. But, again, there weren't that many elite elves here. If there were any accidents, their kind was as good as over. After raising the Inferno Furnace hammer with his hand, Abel slammed straight towards the Mephistopheles' soul stone. When the hammer made contact with the soul, a blinding light was emitted, and when he let go of his grip, the hammer became nothing but a pile of fragments. The soul stone had an opening, and endless streaks of energy poured out. "Fall back," Abel screamed, realizing how much energy was inside. He wrapped his power of the will around all his summoned creatures and contracted creatures. With one leap, he went several hundred meters out. It was a lot easier for the elite elves. They were only flying up high when they tried to dodge the hits of the energy attacks. It was getting too hard to see because of all the light that was sparkling about. How much energy was in this stone? Abel thought to himself. The inferno furnace had been sucking energy from the river of lava for thousands and thousands of years. There was no telling how much was stored. Abel's power of the will could sense that items were flying out of the offering altar. It wasn't just one or two, but many, many piles of them. After receiving the influence of the strong energy stream, pouring while he wasn't sure what those were, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. This was definitely more than what he and his team of 8 needed. The burst lasted for tens of minutes before it stopped. Abel regained his vision when the light energy slowly faded away. After that, he saw the runes and various gemstones that were lying on the ground. "I'm rich now." He laughed out loud as he went to pick up all these treasures he discovered. He didn't pay too much attention to the gemstone, as precious as this seemed, because he had the Horadric cube. He could create whatever amount that he required from resources that he gained from another world. The only thing that he cared for, really, was the runes. Carefully but quickly, he scraped through runes from the mountain of gemstones. It was hard work, but the elite elves made it a lot easier to locate the runes. He basically told the elite elves that they could keep all the gemstones. He was thanking them for coming help. After the elite elves brought the gemstones and left the river of fire, they returned to Blood Moor, while Abel was left to examine the runes that he gathered. It was a total of 508 runes he got. It was the exact same number as the non-summoned creatures he arranged this time at the Inferno Furnace. Although the altar could only produce a total of 8, that would only be if 8 people were at the furnace during the same time. It was quite different this time. There was just too much piled up after the last tens and thousands of years. When the offering was made, the energy outburst influenced the channeling of the circle, making it so that the whole procedure was clearly made, so there was enough for 508 people. Abel thought as carefully as he could. He didn't think that it was going to work. He was regretful. If he knew that this is what would have happened, he would have done this much later. Given his current speed, it would be about several more years until the central continent had a total of tens and thousands of elves. He might have a better chance of getting more runes by then. Actually, no. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He knew how greedy the idea was. Right now, out of the 508 runes he had, ranging from 15 Hell to 25 Gull, 21 Pull was taking up the vast majority of the numbers. Watching these runes, his mind raced back to thinking about the rune formula that was inside his mind. He couldn't make a real top-level rune with these, but there was a very solid chance that he could make some intermediate ones that could come quite handy. Abel placed the runes into his portal bag. His eyes focused back on this inferno furnace. This altar was the best location for the blacksmiths. What he didn't know was that the blacksmiths used to work here. At the time, the Grandmaster blacksmiths would discover a huge chunk of strange stone, which they would then use to make the special board that was on top of this river of lava. Basically, things started to change after the underworld took over the world. The entire area was seized and made into an offering altar. This became a place where challengers from heaven and the underworld would create runes and gemstones that they needed. If no one was visiting, the altar would continue to absorb the energy of the lava until the next time it was activated. It's a shame, Abel thought to himself. He really thought that it was a shame that the Mephistopheles' soul stone and the Inferno Furnace hammer were one-time items. The next time he wanted to activate this altar, he would have no idea where to get himself some new ones. It was becoming increasingly more difficult to find runes in the dark world. At the rate things were going, he might just find more boxes and barrels than anything useful. Yes, Abel did think about finding a method to produce runes on his own. He could integrate technologies from another world and use the mana environment here. He could start by breeding large numbers of blue howling rabbits and synthesize their crystal cores continuously. If he was doing that, he could get an endless supply of runes up to no. 10. He couldn't do that for middle upper runes, though. As many crystals as there were, there just wasn't the time to spend all that time creating the runes. Abel was heading back to the rogues' encampment. He was preparing to make equipment to upgrade his team. Now that he had the runes, he needed to think about what sort of runes to craft to maximize his combat capabilities. First of all, he needed his own equipment. It had to be equipped to boost all his classes. After that, he would need to satisfy the equipment Bruce was wearing. Since Bruce was a Mad Knight, an increase to his spiritual Kai Light Ring would benefit the team. The next step was to revive the legendary Sacred Knight corpse inside his personal storage box. If Abel could do it, he would really have to make a set of armor that was designated for Sacred Knights. He could have the runes made for Bruce replicated for this. Back to himself, he was not thinking about changing his outfit because right now the dark quality Snake Magician's skin was the most fitting robe for him. Of course, there was the mystic rune that required a 30 burr and 31 jaw. He also had a knowledge rune for his hat, which had the amazing all-class boost he was after. He needed more than that, though. From his impression, he could remember only the Dilarim, which could increase a total of 2 points to all class skills. Dilarim Helmet 1% chance to cast a level 50 Dilarim when hit. 6% chance to cast a level 14 Mind Explosion when hit. 14% chance of casting a level 13 Terror when hit. 11% chance of casting a level 18 Mayhem when an enemy was hit. +2 all skills. +10 vitality. 50% receive extra money. 25% increase the chance of magic equipment appearing. Rank 17 absorption 60 times. This rune had an extraordinary function. Once the attack was made, there was a 1% chance to transform itself into a Stygian doll. Once a Stygian doll was transformed, the moving speed and attack speed would increase by a whole lot so that only regular attacks could be performed. The Stygian doll wasn't what bothered Abel the most. Again, he was more concerned about how to get the runes that he couldn't craft. For now, he thought that the rune Delirium was best put to use somewhere safe. He could get Bruce to use it as well. That way, it could use all kinds of special effects in combat. Some of the special ones included Mind Explosion, Terror, and Mayhem. These were all for targeting the mind, which could be extraordinarily helpful in close-range combat. Think about it. If the opponent were frozen still after being hit by a mind explosion, there would be no defense. Bruce would be so much more versatile with it. As for Abel, what he needed the most would have to be +2 level for all his classes. With an increase like this, his overall combat ability would increase even if he was in his giant dragon form. Now, with so many runes, he could go ahead and craft the Delirium. He was making one in advance, but he could more generous than that. After that, he figured that he make a new sword. He was holding a spirit longsword right now, and the one that he wanted was the Oak Tree's Heart. Oak Heart. +3 level all skills. 40% quick spell casting. +75% damage against demons. +100 accuracy against demons. +314 ice damage. Effect lasts for 3 seconds. 7% mana steal for every hit. +10 agility. +20 automatic life recovery. Increase mana maximum threshold by 15%. All resistance +40. Level 4 Wise Oak 25 times. Level 14 Crow 60 times. +50% damage to undead creatures. This would have to be the strongest single-arm weapon a wizard could have. It had almost all the requirements Abel was looking for. There was a +3 level for all skills, 40% quick spell cast, 15% increase for maximum spell threshold. It was not a lot, but it was a lot for him at his current stage. There was also a +40 point for all resistance. Although that was only 5 points more than his previous sword, this difference would still be crucial when the time was there. So far, it was just the 2 of these runes, so he figured that he might as well go for the slightly before one. Next, he looked at Bruce. It was now time to change to new equipment. Firstly, it would be the armor. He changed into 2 sets. One was a theory armor for increased skill level. Theory armor. 100% chance to cast a level 5 Holy Light Bomb when attacking. +2 to all Sacred Knight skills. +150 life. +50% resistance to undead. +30 fire resistance. +5% poison resistance. 15% reduced durability. As ordinary as this piece was, it had the +2 increase for all Sacred Knight abilities was exactly what Abel wanted. He also wanted to make armor to increase his attack power, the C. Sturdy armor. 20% chance to cast a level 15 freezing armor when hit, plus 25% quick spell casting, plus 300% damage, plus 200% defensive capability, plus 99, 148 life, plus 15 defense, plus 7 automatic life force recovery, plus 5% maximum lig, HT resistance, reduce physical damage by 7, plus 30 for defense, 12% convert damage to mana, plus 1 brightness. While some of the required runes would have to be synthesized, the product seemed worth more than the cost. Yes, a total of 2725 gull would be needed to make 128 low. The thing was that just one piece could increase his total damage by 300%. If he wasn't going to save up his runes, he might create a sturdy rune for his longsword. For the rest, he created 12 more convert, which was meant to boost his wizard skills by 2 points. He created so many of these because he was equipping Delirium and Oak Heart, so both his skeleton resurrection and resurrecting skeleton wizards could reach level 31. This way, he could also boost the number of his spiritual guardian knights and spiritual guardian wizards by 12. Abel didn't use any more runes. 508 seemed like a lot of runes, but these were actually very few. This was where an idea came to him. He would go ahead and kill all the hell creatures near the mana-gathering fort. Once he obtained the world stone fragment of this area and became its guardian, he could reactivate the Inferno Furnace for more resources. With that in mind, he had more motivation. After renewing the combat team, he readied himself to head over to the River of Fire. Days continued to pass. Within the nation of God, more and more religious workers became Abel's own spokespeople. These people used to only work in small towns with an audience of about 2,000 to 5,000 each, but after slow and steady work, he managed to get about 10,000 of them to the towns within the nation of God. That was not a lot of towns compared to the total population within the nation of God, but what he was doing was clearly shaking the foundation of the nation of God. The nation of God could always use its devoted worshippers to fight against the central continent. Due to the daily prayers of its citizens, the Guardian Wings was supplied with worship power so that the entire nation could be protected. A lot of faith was required, the same way that the Howling Castle required help from the Wizard Union constantly. The difficult part was that the nation of God required new religious workers. Although the Guardian Wings would have to do these themselves, it was still quite costly. The saint would sometimes take out some worship powers for opening a portal or connecting a long-distance teleportation circle. He might also treat someone who was wounded. The demon from beyond might need it, which was the most important bit to expanding worship power. Spirits and divinities recovered their energy through sleeping, but worship power would always be needed for true healing. In fact, the demon from beyond had almost always drained worship power from the nation of God. This was why the saint was hesitant to use even a bit to cure Knight Ando's finger. Just a few months ago, the saint used worship power on Knight Ando to break through the defense of the Doomsday defense wall. After that, getting him to the central continent, into the Haddon mountain range, expended about 10 years' worth of divine power. Worse yet, the saint just discovered that the nation's worship power was on a decrease. The nation of God was like a fine, intricate machine that was constantly overloaded. Apart from some captives from the central continent, almost the same amount of worship power was expended every day. Recently, the supply got lower, but Mr. Saint just had too many things to worry about after Knight Ando's death. It took him 2 days to find the motivation to actually look into this loss. As absolutely crucial as Knight Ando's death was to the balance between the nation of God and the central continent. As long as the Guardian Wings remained, there wouldn't be any problem with the safety of the nation of God. It was quite different for worship power. If the worshipper power were reduced, the nation of God's safety would be at stake. Both the Guardian Wings and the demon from beyond would be in danger. To address this issue, the saint called Knight Cable over. Since Knight Cable hadn't been managing a lot of this kind of problem, the 18 temples were left to the management of the religious workers until something major happened. Knight Cable bowed after arriving at the temple hall. "Cable is here to serve you, Master Saint." He nodded his head. "I've something to ask you, Cable." Knight Cable noticed how many things were happening over at the nation of God. There had been a great loss of the number of sacred knights. Even some legendary knights and mad knights were dead. Knight Cable lowered his body. Yes, Master Saint. Mr. Saint inquired, how have the temples been lately, Cable? Knight Cable reported, over the past few years, the number of preachers killed has risen to 65. However, 86 new ones came to be. He knew these statistics well to heart, given how bizarre this all was. He sent quite a few of his own sacred knights, but he never managed to find any schemes or anything artificial. It seemed to have just happened. Mr. Saint couldn't help but ask, what do you mean, 65 killed? The temple had been running steadily for 1,000 years. The saint always let it run on itself because, well, nothing out of place really happened. Knight Cable explained, there were 2 accidents this time, Master Saint. One had to do with a captive we transported from outside the borders. He was secretly an assassin, and his consciousness came back when we tried to do a brainwashing program on him. He slattered 20 of the lives that were lost. Mr. Saint was enraged. How can you not have this fully investigated? If he could break through the brainwashing program, his power of will must be very easily identified. Knight Cable explained, the related staff has been punished, Master Saint. After an investigation we conducted, we concluded that the incident was an accident. The saint tried to keep his patience. What about the other case? Knight Cable reported again. The other had to do with a law enforcer. He was resentful for not being able to become a sacred knight, so he used the teleportation circle to kill 45 preachers. The saint did not think this should happen at all, so you're telling me that followers would kill their pastors. What's your excuse for this one? Knight Cable lowered himself. We've looked through everything we could think of, Master Saint. We couldn't discover any connection between the two. If possible, we would like the Great Spirit to explain it to us. Mr. Saint couldn't help but squint his eyes. He knew that this was the best method. While he didn't think that he could get an answer from the spirit about the assassin, he was sure that there was a lot he could ask about the law enforcer. The assassin was never a true follower, to begin with, but the law enforcer was born in the nation of God. His soul must have returned to the guardian wings, even after his death. If the saint wanted to register for an investigation on that enforcer's soul, he would have to spend a lot of divine power for it. Again, he didn't feel like doing that when the situation was so uncertain. Meanwhile, the sign card on Knight Cable's waist started to tremble. After looking at the saint for a while, he realized that it must have been something urgent. The saint waved his hand, just connect it, Cable. Knight Cable bowed and replied, thank you so much. However, his face started to look very sour when he connected his power of will to the card. The saint frowned, what is this? Knight Cable kept kneeling, another enforcer, Master Enlightened. He's also a head knight commander. After killing 31 preachers, he was found dead after committing suicide. The saint stood up from his seat, what? The whole nation of God would be in danger if the number kept rising like this. And there was no way that this accident just happened 3 times in such a short time span. The saint had to use his divine powers now. Allow me to do this, my lord. He guided his power of the will to connect with the guardian wings. The demon from beyond was still asleep. The guardian wings were taking care of things inside the nation of God. So far, all the worship systems were taken care of by the guardian wing. The saint was only responsible for giving specific instructions if anything special came up. As special as his position was, he was only partially responsible for using most of the guardian wing's resources. After inserting Burnside's name to the guardian wing, traces of the golden divine power were expended. For using the divine power, that name was searched for in the ocean of other spirits that lived inside the wing. On a daily basis, these souls would only pray and provide divine power to their homes, while the guardian wing would also provide some energy to keep them in place. Again, there was a limit to divine power. As it would take a while to keep this going, the soul power would flow across time, and the prayer would not be processed in the same way as the spirits before. Sacred knights' souls would receive divine blessings, but if these were regular ones, they would be completely absorbed as nutrients to maintain the guardian wing. In most cases, the soul would be kept in storage for 10 years. After spending a huge amount of divine power, the saint realized that Burnside's soul was not here. He looked even more distraught. Every citizen of the nation of God was supposed to return after death. Burnside would have to be a heretic not to be found. Known to Burnside himself, his faith did not return to the spirit he worshipped after he died. Abel was the one receiving it after stealing followers from the nation of God. Of course, even so, Burnside's soul would never end up inside Abel's crystal angelic statue. Unless he wasn't a divine worker himself, Israel could also bring its soul back to the statue. This was the problem. He was working for the temple until his death, and when he died, Abel cancelled all of his identities. He was gone from this. The saint screamed, "Conduct an investigation, Cable, there's a pagan god among us." Before the demon from beyond woke up at that, the saint couldn't think that this could ever happen in the nation of God. He felt like he had no way of facing his own spirits. It would be a catastrophe to let anyone know that there existed another god among them. Knight Cable understood the seriousness of the situation. "Yes, Master Enlightened. I'll commence the investigation immediately." Among the nation of God, the sacred knights within the law enforcement department began cleaning in the 18 districts. Everything suspicious was checked. They did manage to find a lot of problems. Some of them were related to corruption. Others were about violation of rules. Some of the ones spreading the gospel weren't even preachers. Still, nothing was found regarding this pagan god. It wasn't like the head commanders themselves had no idea. They were searching for the regular worshippers, while the ones with problems were the ones who were newly promoted. Who would doubt the new preachers, though? So, as the days passed, more worshippers lost their sanity and killed more and more preachers. The nation of God was in complete disarray, while the ones spreading the gospel had to resort to self-protection. The temple had sent its word out already. All locations were to have defensive circles. Yes, the perspective they took was that there was a security issue. Abel noticed that too. However, not only all the locations would have defensive circles on at all times. None of them expected that anyone would be so daring as to appear within the nation of God to steal their followers. Divine power was always all over the nation of God. If any foreign god were found, the guardian wing would be the first to locate it and repel its own attacks. The trick that Abel managed to sneak in so successfully was kind of unique. Israel and the demon from beyond belonged to the same race. Also, since the crystal angelic statue possessed the same type of presence as the demon from beyond, the guardian wings couldn't realize what was actually wrong. Abel was proud. He had been cultivating 100 preachers in the nation of God, and 100 small towns had become his so-called place for harvest. While disarray was happening within the nation of God, he discovered something. While passing through the passageway that the worshippers would cross, he understood that the nation of God had no idea about the causes of the killings of the preachers. He took advantage of that quickly. He randomly gave out the preacher guide to his followers in 18 different locations that he had in exchange for even more preachers and even more preacher guides. The more Abel did this, the stricter the nation of God got at conducting the investigations. In fact, some of the more extreme actions had caused a downturn to both the quantity and quality of the worshippers' faith. No one understood this on the central continent. Abel had been causing more damage to the nation of God than the Wizard Union had been trying to do in the last century. December 25th was supposed to be the holy birthday in Elven tradition. In the morning, Butler Mayor followed through the traditional customs by placing countless flowers around the golden castle. In this season, only the elves could use special methods to keep the flowers blossoming. Naturally, the prices were so high that most people wouldn't afford it. Abel noticed as soon as he woke up. What he could see with his eyes and smell with his nose were the prettiest of flowers. When he arrived at the dining room, he could see 10 guests waiting there. He nodded his head and greeted them quite casually, and they gave him a more formal greeting. Abel was more than used to this situation. These customers were here to eat at the price of 1 light stone each. The price was possibly the highest on the central continent, and nowhere else would people pay for food with light stone. Interestingly, because of how fixated Abel was about light stones, the exchange rate had been at a frantic increase on the central continent. At your own pleasure. Abel welcomed these guests as he sat at the main spot. The servants got his share ready in advance, while these meals of the others would come at a later time. Abel eating before them would have been considered rude, but his status changed after the wizard larking incident. Among the 10 guests, other than the 5 advanced level class holders, the other 5 didn't feel like what Abel was doing was out of place. It had all to do with Abel's change of status. Of course, Abel wouldn't usually have his meals in the dining room. His relationship with Lorraine made it obligatory for him to head over to the moon goddess temple and participate in the special event. Day was a special day, which was why he was here inside the dining room. Still, he had a different breakfast for the guests. It was a water spirit fruit juice synthesized twice, 1 milk bread, and a bowl of salad. The smell was so extraordinary that the guests were refreshed just smelling them. The juice was different, that was for sure. As for the bread, it was the special treat of the 2 chefs from the Elven Royal Palace. The raw material was unique. It was from milk that Abel crafted with his Horadric cube. Since Abel's status increased, the Golden Castle was quite comfortable. Since the castle was so protected and all his servants were contracted, he felt more at ease with the Horadric cube. It was not a possible thing to do. He was always tense and nervous with such a major secret to carry around all the time. Now he was fine drinking all the special fruits and milk, not because he was fine letting the others know about his cube, but that he could use his title as the Central Continent's best potion master to make whatever he wanted. Even the bowl of salad he had was from the spirit fruits. The advanced elves planted for him inside Bloodmoor. It wasn't just the spirit fruits. There was also the spiritual seed from the Elven Queen, some spiritual fruit tree he traded, and some ripe fruits that were planted together. He had a much better variety in terms of the kinds of fruit he was consuming. Among today's guests, there was an advanced priest called Cartwright. He came here with his mentor, Archpriest Ferguson. Of course, Archpriest Ferguson wasn't just here because he had too many lightstones. He was here because he heard the news that some advanced priests received their promotion here. Although it was just one incident, it was still worth the try by bringing his own disciple here. It was the same for the other archpriests too. While Abel was slurping his juice and chewing his bread, Archpriest Ferguson stared at his disciple Cartwright. Everyone present was quite strong. They knew who'd been swallowing their spit. Something was off. Archpriest wanted to scold Cartwright for staring at Abel, but Cartwright was staring at the bread Abel was eating. Soon, a promotion Kai started to rise out of Cartwright. Yes, all from smelling the juice and bread. For his defense, these were the superfoods Abel was only giving his 3 followers. Archpriest Ferguson was glad for spending the 2 light stones. The meal was worth it, and they hadn't even had any. Just when he was about to throw his circle plate underneath Cartwright, he heard more sounds of people swallowing their spit. He turned around, and 4 others sniffed the air and swallowed. It was almost like they were trying to mimic the experience Cartwright had. Even Abel had to stop and look at what these people were doing. He couldn't believe what he saw from Priest Cartwright, but the sight of the class holders smelling his food was something entirely different. He was starting to get a feeling that the Golden Castle wouldn't be peaceful for the next 10 years. It was a good move for him to open up his restaurant to the public, but it was definitely not as comfortable to eat now, especially when he had to be watched all the time. To get over his feelings of discomfort, Abel tried to eat all the food as quickly as he could and leave the dining room. After he left, the 5 people watching tried to find Butler Mayor to ask for extra portions of the same stuff. The answer was an obvious no, and they were all quite disappointed to hear that. Again, it had more to do with the smell. Even class holders of their levels felt a spiritual essence that was affecting their training progress. This would only mean that these foods possess a special power to boost their overall strength. On the Central Continent, anything that was used for law-defying wizard-level class holders would have to be at least rare in rarity. These foods were more than that. That was just too obvious. After refusing the requests of these people, Butler Mayor had the circle spirit send him to the changing room of the castle. Once he arrived, he could see that Abel was changing into his clothes. Butler Mayor went forward and pointed, "Master, this will be your costume for attending the holy birthday ceremony. It's all here for you." Abel complained as he changed, "This is such a chore." Abel was of nobleman's birth. He was also the emperor of his own state, but he's never spent much effort learning the proper attire. He was more about training and combat, which was why he definitely needed a professional butler, like Mayor, giving him the right instructions. This time, since he was heading over to the goddess temple, he had to make sure he was doing his best not to embarrass Lorraine. He did have a lot of other suits inside his wardrobe, but he had never worn them. He had a higher status now, and every piece he wore signified how dedicated he was to the event. Abel asked after he's done changing, "Is Luca ready?" Since this was an event paying tribute to the goddess, no one arrived through the teleportation circle. So the most they could do was teleport to somewhere closer than actually arrive in their own vehicles. Obviously, the closest location to the temple now would have to be his golden castle. A few days ago, Queen Lucia had asked him to borrow the large-sized teleportation circle over at the golden castle. Over the past year, Queen Lucia would open a palace inside the Haddon mountain range that used to belong to the royal palace. Almost all the guests attending the event would be over there and head over to the temple together. Things are different now. The Haddon mountain range was already Abel's, and all the buildings nearby would also belong to him. Now there was even the legendary light. The golden castle's location was already out, so Abel would not refuse the elven royal families to use the large-sized teleportation circles. He was half the master over at the temple, and he had to show his support to the event when he was called. Butler Mayor bowed. Lucas had the flying chariot ready for a while. He's just waiting for you, master. Luca had been following Abel ever since he moved out of the Bay Lost City Palace. There weren't many flying chariots going out, and he was trying hard not to use anything. After hearing that Abel was using the flying chariot, he spent the past 2 days cleaning all the parts to the best of his abilities. After that, he took care of the flying horses, standing beside the chariot before daylight came. Abel was going over to attend the holy birthday. Needless to say, he had to have Frankenstein with him. For now, however, he decided to keep him inside his portal beast ring. By the way, he had no time waiting for the elves wandering inside the golden castle. Now that there was too much of a difference in their status, he figured that it was better if they didn't see each other. Once he appeared next to the flying chariot, his 3 followers brought their fanciest clothing to wait for him. Given their identities as big druids, Druid Joseph and Druid Polly would receive the invitation even if they weren't Abel's followers. Naturally, this made Druid Gunter very emotional, more than any of them. Before, he would have no chance of joining in on an event like this. After departing from the Golden Castle, the flying chariot continued smoothly in the air. This was Ervo Forest. There were fewer spiritual beasts, and none would try to attack the chariot because Abel had been sending off a bit of essence. As subtle as it was, the essence of a dragon druid would still silence any beast. Whether it from the ground or the sky, all the spiritual beasts watched for him from afar. At the higher altitude, a battle fort was controlled by the fire-tooth spirit to guard Abel the entire way. Ever since a legendary sacred knight came to attack the Golden Castle, Abel had doubled down on his overall defensive capability. He understood that his battle fort wouldn't withstand every single invasion, but what he could do was to make escaping unwanted fights a lot easier. Once the fire-tooth battle fort was on full speed, he was out of options. He couldn't think of a way that his speed could be compared to the fort. There wasn't that much of a distance between the Golden Castle and the Goddess Temple. If he had to travel on the ground, it might take a few hours. However, if they flew, the total journey would take only half an hour. By the way, this was actually the first time Abel seen the Goddess Temple. It was an old-fashioned building that was situated at a slope. The entire body was made of white stone, which looked a bit grainy. Rather than ruining the aesthetic of it, however, the statues and walls looked more in tune. The Goddess Temple had no fence. The top was the main body of the temple, and the bottom to the top had long stairs. The bottom was flat, while the ground was laid with white stones. Abel could already see some flying chariots at the bottom. Some mounts were placed there as the elves took care of them. Luca adjusted their direction and stopped at the bottom of the slope. Druid Lucia could see the silver-white elven chariots. She also saw Master Bennett and his 3 followers. She put on a smile and went to greet them. Druid Joseph, Druid Polly, and Druid Gunter were the first to go down, and it was Druid Polly that opened the door for Abel. It wasn't that the chariot was too small or that Abel didn't allow them in. The 3 followers only did this because they felt like it was part of their duty. Druid Lucia hurried and went bowed. "May the goddess bless you, Master Bennett." Abel smiled and replied, "We meet again, Druid Lucia." Druid Lucia made an inviting gesture. "Here, Master Bennett. Please wash yourself before you go up." She then brought Abel and his followers to a pool nearby. This pool had a unicorn statue that was spitting water out of its mouth. Just by getting close to it, Abel could feel the natural energy within this body of water. Druid Lucia explained, "This is a fountain of water drawn from the God Mountain. The water is supposed to purify the soul, and it can wash through the spirit of everyone that's going in. Abel extended his hand and reached for some water. He washed his face and hands with it. He could feel a very insignificant purifying effect. It was not very strong, but he could still feel something familiar. This was divine power. The fountain was transformed from divine power, and since there wasn't a lot of it, the effect was not as strong. There was something that he didn't know, though. If any of the other elves were here, every time an elf used this water, there would be a soul-purifying effect that would be unlike anything else. From what it looked like, this seemed to be a place for rewarding the followers for even coming here. Still, whether it was Abel or his 3 followers, he just couldn't feel the fact that his soul was purified. The reason was mostly to do with the fact that their souls were already cleansed. The subtle changes weren't enough for him. Abel already had a pure enough soul, given the way he was reincarnated into this world. For the 3 followers, after using the finest potions, their souls had reached a level of purity like no one else could match. Druid Lucia was amazed to see how little the water did to them. She even hoped that she could become one of the 3 followers. Actually, if the saint was to marry Master Bennett any time soon, maybe the entire temple would not need this fountain anymore. She made an inviting gesture. "Please head over to the temple, Master Bennett." After returning the favor, Abel followed her from behind and went to the stairs. There were many staircases. About 3,000 of them. There were many sculptures on their way. Since Druid Lucia had been trying to get him to take the lead, he followed through and went before anyone else. As they moved, he felt a strange divine power transferring into his body. Once the power went in, it became this power of devotion designated to the moon goddess. Abel couldn't help but frown at that. He didn't like having religion forced upon him like this. He even had his own followers, actually. It wouldn't make sense now if he was to be converted to something else. Of course, it wasn't like the divine power could really affect him, even it was multiplied to 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 times. Abel thought to himself, the tricks of these spirits. Since the spirits needed to cultivate their own followers, the temple was designed for that very purpose. It was the fountain and the staircase. No ordinary elves could ever come here and borrow an insignificant amount of divine power to boost their faith. So it was easy to tell that a lot of worship power would be withdrawn from anyone with a significant status. Abel never stopped walking. At the second section of the staircase, he sensed a feeling of care from the spirits to the elves. It was a divine sympathy that belonged to the god. On the other hand, his power of the will was focused on his 3 followers, and he saw a look of fanaticism as they were already followers. There were a total of 3,000 steps, and each step would indicate a part of humanity. The more steps one would take, the more reinforced their faith would grow. Abel was astonished. This was unlike anything like what he saw from the nation of God. The main method there was pretty much just brainwashing. The moon goddess would try to display the fondness of the spirits to the elves, such that the elves would admire their masters. It was about acceptance instead of obedience, something that was fundamentally different. Still, Abel was not a religious person. While most elves were converted after taking these steps, he just admired the beauty of the place. At least his 3 followers felt stronger towards their god now. Maybe this was a holy pilgrimage for them the moment they decided to come here. He wasn't going to change any of that about them. They were elves, and it was only natural that they would follow the moon goddess. As for him, since he had been taken care of by the moon goddess all the time to sign a contract with the Tree of Life, he was just keeping a safe distance from her. One had to be really close to the goddess temple to see how grand it really was. The temple was just at the top of the mountain slope. It was designed so that one would see the 10 pillars as soon as they stepped in. Each was 30 meters tall, especially frightening the elves standing at the front. However, they weren't regular pillars. Actually, each was engraved with depictions of female elven warriors in their most beautiful forms. There were also very small, intricate circle runes that indicated that these pillars weren't just meant for decoration. Druid Lucia introduced them to Abel. These are the 10 statues of the 10 elven warriors that followed the goddess. Abel wasn't interested in that, though. He was more curious about the divine power these circle runes contained. He wasn't sure how long this temple had been around, but it should have been about several thousand years. With this much time and all the offerings the elves had been making, he could sense the worship power that was overflowing in every corner. These pillars, especially. He believed that the statues were not as peaceful as they were on the surface. If any invaders came, he assumed that they would be the very first layer of defense. Slowly and cautiously, he used the world's stone fragment and suppressed his crystal angelic statue. He didn't want to be detected to have possessed something belonging to another divine spirit. Maybe he didn't need to do this, though. The pillars didn't react to him when he was walking towards them. Rather, they scanned his followers. It probably had to do with the fact that he had marks from the moon goddess. His transformation necklace was supposed to be something that the moon goddess made herself, although she never gave it to him as a gift. His body was bound to the tree of life by a contract. The moon goddess did for him. He received enough acknowledgement from the moon goddess that he didn't go through a scan, and instead, he was just recognized as a member of the temple. After walking towards the door, Abel sensed a strong natural essence that was flowing towards him. He walked in, and almost instantaneously, he could feel his nerves tensing up. All the walls, floor, and all decorations contained solidified worship power. Under environments like this, even a legendary figure would be suppressed if he was to reveal any form of antagonism. Abel felt like he couldn't breathe correctly. The worship power was making him extremely nervous. His followers, however, seemed to enjoy the natural force that was flowing around. Only he could sense the terrifying worship power that was behind the natural power. He thought back to the legendary sacred knight he saw the other day. Although the goddess temple was not that far from his golden castle, that sacred knight never seemed to bother getting close to the temple. Maybe this was why. Maybe he knew that going inside a temple with a living spirit was not the wisest choice. Abel's strength was in his sensitivity to worship power. It was a great advantage of his. Usually one would have to be at least at the peak of the legendary rank to have a sense as keen as his. Now, however, he could feel that this strength of his was doing him a great disfavor. He was like a spark of flame that was thrown into an ocean. The ocean contained too much power that the slightest misintention could extinguish his very being. This was when Abel really understood the difference between him and a real spirit. He never stood when Lorraine did her first divine bestowment because she wasn't an adult yet when she tried it. Also, divine bestowment was different in terms of its capacity when cast by an elf than a goddess. Back to the present, Abel could not believe the amount of worship power he was witnessing as he was looking towards the temple in front of him. He never actually had it figured himself out. He had been stealing divine powers from the nation of God for less than a year, and the most improvement he got was after he received the preacher guide. There was no way he could match himself with the moon goddess, a divine being that was backed by the entire elven race. Druid Lucia realized that he looked distraught. "What happened, Master Bennett?" Abel tried to keep it together and smiled. "Oh, nothing." He tried to stay in the identity that he had now. He was an elf that the moon goddess acknowledged. He also had the world stone fragment to prevent the moon goddess from detecting any shady things he did, so he might as well use the world stone fragment here now, actually. Abel tried to activate the world stone fragment to separate him and the surrounding worship power. The world stone fragment did not disappoint him. After he used the power that was inside, he could feel the pressure around him disappearing. It was like he was inside a regular building. He was finally starting to have a chance to inspect the interior of a temple. The inside of the temple was quite spacious, the room rectangular. The floor was made of deep colored tiles that reflected one's shadow. The entire temple was supported by tens of large round pillars, while the ceiling was oval with different layers of colored paintings. At the very center, there was an image of the sun. It was sparkling in gold to illuminate the entire temple. On the temple walls, different sculptures depicted the different mythical stories featuring the moon goddess. In the back, there was an altar with a 10-meter-tall goddess statue on it. The statue itself could emit light that was so bright that it was difficult to stare into it. Druid Lucia sent a reminder. "I'll bring you to the side temple first, Master Bennett. Please wait there until the holy birthday event begins." Abel started to realize that apart from them, no other elves were inside the main hall. They must have all been waiting in the side temple. Abel bowed and gave his thanks. "Thank you so much for your service, Druid Lucia." After walking to the side temple, he saw a big resting room with many elves inside. All the elves stood up and bowed to Abel, "Master Bennett." Abel smiled and bowed to the elves. Apart from the big druids, he didn't seem to know most of them. Druid Lucia left after she's done leading his work. "I'll be off, Master Bennet." Abel then brought his 3 followers to sit a corner. Due to the difference between their status, while the elves wanted to come and talk to him, they didn't seem to have much of a common language to speak with him. Apart from doing their greetings, no one really bothered interrupting him. Abel said to his 3 followers, "Sit down, you." Like bodyguards, the 3 followers stood behind him. Druid Joseph bowed. "We are your followers, Master Bennet. On most days you've been busy taking care of us, but in situations like these, we are your followers. We will do your bidding as best as we can." Some elves wanted to see if they could talk to Abel, but after seeing the 2 big druids and 1 advanced druid standing behind him, they lost the motivation to try immediately. It was the same for the big druids. They didn't know what to do if they were to approach Master Bennet. Master Bennet's big druid stood behind him, and it didn't seem like the most appropriate idea if they were sat down to have a conversation with him. Druid Joseph was a level 23 druid, and there was not a single elf here that was ranked higher than that. After hearing what Druid Joseph had to say, Abel decided not to continue. Instead, he took a seat, and as soon as he did, he saw a female elf handing him a crystal cup. The female elf placed the cup on the table and bowed. "Master Bennet, Lady Saint sent this here. Please take it slowly." Abel laughed and spoke, "Thank the saint for me." Once the female elf left, he looked at his front and saw the elves inside the side temple. It was just him sitting in front of the ornaments and had a cup of juice with him. Usually, the temple would not serve anything on the holy holiday. However, the elves here were only here for religious purposes, and what Abel got here was basically special treatment. Everyone knew about his relationship with Lorraine, so it was only natural that he was being treated with special attention. Abel didn't seem to feel too off with this. The drink was here, so he might as well take it. Nothing was embarrassing about it. He had been helpful to all the druids that were sitting here. As for the noblemen, he didn't have to care too much about them, to begin with. Once again, Abel tried to take a good look at this side temple. At the same time, the ground and the wall were filled with worship power. This was probably the strongest weapon the moon goddess had. However, the weapon's location seemed to be fixed. It was only enough to protect the elves that were serving here. In other words, this temple was the safest place in this world, but they couldn't move much further from here. With that in mind, however, it was just not possible for Abel to live here. There hadn't been any male elf that had ever lived here. Also, even if the goddess temple agreed to let him here, he was not going to be at a place where he couldn't hide about his dark world, his crystal angelic statue, and his ancient totem. Once Abel withdrew his gaze to stop observing the side temple, he realized that he came here too early. Because of his presence, the elves that were here weren't talking loudly. Anyways, some elves came in from the side door. It was Queen Lauja, Druid Lendo, and some members of the royal palace. Queen Lauja found Abel as soon as she arrived. After greeting the other elves, she went to stand in front of Abel. Queen Luisa bowed gracefully. "Honorable Master Bennet, it's been a great pleasure to see you here." Abel stood up and bowed. "We meet again, Your Great Majesty." Queen Luisa was emotional to see Abel, but she was also cautious, remembering that she had to take a different attitude every time she talked to this young elf in front of her. Now, even as the queen of her race, she's had to look up when she was trying to speak with him. Queen Luisa was very straightforward in her request. "I've heard, Master Bennet, that your golden castle contains a dish meant for high-ranking class holders with their promotion. Would you be up to opening these to the elven race?" The golden castle was open to the public, yes, but as a matter of fact, Abel had only been doing business with some influential groups that he had traded with before. So, apart from a few big druids, the restaurant was not open to anyone else for the elves. However, Queen Luisa wanted all big druids to have an equal chance to promote themselves by heading to the golden castle. Queen Luisa had brought this request to Master Bennet before. However, Master Bennet had been busy with his shutdown training. While his 3 followers were big druids, they couldn't invite too many people other than those they knew personally. It was frustrating for the elves, especially when it was already confirmed that simply eating food over at the Golden Castle was enough for a promotion. This meant that these dishes were more precious than any potions out there. Queen Lauja had to request this of Master Bennet. She was waiting for a proper chance, and this was it. Abel smiled. "For that, Your Majesty. I don't take personal care of this. It's always been handled by my butler and followers." Abel continued before he disappointed Queen Lauja. However, if your majesty wishes so, I'll do my part. Everything should be done accordingly if you wish. Queen Luisa smiled and bowed. Of course, give the elves a chance. Abel turned around and spoke to Druid Joseph. You take charge of this, Joseph. From here on, all big druids with permission will have the qualification to enter the Golden Castle. Druid Joseph bowed. Yes, Master Bennett. Queen Luisa thanked again. I thank you on behalf of our entire kind, Master Bennett. Actually, Queen Luisa had wanted to head over to the Golden Castle herself. It wasn't just for her own rank, but also for getting a better picture of what this miraculous place for training was. Once the bell inside the goddess temple started ringing, all the elves inside the side temple stopped talking. At each side of the gate, one female elf in a temple robe walked inside. One of them bowed. Everyone follow me. The elves knew what this was about, so they quickly lined themselves up according to their hierarchy. Abel was put at the very front under the arrangement of Queen Luisa and the other big druids. As they walked into the temple's main hall, Abel saw that 10 elves standing beneath the altar. At the side, there was a band. One of the elves played the harp. The sound stretched to all the walls and ceilings. The sound of the organ, drum, and other instruments were there to harmonize with the harp. It was truly a soul-wrenching melody that made the experience that much more sacred. Of course, this place wasn't just sacred on the surface. Abel could feel that the shadow contained divine power, and this divine power was sent to every corner for everyone to feel the greatness of the spirit that was the host. Abel stood with the other elves. There was a 5-meter-wide pathway between the lines. Then, just when he thought that there wouldn't be coming, more and more elves came in from the main hall's door. These were the lower-ranking elves. Soon, there were about several hundred elves that made up for the elite class of the entire elven race. Abel could spot the 3 elven potion masters and a few very famous advanced potion masters. He also saw some other important members of the family, but he didn't recognize anyone else. Anyways, once everyone stood still, the harp changed into another tune. 10 big druids came in by the gate. They were accompanying Lady Saint, who was wearing her golden robe. Lorraine had a light golden gown on her head. She had a scepter in her hand. Her entire body was overflowing with a sacred presence. As she slowly took a step in, all the elves lowered themselves. Abel was slower than the other ones, and since he didn't want to stand out too much, he caught onto the cue and lowered his body as well. Lorraine started singing to the tune of the band. She was singing a sacred hymn that the high elves knew for their whole history. Its lyrics were about the bravery, sympathetic love, grace, and virtue of the moon goddess. Everything was dedicated to praising her for her existence. What surprised Abel was that the worship power was starting to dance as Lorraine continued to sing. Usually, the regular elves wouldn't see this, but the worship power was starting to take form in all kinds of colors and shapes as they were in the air. The main temple for a second there was like the world of a spirit. All the elves indulged themselves, enjoying the light and the music. Lorraine kept singing until she stepped on the altar. When she did, she became silent and left the big druids that were with her. She was walked alone, and she knelt alone in front of the moon goddess statue. The light emitted out of the statue shone on her face, making her look even more sacred than she normally seemed. At one side, 3 female elves in their special robes came over, each carrying a plate. Druid Joseph whispered, "They, Master Bennett, are the 3 elders of the temple. I almost didn't recognize them for a second there, but they seem to have gotten a lot younger." Abel could see, too. The 3 elders looked like they were female elves who just reached early adulthood. If it weren't for the presence they were emitting, he would have just thought that they were not that much older than Lorraine. He also thought the same of the 10 big druids. They all had a young face, but he knew that they were many years older. Abel thought to himself, "Did Lorraine buy the whole temple with my potions?" Honestly, apart from the beauty potion Abel synthesized with his Horadric cube, Abel never thought that there was anything else that would have won any influence inside the temple. But, well, he wasn't sure, so he wasn't going to guess. The 3 elders had 3 types of fruits on the 3 plates. They were all spirit fruits grown under mana-dense environments. The threads of natural essence would spread outward constantly, indicating that they were as ripe as they could get. After being placed on the platform in front of the statue, the 3 elders bowed to pay tribute. 2 of them backed away, and that's when Abel noticed something. Lorraine's presence was almost merging with the presence of the statue. Her entire body was already surrounded by worship power. The Grand Elder announced, "Under the protection of our great moon goddess, we elves have defended ourselves against the evil spirits. We have paid a heavy price, yes, but the moon goddess will remember the names of all those who fought for our kind. Their spirits will be brought to heaven for eternal rest." Many of the elves here, Abel imagined, had participated in the Great War. Some of them had their families were killed. Some of them fought for their tribes. Some lost their homes. It was a very traumatic thing for most of them. After hearing the announcement of the Grand Elder, many began to cry. For the past millennium, this was the first time that up to 1,000 druids had been lost in a single war. The Grand Elder began to speak the names of the ones that were lost. Every time a new name was announced, it would feel like their spirits were truly sent to heaven. On the holy birthday, we praise the moon goddess and devote our faith to her. The moon goddess will become stronger, and may her protection be always with us. The elves responded, "May the moon goddess protect us." The Grand Elder nodded towards the harp band, "Let us all sing the holy hymn." Followed by the sound of the harp, all the elves began to sing. Abel was the most embarrassed one among all of them. This was the first time he's been here, and he's never taught how to sing this hymn, so all he could do was to pretend that he was singing along without making a sound. But of course, the big druids would still try to sense him where he was at. He was just too important to ignore. Druid Joseph and Druid Polly were ashamed of themselves for not telling their master early enough. Honestly, however, they were not the ones to blame. It wasn't even Butler Mayor's fault. The elves were known to worship the moon goddess, so the holy hymn was more of something ingrained into their culture from an early age. None of them had any idea that Abel was a fake elf, so no one ever thought it was necessary to teach Abel how to sing along. While the elves were singing, a divine power from the statue was sent towards Lorraine. While kneeling in front of the statue, Lorraine had the scepter in her hand, shining a green light right from the tip containing a green gemstone. When the light stone reached the top of the hall, it exploded. Abel knew that this would happen, but his instincts told him not to react. In fact, the elves beside him all had a cheerful look on their faces rather than being concerned. This divine power contained enough energy to launch a deadly attack, even to Abel. Abel thought that he should still have his guard up, but that idea turned out to be unnecessary. When the green light shone across the room, it eventually was turned into a single seed that was growing rapidly midair. The roots would grow downward while the bark and branches would extend themselves upward. In just a few minutes, only energy appeared. Then, the leaves started to shake, and energy started to flow downward with them. As though some precise calculation was done, these leaves matched the number of elves that were inside. More miraculously, each one of them fell on each of the elves' foreheads. The leaf was starting to fall on Abel's head as well. The leaf turned itself into a life force when it made contact with him. He was very quick to tell that it was meant to increase his lifespan by 1 year. That's so many years this spirit is giving, he thought to himself. There were about several elves here, and all of them had their lifespan extended. That was a true miracle right there. For some of the elves here, it wasn't just able to live longer. Some of them also had their sickness removed. Abel didn't know about something, actually. Not all holy birthdays would feature a divine blessing. Today was just his lucky day. He happened to be here to have the privilege to have a leaf dropping on his head. He realized that the energy tree was nothing but a pile of the purest of natural energy. Most regular elves would be petrified to see this. From their view, it would look like a massive tree that was standing above them, and everything on it was falling. The truth, however, was that energy was descending on them and into their souls. Like Abel, once the energy made its way into his body, it went straight towards his druid spirit and was purified instantly. Actually, the energy was just so pure that the druid spirit didn't bother doing any filtering process. Soon, Abel's druid rank was pushed to the peak of rank 21. This was unheard of, as there was supposed to be a massive gap between level 21 and level 22 druids. Promotion Kai began to rise out of Abel. He didn't even have to absorb any natural energy from outside his system this time. There was just so much inside of him that he could promote himself just by not moving. Of course, no elves watching could understand this. To most of them, promotion was always a lot more tedious. What they didn't understand, however, was that Master Bennett took all the tree except its leaves. The leaves were just for the guests, while he was free to take the bark, the branches, roots, and pretty much all the other parts. Now, the big druids were just wondering something else. Why was it like Master Bennett, someone who couldn't sing the hymn properly, could receive enough divine blessing to rank up like this? Was it to do with his connection with Lorraine, or was it something else? This was a 21 to 22 promotion, and most of them remembered how recent it was when Abel just became a big druid. Most of them were ranked 21 themselves, and they were many centuries old already. Anyways, Abel just felt a promotion of his druid spirit. He was a rank 22 dragon druid now. This would also bring out the promotion of his main spirit. However, since he hadn't yet brought out the peak strength of his lightning, freezing, and fire element spell capabilities, the progress he was making was not yet sufficient in boosting his law-defying wizard ranking. Still, Abel was more than satisfied. As long as he could keep the 3 elements full, it was only a matter of time before moving on to the next rank. In this world, there are too many law-defying wizards stuck at rank 21 without making progress. He was already more than lucky to have his progress safe and secured. In any case, he understood that the moon goddess helped him an awful lot there. He performed a great bow in front of the others to show his gratitude. On the inside, he was actually kind of surprised that his druid rank would go up before any of his other classes. He had never trained his druid system before. He was only focused on his wizard system most of the time. He tried to train his barbarian system lately, but he thought he might as well pause before he even got to learn some of the basic spells. That was the special thing about holding multiple classes. There weren't just more resources required, but there would be many more spells that he could master. On that point, it just wasn't possible for most people to sustain. Abel was an outlier in that regard. He did have an endless supply of resources. He had the inspection rune and the meditation spiritual Kai light ring to help him. With energy recovery if he needed to learn anything, things were a little different. Now that he had Bruce and his level 27 meditation spiritual Kai light ring, he could use any amount of mana whenever. Abel's build was more terrifying than a law-defying wizard. The power of wizard spells, the curses of a priest, and the summoning forces of druids combined into one individual. More terrifyingly, the promotion of any one class would boost the promotion of all the other classes. He didn't even have to think about improving his spells. All that was required for him to boost his level was to repeat practicing his spells. Still, repeating the same spell practice was not something easy to continue. Without the help of the Tree of Life and the Moon Goddess, there was just no way that Abel could boost his ranking to level 22. The Tree of Life, especially after spending so much to guarantee its safety, Abel was able to secure a contract with it to boost his level from advanced to a law-defying wizard. Naturally, the Moon Goddess was not hesitant to spend a little more divine power on him for the services he's been providing. She wasn't the demon from beyond. Apart from keeping her state and temple safe, she always had spare divine power left to help with the promotion of any druid she wished to help. The Moon Goddess was also doing everything she could to prepare for the great battle against the demons from beyond. Abel didn't know that, but as far as he was concerned, he came to today's event at the right time. The divine blessing he just received could effectively save him several years, no, decades if he made progress entirely on his own. Druid Joseph and Druid Polly congratulated him. Congratulations, Master Bennett. They were not surprised at all with Master Bennett's promotion. Actually, all the big druids knew that Master Bennett would always be promoted as long as he was full of natural energy. It was always like this. Compared to the vast majority of them, Master Bennett was a prodigy who could enhance himself in a matter of a few months or even weeks. Back to the hallroom. The hymn ended and the harp band stopped performing. The Grand Elder had a full smile on his face as the Moon Goddess bestowed her divine blessing. The goddess had been paying attention to the elves this whole time, and her eyes continued to be fixated on Abel. Druid Joseph reminded, "Perform a bow, please, Master Bennett. It's just beneath the altar. Once you receive a blessing from the Grand Elder, you will be able to leave the temple." Abel understood that the holy birthday activity was coming to an end. He walked to the front of the temple and lowered himself. The Grand Elder touched his head and said, "The Moon Goddess shall bless you, Master Bennett." The Grand Elder spoke again when the hand left. "You are the elf that the Moon Goddess has paid the most attention to, Master Bennett. No one else has received as much liking as you have. Please cherish it to the best of your ability." Abel bowed and spoke, "May the Moon Goddess bless me, Grand Elder." After that, under the guidance of the 10 big druids and druid Lucia, he went out of the main hall through the side door. As soon as he was out, he began to see an elf lining up to receive a blessing from the Grand Elder. Druid Lucia whispered to him, "I'll explain this to you since this is your first time here. Her Majesty the Saint has not yet been officially throned. Most of what we do here on the holy birthday has been temporarily held by the Grand Elder." Abel looked around and explained, "May I explore the temple, Druid Lucia?" He's never seen a temple with an actual spirit inside. He's visited other temples, though, many of them. Still, all he saw today was the main hall and the side temple. Druid Lucia smiled, "Of course, Master Bennett." By this time, Druid Joseph, Druid Polly, and Druid Gunter were already out. They were placed at the front of the line because of their relationship with Abel. Abel said to the 3 followers, "Go back by the flying chariot. I'll be returning by myself." The 3 followers bowed, "Yes, Master Bennett." They then quickly left. Druid Lucia brought Abel to the inside of the temple. Druid Lucia explained as she walked, "There are only females inside the residential district. You will not be allowed to go over there, Master Bennett, but you'll be free to visit all the other places." While passing through the walkway inside the temple, Abel was starting to understand something. Before, he's never quite understood why the druids inside this temple were much stronger than the male big druids he's seen. But the inside of the temple was overflowing with worship. Powered. There would be special circles placed at every corner, which meant that the circle would convert worship power into natural energy at any given point. It would be much easier for one to continue their druid training here than anywhere else. Not just that, this temple was the pinnacle of elven life. At every corner, one would be able to see the finest statues, sculptures, and paintings. Although they were mostly praising the moon goddess, most elves felt a great sense of harmony and joy just by being in their presence. Druid Lucia brought Abel to the restaurant and assembly room. Even the more secret training room was open to him. Inside the temple, everyone that saw him was humble and polite. They all understood the meaning behind his contract with the Tree of Life. Abel was somewhat of a divine spirit now. Not just that, he was still the sole producer of the skin lotion and hair conditioner. As the temple members consisted of only female elves, they would naturally seek Master Bennett's support to uphold their beauty standards. Druid Lucia bowed after she's done all the tour guiding. That should be it. "Apologies, Master Bennett. As Her Majesty the Saint will be on the altar the entire day today, you'll be." Abel bowed to show his understanding. "I fully understand. Thank you so much, Druid Lucia. I'll be off from here." Druid Lucia returned a bow. "Your flying chariot is gone by now, isn't it? Since the teleportation circle is not available today, would you like me to arrange another flying chariot for you?" Abel smiled and refused, "No need. I've got something else prepared." He walked out of the temple and took his steps downward. He still felt a weak trace of divine power, but it was so subtle that it was almost like he was walking down a regular stairway. After walking down, he turned his head around towards the temple. Before, he always thought that his golden castle was the strongest building in the world, but he was only starting to notice how shallow his vision was. Yes, he did have enough structures to hold back even a legendary sacred knight. Still, in terms of both defensive and offensive capability, his castle was nothing compared to the temple in front of him. As powerful as the Golden Castle's defense was, one divine power crystal was all that was needed to break through its barrier. Thinking back to when the legendary sacred knight came, if it weren't for the material that the castle was built on, that knight would have gone into the internal structure before he could do anything about it. For the goddess temple, while Abel could not get a full picture of what the circle was like, he did get a feeling that divine power was protecting every single corner. This meant that there was no real weakness of any invader to exploit. This drew a huge contrast with the Golden Castle since the only ways to retaliate against an attack was through the large-size war machines and the Dark Spirit. Given the restriction of the large-sized war machines, the Dark Spirit's attack could only be activated after the attacker went in. It was very different for the goddess temple. The moon goddess could use her power whenever she wished to manifest it. This was clearly evident in the way that the divine power was beflowing everywhere. In fact, if that legendary sacred knight from the other day was to be here, he might have been instantly killed by the 10 female elven statues that were at the front gate. Queen Luisa called from behind Abel, "Good day." "Master Bennett." When Abel turned his head around, he could see Queen Lucia and the elves attending the holy birthday activity. These elves never left. Instead, they all stayed at the bottom of the temple. Abel performed a bow. "Why are you still here, Queen Lucia?" Queen Lucia bowed before answering. "The royal palace is responsible for escorting all the levels who attend today's event, so we'll be among the last group leaving. Actually, since your golden castle is the closest to the temple, we might have to borrow your teleportation circle for the time being." Abel smiled and replied, "Good. Shall we leave together then?" Abel was starting to understand why these elven royalties were here. Their idea was to borrow his teleportation circle, and he was fine with that. Now that they were leaving, they would still need to do the same. Without the protection of the royal palace, these elven royalties would surely find a lot of trouble inside Ervo Forest. In fact, he unconsciously agreed to lend the teleportation circle for a while now. But the fact that Queen Lucia and her underlings were waiting for him just showed how much they respected him. Soon, tens of flying chariots and big druids inside them were leaving the air. There was not much danger from the temple to the golden castle, so Abel just decided to follow him. He was planning on sitting inside his fire-tooth battle fort, but he decided that he might as well join the royal palace. Queen Lucia was glad to see his compliance. "Ever since you've come to us, Master Bennett, you've never stopped helping the elves. You defeated the evil knights, protected the Tree of Life and Bay Law City. You've elevated our entire race's statues with the high-quality potions you brew. The royal palace has been thinking about an appropriate method to thank you, but we never managed to figure out what it is you might actually need. After hearing that you've been collecting bases of floating castles by a unanimous vote, we've decided to give out all 8 of our floating castle bases to you." Abel was very, very pleased to hear this. "Many thanks to you, Your Majesty. This will be very helpful to me." He knew that the elves had inherited many things from ancient times, but he's never really bothered asking anything directly. Now, he would have 8 battle forts from the royal palace that he didn't even have to ask for. He could build another octagonal hybrid circle if he wanted to. Queen Lucia smiled. "It's nothing compared to your contribution to the elves." Basically, the elven royal palace had completely shifted its attitude towards Master Bennett. Handing out the battle fort went from granting them to giving them away. They were pretty much treating Master Bennett as an equal, but in a very respectful manner. In the morning, Abel was already sitting inside Battle Fort No. 1, he above the Golden Castle. He was camouflaged, so no guests who came here to eat and enjoy the legendary light would actually see him. Of course, he still had Doff holding the ancient totem beside him. In Battlecry City over the distance, countless worship pathways were connected to his position. This meant that the barbarian class was coming back. Since the Wizard Union was very skeptical, or very certain, that Master Bennett was the one who took the ancient totem under the support of the Moon Goddess, they decided not to take a proactive stance in interfering with the religious practices of the barbarians. There was another important factor. After thousands of years of oppression, the barbarians had lost all influence to threaten any group that was not their own. The Wizard Union understood that, and they were not going to interfere. Rather, they didn't want to do anything with the barbarians even more, now that Master Bennett clearly proved to be connected to them. Ever since the first barbarian priest performed a healing on an advanced wizard, the Wizard Union had been taking a great interest in studying techniques of this sort. To their surprise, this healing worked almost identically to Master Bennett's light healing potion, which further demonstrated the connection between the two. The production rate seemed to vary drastically, however. While one barbarian priest would spend 20 hours praying to receive one prayer, after multiple days, they could increase the maximum threshold to 3. Combined with the Scream, battle system, and battle command, barbarian priests quickly became the most reliable partner choice for those who were fighting on the front line. Abel took notice of that, of course. To meet the growing demand, he would increase the number of barbarian class holders to be priests. Again, the Wizard Union would not interfere whatsoever. They didn't mind violating some rules if it meant preparing themselves better against the demon from beyond that would wake up within the next 100 years. In other words, Abel was lucky to have picked this time to do this, because if he were a few decades early, he would have had to at least face a direct investigation from a legendary wizard, and that might ruin his relationship with the Moon Goddess. Essentially, Doff was unofficially recognized as the ruler of an entire race's religion. Doff was not a divine spirit yet, however, but something that was growing into one. The chance of it happening was certain, as it was known that the worship would not stop at any point. It would be only a matter of time before Doff was an actual divine spirit, but again, time was exactly what Abel lacked. It would be at least a millennium for Doff to actually become a divine spirit, and that was to become the weakest type. Also, despite being Doff's master, Abel had no clue about the knowledge system of the divine spirit. This would make the process even more difficult. Without the existence of the nation of God, nor the threat of the demon from beyond, he would have never had to work as hard as this. During the day, he would complete missions that the Potion Masters Guild handed him, whether it was to make supplies for his clients or to cultivate his group of followers in the nation of God. During the night, he would spend the entire 10 days and night equivalent to proceed with his training. Since he was a blue dragon now, he could sleep with the special method of a dragon, and he was sure that it would bring him to the same level as a legendary within 1,000 years. Things weren't always so bright for Abel, however. The existence of the crystal angelic statue would make him the one target of the demon from beyond if it was to wake up. He was also among the worst of enemies to the nation of God. He had to do whatever he could to prepare against any assassination attempts. For now he dropped his thoughts and produced a knight's long sword in his hand. The blade would appear as though it contained some spirituality. He would practice the knight's sword techniques that he hadn't been practicing so long at Battle Fort No. 1. This time, as he entered into the Dark World, his barbarian basic training helped him obtain enough Kai to learn one beginner-level skill. He chose Command Long Sword, a passive spell that would change how he would feel when he was gripping the sword. He also tried to change his mindset about the knight as a class. All this time, he thought that the only way for knights to break limits and extend their lifespan was by becoming a class holder. He applied the same concept to his family and underlings when he turned them into wizards with the life elixir. However, there would be too few life elixirs that he would have had enough to supply even with his connection to the Tree of Life. If he wanted the Holy Continent to grow stronger, he had to find a new direction for knights to grow. The idea came once he had ownership over the ancient totem. He thought that maybe he could let the barbarians become the class that the knights would promote themselves to. If it were in the past, what he would consider first would be the Sacred Knight class, but he was more cautious about not having any Sacred Knight on the Holy Continent whatsoever because of what happened over on the Lance continent. After learning the Command Long Sword, he managed to understand something. There were a lot of similarities between barbarians and knights. They both used their bodies to fight, and now the only problem would be to see if the barbarians' basic training routine would work on humans. Until now, at least, he's never managed to learn this himself. Anyhow, he needed to do some testing on his own. After using the ancient totem to enter into the Enlightenment blessing, he tried to look for information that might be useful for humans to try the basic training routine of the barbarians. He would assume that it would be harder than this, given that back on the Battlecry City was really just the talented barbarians that would learn how to do this, and that was only if they received an Enlightenment blessing directly from the Divine Spirit. The most important part would have to be to receive a blessing from Doff. The barbarians had to be Doff's followers. Since he couldn't convert his knights on the Holy Continent to become followers here, he would have to wait to test that out. Right now, Abel might increase his own fighting abilities. He was going to do it for 2 years, and hopefully, he could improve his rank to legendary within 2 years. It was not what regular class holders could accomplish, but if he was using his time to his best ability, he might take 2 Songs of Life to boost his level as he cleared through more areas within the Dark World. The research spirit sent a voice on the battle fort. "Druid Lendo is waiting for you, Master." Abel smiled and spoke to himself. "They're here for the gift." Soon, his body was teleported straight from the battle fort to the guest meeting room. He greeted Druid Lendo passionately as soon as he saw him. "Welcome, Druid Lendo." Druid Lendo bowed. "Sorry for the interruption, Master Bennett." Abel made an inviting gesture. "Please take a seat." Once Druid Lendo sat down, the servants went forward to serve the juice. Druid Lendo didn't drink the juice. "I've come here on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, Master Bennett, to send the 8 floating fort bases over." Abel smiled and responded, Allow me to say thanks to Her Majesty, Druid Lendo. Druid Lendo bowed. The clan has something else that needs help from you if you may. Abel was obviously not going to turn this down. Please, Druid Lendo, go ahead. I'm not going to refuse something that I can't contribute to. Druid Lendo suddenly stood up. 2 level 23 big druids have reached their bottleneck stage. As a fellow elf, would you please ask the Tree of Life to help them with their promotion? Abel would not say no, but he was not sure where these big druids might have come from. The elves never had ranks this high, to begin with. It really had to do with the fact that they didn't like fighting on their own. Abel smiled and responded, "It's only natural, Druid Lendo, for me to help out my kind. How about this? Have the 2 big druids come to the Tree of Life is over. The next few days, and I'll ask the Tree of Life for help." It should have been Queen Luisa to come here and ask that, but maybe she thought that she wasn't so close to Abel as Druid Lendo. Druid Lendo was a bit embarrassed. The 2 are already waiting inside the defense fort outside of the valley. Would you like to head there right now, Master Bennett? As the nation of God had been more aggressive in their expansionist attempts on the central continent, the elves had been busy bolstering their own strength. For Abel, ever since he was here to purchase the skyships, the originally loose druid military was undergoing drastic reform that would make them much more disciplined and efficient. It was all to face the battle against the nation of God. Right now, the one thing that the elves lacked the most would be the top-level fighting force. There weren't that many level 23 big druids to begin with, but only level 24 or 25 would make the druids be the very elite warriors. In any case, the elves had thought about using the resources that they had to help Master Bennett and prompt his big druid promotion. During this time, they heard that Master Bennett demanded ancient items such as the battle fort. It was only natural that they would want to trade with him like this. On the surface, they were giving these forts away, but honestly, he knew that he was not going to turn down their favors if they just gave away something. Abel smiled and pointed at Druid Lendo. "I see you've made your calculations." Midst the teleportation circle where the valley was, Abel saw the 2 level 23 big druids waiting for him. He could see their life energy rotting away, and they both had hoodies on that would hide away their faces. They must have used special transformation techniques to extend their lifespans. It was just like Wizard Malon from many years ago, although the method must be different. Abel announced, "I can't guarantee that the Tree of Life would be willing to help those 2. Druid Lendo frowned, "You can tell." Abel shook his head, "The presence they are emitting, I don't think they will be welcomed." One of the big druids spoke quietly, "Please help us, Master Bennett." Their bodies hadn't been shaking even until now. It's almost like they were turned into trees. When they tried to bow to him, their waists couldn't even bend. Druid Lendo introduced, "These are the Loafer brothers. They've used a special technique of the royal palace to extend their lifespan." The Loafer brothers took off their hoodies and revealed their faces. They were literally trees. Their bodies were wood. It was the same for their faces. One of them said, "Our bodies can still bend, Master Bennett. Our movements are not as flexible, but we are not that different to most people." Abel realized that the 2 synchronize in their speech. "You are twins." They spoke at the same time. "Yes, Master Bennett, we can cooperate perfectly in most situations." That was understandable. It would be great for the elves if they could have these 2 strengthened in their fighting abilities. From what he could see, he could do 2 things to help. One would be to enhance their ranks to 24, while the other would help them with their body flexibility. Abel spoke, "You should know, Loafer brothers, that the Tree of Life may not acknowledge you for your attempts to extend your life with unnatural means." They spoke together, "Please, Master Bennett, that's why we need you." No one understood the hardship these 2 went through over the past few centuries. When all the class holders stopped making progress after they transformed their bodies, they somehow found a way to move from level 22 to 23. The Loafer brothers moved in a strange way with their stiffened bodies. They could only use poison creepers to carry them forward. Big Druid Lendo stopped after he entered the Tree of Life Valley. Abel and the brothers approached the Tree of Life. Abel ignited his soul speaker ability and placed his hand on a branch. He immediately received a sense of gratitude from the Tree of Life regarding the increase in defense before he even raised any requests. Although the Tree of Life was in the valley, it was always aware of the things occurring in the Ervo forest. Its gratitude was not just a matter of words. Green light began to flash off its leaves, and life force began to sift out. Small glowing crystals appeared. They were little drops of water of life. More and more droplets were gathered, and finally a liter was gathered. It then floated in mid-air in front of Abel. Abel would not reject an offer like this. As far as he knew, the Tree of Life valued fair trade. He built defense for the Tree of Life, so the Tree of Life had to do something in return. Of course, this is only possible because Abel had a contract with the Tree of Life. There was no way a dragon would trade with an ant. Big Druid Lendo and the Loafer brothers were stunned. This is the most amount of water the Tree of Life had ever produced at once. Big Druid Lendo almost wondered if the Tree of Life saved water for Master Bennett during its normal production. However, he soon got this idea out of his head. He would never think that of a spirit like this. He could watch painfully as Master Bennett took out a jar and put the water away in his portal bag. The most valuable resource of the elves was the water from the Tree of Life. The herbs grown in the valley were just subsidies. There was a wide range of usage for those waters. For example, before Master Bennett's light healing potion was a thing. Its water was made into powerful healing potions. It was just that they had to limit its power and dilute it because of its rarity. The water of life was also what kept Wizard Marlon alive in his puppet state. Abel couldn't care less about what Big Druid Lendo thought. He wouldn't mind taking the water of life. His friends and family in the Holy Continent could make good use of it. Afterward, he turned to the desperate-looking Loafer brothers and raised a request to the Tree of Life. What? Abel was stunned by the Tree of Life's reply. Helping 2 rank 23 druids level up to rank 24 needed 400 top-level gems. This was beyond anything he expected. Although he did not lack in gems, no big organization in this world could bear this price. After all magic circles were run by gems, and top-level gems were the pinnacle of energy. What the Tree of Life asked was simple, using large amounts of energy to alter the bodies of 2 big druids. Abel shook his head and began to take out green gems from his holy portal bag. Although the Loafer's brothers' faces were stiffened, they were stunned by Master Bennett's action. 100 gems, 200 gems, 300 gems, and finally 400 gems were put down. They were glistening under the sunlight, which almost made the elves go blind. It was a huge sum of wealth, but Master Bennett was willing to make this sacrifice of the Loafer brothers. Big Druid Lendo was already planning to report this to Queen Lewisa as soon as they returned to repay Master Bennett. He didn't believe 8 battle forts was an equal trade for 400 top-level gems. If Abel didn't make light gems so popular, mana gem would be the most stable currency. Of course, Abel also wondered if the Tree of Life just needed more energy to replenish the water it just gave out. The Tree of Life reached out its root and dragged the gems down. Afterward, 2 green beams shot out from its branches. They wrapped around the Loafer brothers and carried them in mid-air. The brothers sensed that their souls were being scanned. It was almost like there was nothing they could hide. After the Tree of Life understood the Loafer brothers and their knowledge of natural energy, it began to transfer information that could help them level up into their souls. All of a sudden, every question they ever had was answered. They were enlightened. The Loafer brothers were twins, and they trained together. But their enlightenment was different. After all, only the Tree of Life could make a druid feel enlightened, tailored to their being, making them level up almost instantly. Abel sensed large amounts of life force rushing into the Loafer brothers. Although he could not sense the change in their body, he could see their faces soften up. Initially, they were as stiff as 2 blocks of wood, but now some human emotion began to emerge. Abel realized why 400 gems were needed. Although the Tree of Life kept a little for itself, most of it was still spent on the brothers. Slowly, the energy of a 2-rank 24 druids began to emerge. The green glow faded after an hour, and the Loafer brothers were lowered again. The Loafer brothers did a backflip in mid-air and carefully landed without stomping on any herbs. Drops of tears began to roll down from their wooden faces. No one could imagine how they made it through the past 100 years. Their bodies were so stiff they couldn't even make a sound. All they could do was think. They almost felt like they were a block of wood instead of beings. If they didn't support each other as twins, there was no way they would make it to this day. Ever since they heard about Master Bennett after they came out of retreat, they wanted to ask Master Bennett for help. Even as rank 23, their bodies remained a limit to their level up. "Thank you so much, Master Bennett," the big brother said in excitement. His voice was still sounding a little raspy, but it sounded like a normal person. "We owe our lives to you," the little brother added. "Don't say that. It's my duty to help the royal elves after receiving your gifts," Abel smiled. However, the Loafer brothers knew very well it was near impossible for them to get 400 top-level gems, even at rank 24. Still, they wouldn't let their emotions affect their training. It was not something Abel wanted to see anyway. "Big Druid Loafers, the royal palace will make up for Master Bennett's expense. Let's head back and let the Queen know about this good news." Big Druid Lendo stepped up in excitement. The Loafer brothers were the most powerful druids besides the ones in the temple. Their mission was not to repay favors, but to strengthen their power for the unexpected war. On the way back, they jumped on a mad wolf, just like a normal big druid. Abel returned to the Golden Castle with 8 more battle forts in his holy portal bag. The first thing he did was step on Battle Fort No. 1 and let out his 8 new battle forts. Luckily, the altered 8-star magic circle formed by the 10 battle forts formed a separate dimension, allowing him to take out the 8 new battle forts, and the 2 other ones Abel obtained recently. He placed the 10 new battle forts in a position according to the altered 8-star magic circle, and ignited their spirit one by one through the commander spirit. When everything was set, he named them Battle Fort No. 11 to No. 20 and connected them to the magic circle spirit and black spirit. Magic circle spirit set them up, Abel said in command. Soon, Battle Fort No. 11 to 20 began to rise in the layout of an 8-star magic circle and stopped 100 meters above. "Master, please choose between setting up a new 8-star magic circle with Battle Fort No. 11 to 20 or creating a new magic circle with all 20 battle forts," the magic circle spirit sounded. The precision the magic circle spirit required was not a magic circle amateur like Abel could comprehend. "Magic circle spirit, which one has stronger defense?" Abel asked. "Master, creating a new magic circle with all 20 battle forts will be stronger. Please supply the power required," the magic circle spirit replied. Abel immediately knew what he should do. He flashed into the operation room of Battle Fort No. 1 and took out the lance spirit from his holy portal bag filled with mana gems and installed it onto the fort. "Magic circle spirit, you can use the power of the lance spirit," Abel said. Afterward, large amounts of energy rushed towards the lance spirit and the magic circle spirit. Abel waited patiently. He knew how complicated a magic circle must be. He stayed in the operation room for 6 hours, and a dark gold flash on the lance spirit began to dim. "Master," after going through all the data from the research spirit and the lance spirit, "Star Light Defense Circle is available to set up," the magic circle spirit sounded. What's so special about it? Abel was curious about what took so long. The lance spirit was responsible for running an entire continent, with all its data working together with Abel's other spirits. How powerful was this Star Light Defense Circle? The Star Light Protection Circle was altered from the Super Protection Circle. With enough power, it can forbid dimensional attacks and lock down above the Golden Castle, the magic circle spirit explained. Abel was caught off guard. Was this thing a super circle? Super circle was extremely rare in this world. Only the most important place would be equipped with one, like the Howling Castle in the front line. The resources it required would normally take tens of generations to gather. Just like the super teleportation circle he obtained from the Lance continent, there was no way he could make them himself. Magic circle spirit. "Is that thing a super circle?" Abel asked. "Master, the Star Light Protection Circle will eventually become a super protection circle if you keep supplying it with data and increase its power," the magic circle explained. Suddenly, Abel realized that they might not have used battle forts to set up circles, even in ancient times. It was only now, where no one could ignite battle forts, that he could get so many. "Magic circle spirit, give me the map of the circle," Abel asked. Soon, a map appeared in his brain with 20 dots. There were shadows beside the 20 dots. It seemed like they were the position where his 20 battle forts should be. He realized the position of those dots was very similar to the 20 brightest stars in the sky. He put the lance spirit back in his holy portal bag and teleported to Battle Fort No. 1. Since he was setting up a new circle, he needed to move those forts manually. This task was simple with the holy portal bag. All he needed was to retrieve a battle fort and let them out again in the right position. Still, he could only do it one by one, considering how big those things were. Magic Circle Spirit set them up. Abel placed the forts in the right position and said. Suddenly, an earth-shaking rumble emerged, and sparkles of starlight flashed from the sky. Even the shining sunlight could not cover them. At that moment, 10 powerful professionals admired the legendary light from the Golden Castle and saw the changes above. Is the Golden Castle increasing protection? A law-defying wizard saw the sparkles in the sky and gasped. The Golden Castle had counteracted a legendary knight. It played a role in the creation of that legendary light. Maybe even a few legendaries might not break this defense, a law-defying wizard added. Haha, that's great. My men are quite close with Master Bennett. We will be invincible if we hide in the Golden Castle during danger. A big druid laughed. All the other professionals also laughed. They agreed. Abel was very happy himself as well. Considering the power of this thing, it was definitely more powerful than another 8-star protection circle. On top of that, the circle corresponded with the alignment of the stars, so one would need to break the power of heaven and earth before penetrating the Golden Castle. The Starlight Protection Circle was a 3-dimensional circle with 20 battle forts at different heights and 3 layers of defense. The powerful Holy Crystal could break 1 level, but could it break 2 or 3 or even 10? If Abel could get 10 more battle forts, this circle might be able to fend off a god for a short amount of time. Master, Legendary Larkin has some urgent news for you. The research spirit sounded as Abel was standing on Battle Fort No. 1 in the 2nd layer of defense. The research spirit was responsible for Abel's day-to-day, which was why Abel could be so carefree. Legendary Wizard Larkin. Abel was confused. Wizard Larkin had given him a lot of respect, which meant his status was already on par with the legendaries, even though he still had a distance to go when it came to power. Research Spirit, tell me about it, he asked. Soon, a message was transferred. Master Bennett, it's Wizard Larkin. If you are free, please come to the defense wall of Doomsday. I've given you the permission and the situation is urgent, so please come as soon as possible, Wizard Larkin said in a respectful tone. Abel was free, but the wall of Doomsday was near the front line. He could not go without preparation. Potions were a must, as well as gear. He then put off the beeman back in his monster ring. Frankenstein also came along. He was an elf, so he needed a wizard to help him move in a flash. He thought for a moment and also put Bruce in his monster ring. It was just that he wouldn't let him out until the last moment. After everything was set, he teleported to the dungeon and ignited the giant teleportation circle. Soon, he spotted his permission to teleport to the wall of Doomsday directly. This permission was extremely rare in the continent. Most people needed to go through the Wizard Union. Only someone as powerful as Wizard Larkin could grant out permission like this. Abel and Frankenstein appeared in the familiar wall of Doomsday and immediately sensed that a powerful power of the will surrounded them. In a flash, they appeared in a lounge. Abel turned and saw Wizard Luke and another wizard with the scent of a legendary looking at a wizard. Sitting on a chair. That wizard was glowing in a dark green Abel never seen before. He seemed poisoned. Normal poisons were only light green, and dark green was looking extremely scary. That wizard took out a bottle of light healing potion and threw the empty bottle on the ground. Dong. Abel looked down and realized there were already more than 500 bottles of empty crystal glass on the ground. Master Bennett, this is Legendary Wizard Dolan and Legendary Wizard Gallo. Wizard Dolan was badly poisoned in an ancient site, and we used up our light healing potions, Wizard Luke explained. It's my honor to help you, Abel bowed. It was a desperate situation, but Abel still needed to show his respect. After all, there was quite a gap before becoming a legend. Master Bennett, there's no need to bow. Just quickly come and look at Dolan and see if you have any solutions, Wizard Luke waved his hand and said, "Master Bennett, if it was because of your life-healing potions, I would be dead at this point. Thank you." Wizard Dolan still managed to smile with an icy green glow. He poured another light-healing potion in his mouth as he spoke. He then added, "This is the last bottle. Luckily you came in time." Abel did not take out more light-healing potions for Wizard Dolan. Instead, he took out a poison antidote from the Dark World. "Wizard Dolan, please drink this," he said confidently, which was a relief to the heart of the wizards. It was hard to imagine what would happen to their forces if a legendary wizard was dead in the central continent. Legendaries were the pinnacle of power. They each played a huge role in the structure of the continent. "Master Bennett, I trust you." Wizard Dolan opened his mouth and gently poured the poison antidote in. The effect was almost instant. The dark green on his face faded in less than 10 seconds, exposing a pale face. "Haha, I know Master Bennett had a solution." Wizard Larkin laughed from the side. He then patted Abel on the shoulder, and the other legendaries followed. It was a show of respect for Abel. "I'm saved." Wizard Dolan stood up again and stretched his back. He then stood up straight with a serious face and bowed to Abel. "Master Bennett, I owe my life to you. From now on, just call me if you need any help." Wizard Dolan lowered his voice. "Wizard Dolan, it was your luck that my antidote worked on you." Abel smiled. "Master Bennett, let's talk business. Can you change up the flavor of your light healing potions? Their taste is making me sick after drinking thousands of bottles." Wizard Dolan laughed. Everyone began to laugh. He might have been the first person to drink thousands of light healing potions at once. Luckily, the light healing potions directly turned into energy as soon as it enters the body. If not, there was no way Wizard Dolan could drink so many. Wizard Dolan. Every ingredient in the light healing potions were irreplaceable. Changing the flavor is not really possible. Abel also laughed. He reached his power of the will in his holy portal bag and took out 50 power potions. He continued, "These are my new power potions. They taste the same as the light healing potions, but they look different and they are more powerful. I hope that helps." "Master Bennett, we are just about to ask you for some of those." Wizard Larkin laughed from the side. Ever since Abel had given out the power potion to his guests at the party, the Wizard Union recognized the power potion. The legendaries needed something like this since light healing potions were way too weak to heal their injuries. This was how Wizard Dolan cleared out all the light healing potions in their inventory at once. "Master Bennett, take a look at this formula." Wizard Larkin took out a crisp-looking parchment for Abel. Abel knew it was his reward, and it was a potion named Mana Resistance Potion. It was from ancient times, and it included many ingredients he had never heard of. He turned his gaze back to Wizard Larkin with confusion. "Master Bennett, I found this Mana Resistance Potion formula and the information about it from an ancient site scripture after many years of searching," Wizard Larkin explained. Wizard Larkin. "So you are saying the ingredients for this potion still exist?" Abel began to understand what Wizard Larkin meant. Yes, it was the reason Dolan had risked his life. Wizard Larkin nodded. "Do you want me to make this potion? I am confident since it is a master-grade potion, but you need to provide me with the ingredients." Abel agreed. "Master Bennett, according to what we know, at least 3 ingredients need to be used 2 hours after they are harvested." Wizard Larkin laughed awkwardly. Mana Resistance Potion. Resistance Potion was a secret of the Wizard Union. Not many had even heard of it. It had the power to achieve full lightning and ice resistance for 4 seconds, which directly impacted the status of wizards. However, to make one must first obtain the ingredients for them. This was why many ancient potions needed to be altered, which could take tens or even hundreds of years. Although this potion was effective against wizards, it would work the best against holy knights. The 2 scariest auras of the holy knights were Holy Freeze and Holy Charge. Half of the wizards in the front line were killed by them. Therefore, a war between the central continent and the Holy Kingdom had to break out in the next century. The Wizard Union was going all out on researching the Mana Resistance Potion. However, it was a potion with the power of law. And they soon realized every ingredient was irreplaceable. Until the day they found some new information in ancient scriptures. There was a garden out there with all the necessary ingredients prepared, so Wizard Dolan decided to go for a search and almost got himself killed. Still, he confirmed its existence. There were many ancient sites with different levels of security. The more important they were, the scarier they were. Abel knew very well he was no stranger to ancient sites. Although he found many goodies in them, he would not want to explore one by himself. There might be no one more familiar with ancient sites than him. Abel finally understood Wizard Larkin's intention, but he hesitated. Even Wizard Dahlin almost got himself killed, so he didn't want to take the risk. Master Bennett, I know this is risky, but don't worry. Us 3 legendaries will come along to protect you. Your safety is our first priority. Wizard Larkin bowed. He was not lying. Master Bennett's safety really was more important than the potion ingredients. Even if they failed, they all agreed they would not want to lose Master Bennett. At the same time, Master Bennett would be able to support them during the journey. At least they wouldn't be poisoned like Wizard Dahlin. Although those wizards were not potion makers, they would still tell the difference between light healing potions and the poison antidote Abel just used on Wizard Dahlin. Which legendaries are coming? Abel knew Wizard Larkin was sincere. After all, he still had some lifesavers. He could hide in the dark world during the most dangerous of times. Master Bennett, is that a yes? Wizard Larkin felt his heart lift. For professionals on their level, 4 seconds could define victory, which was why they were willing to risk so much for the mana resistance potion. How could I not agree? Abel smiled. Master Bennett, Wizard Dahlin will come along, and also Wizard Doran. Wizard Larkin pointed and said, Master Bennett, please tell us what you want in exchange. We will try our best to be satisfied. Wizard Larkin smiled. He just wanted to settle the deal as soon as possible and take out what he had immediately. This way, Master Bennett could no longer say no. He knew Master Bennett must be apprehensive after seeing a legendary wizard getting poisoned. Really, Wizard Larkin? Abel asked. Of course, only if the Wizard Union agrees, of course. Wizard Larkin laughed. Wizard Larkin, I want to register a super teleportation circle in the Wizard Union network. Abel smiled and said bluntly, Master Bennett, you want a super teleportation circle? Abel spoke in such a vague tone that Wizard Larkin didn't know what to say all of a sudden. Super teleportation circle was not only a matter of value. Cultivating a spirit took time, and they were not easy to find. Each could take at least 10 years. Wizard Larkin, I don't need a super teleportation circle. I just want the permission to connect one to the Wizard Union network. Abel cleaned up his sentence. Master Bennett, you have the materials for a super teleportation circle. Wizard Larkin pointed at Abel in disbelief. At the same time, he let out a big breath of relief. All that took was a yes from him. I just got a little lucky. Abel didn't want to explain too much, so he just smiled. Wizard Larkin also didn't want to ask too much. Considering Abel's status, even legendaries had to respect him. Breaking their bonds with little things like this was not with it. If Abel were a normal professional, no way they would let him go easily. Master Bennett, that's no problem. Just set up the super teleportation circle, and we will let you register. Wizard Larkin laughed. Wizard Larkin, thank you so much. When are we heading out? Abel bowed. On the first day of the new year, we will go to the Golden Castle and take you along. I heard the Golden Castle has the best scenery and the best food in the world. Wizard Dahlin laughed from the side. Wizard Dahlin had taken such a big hit, he still needed some time to recover with light healing potions. That was why they couldn't go immediately. Luckily, the potions of the Dark World would not cause any side effects. The healing potions of this world, on the other hand, would be useless after less than 10 bottles. After the business was taken care of, Abel returned to his Golden Castle and arrived at the operation room to see the Magic Circle Spirit. Magic Circle Spirit, find a spot nearby I can set up a super teleportation circle, he said. The Magic Circle Spirit immediately began to scan the areas around the Golden Castle. Selecting a spot for a super teleportation circle was not easy. A powerful energy wave would be created each time a super teleportation circle was ignited. This energy was not something normal people could tolerate, and it would affect the operation of other magic circles. Therefore, they needed to be set up in a place away from people and other magic circles. Master, here are the available areas. Abel received a map. There was a plateau located below the valley of the Golden Castle. Abel was only 1 mile away, so he was a little skeptical. He didn't want his steward and servants in the castle to get hurt. Magic circle. If I set up a super teleportation circle there, will it affect the well-being of the elves in my castle? Abel asked. Master, the Golden Castle's defense is capable of blocking all energy waves, and the super teleportation circle would be recognized as a protected site by the Starlight Protection Circle. The magic circle spirit explained. The Golden Castle was one of the finest works by the dwarves. Its defense was definitely top-notch, even without the 20 battle forts. It had the power to counteract all kinds of energy impact and dimensional force. After all, the dwarves were masters of architecture. Not to mention, the super teleportation circle was 1 mile away anyway. Magic circle spirit. Open the energy monitor circle and teleport the elves in the Golden Castle to a safe place. As soon as a problem occurred, Abel agreed and proceeded with the plan. Although this cost more energy, Abel had more than enough gems. Yes, master, the magic circle spirit replied. Abel then teleported to the area the magic circle suggested and took out boxes of material. What came after was no longer Abel's business. All he needed was to watch as the magic circle spirit operated its puppets. Super teleportation circle was not just a simple teleportation circle. There were also large amounts of supporting magic circles to create the C amounts of energy required. If not, the circle would not be able to function. Setting up a super teleportation circle was no simple task. It would take a long time even if the 100 puppets worked endlessly. Since the super teleportation circle needed data from the area, it needed to be connected to the Golden Castle, which meant they had to extend the base of the Golden Castle. Therefore, Abel had been checking up on it a few times a day for the next few days. Since Abel did not keep it a secret, the visitors all spotted the construction process. They never expected it to be a super teleportation circle through. They were curious, but most of them did not pay too much attention. Still, the dwarves noticed. The dwarves altered the gold of the Golden Castle. Expanding the base meant the dwarves needed to send large amounts of gold over as well. The super teleportation circle was finally completed on the last day of the year, and Abel visited his 3 followers. Although Abel might be the only one using this super teleportation circle, the place still needed to be cleaned up by professionals, which his followers would take care of. The half-elf servants in the castle were incapable of this job, so he could only ask some low-rank professionals from the Judson family for help. Since Abel wanted to match the style of his Golden Castle, the super teleportation circle was built with gold from the dwarves as well. The puppets had perfectly replicated the skills of the dwarves on the surface, but Abel and his followers knew very well there was not a single mistake inside. Master Bennett, this is a super teleportation circle. Big Druid Polly's jaw dropped. As a druid raised in the elves by a small noble family, she had never had the chance to approach the super teleportation circle in the temple. The cost of this thing can make a big noble family go bankrupt. Big Druid Josephus also sighed. The Judson family was known for their trade, so the cost was the first thing that came to his mind. In fact, just the countless supporting circles alone were enough to make a big noble family go bankrupt. All of you have the permission to use this super teleportation circle once a year. If you don't use it, I will give you the corresponding resources for the energy required. Abel smiled. Master Bennett, I just want the resources, Druid Gunter said. He had the best training conditions of any elves, and he was already on the track of becoming a big druid. The other 2 big druids agreed. There was no need for them to use a super teleportation circle, and they had no intention of visiting a subcontinent. They were already big druids. Subcontinents had nothing to offer them. They were just happy that Abel was about to increase their resources. Abel allowed his followers to explore the circle by themselves, while entering an underground room filled with protection circles. There was an extra large energy storage box with the capacity to hold 5,000 gems. Abel dumped 5,000 top-level gems from his holy portal bag and used his power of the will to direct them to the sockets. Once they were used up, the puppets would be able to replenish them with the tens of thousands of top-level gems from the Golden Castle. Afterward, he flashed towards the spirit and ignited with his power of the will. A green glow emerged, and all the circles around were ignited as well. A powerful energy wave began to gather. Mana gems were not the only energy source of a super teleportation circle. They were only for the supporting circles to gather mana for the main teleportation circles. Therefore, a part of it had to be top-quality gems. Soon, mana from the surrounding area was gathered, and a mana environment was created. As energy continued to move around, all the supporting circles were fully ignited. However, not the main teleportation circle. It only did a gentle check-up, and it was shut down. Master, the super teleportation circle is working normally, the magic circle spirit sounded. Abel had permitted the magic circle spirit to take care of the super teleportation circle. He didn't have time to mind another spirit by himself. There were tens of spirits in the gold castle alone, but they were all taken care of by 3 main spirits. The magic circle spirits were responsible for all magic circles. The research spirit was responsible for Abel's day-to-day businesses. And the black spirit was responsible for any potential intruder from using the power of will. Magic circle spirit, connect to the Wizard Union network, Abel asked in command. Yes, master. As it sounded, the super teleportation circle began to gather mana again. But this time, it no longer needed to use the energy from the gems. There was a rule. All super teleportation circles could only be ignited once the energy with the mana gathering circles had reached a certain threshold. After all, no organization wanted to use more mana gems than necessary. Of course, this did not include Abel. His spirits could use as many as they wanted. As Abel's followers admired the main structure of the circle, an ear-piercing siren erupted, signaling them to leave. Afterward, they saw a jaw-dropping scene of large amounts of energy rushing into the main circle. Afterward, beams of lights shoot out from the golden structure. It was almost like a storm. The energy it sifted out was scary. The patterns on the main circle outside of the building began to rush around. Of course, this was not a super teleportation in full action. It was just unleashing the energy needed to communicate with the further circle. The energy used was not that much since it basically used a super teleportation circle as a long-distance communication circle. Still, it was the main method. A subcontinent could communicate with the central continent since they needed to send some reports over from time to time. The magic circle spirit did so to raise a request and connect to the Wizard Union teleportation network. After the request was sent, they just needed to wait. The process only took around a minute. It seemed like Wizard Larkin had notified the Union beforehand. After the super teleportation circle was connected to the network, messages began to emerge. Abel connected to those messages and saw all super teleportation circles from the central continent and the subcontinents, including the Holy Continent. There were 4 super teleportation circles in the Holy Continent. One belonged to the Wizard Unions in Linnate City, the second one in the Elves, the third one in the Dwarves, and the fourth one in the Orc Empire. Since Wizard Larkin permitted Abel to connect, all super teleportation circles from the Wizard Union were listed. Abel knew creating a structure like this was not easy. For example, if Abel were to register himself as an elf, he would only be able to connect to other super teleportation circles of the elves unless he got a confirmation beforehand. This was because large amounts of energy would be used from both ends with each ignited. However, the Wizard Union had the permission to connect with any super teleportation circle forcefully. There was no way for the other side to reject. As for the energy expenditure, the Wizard Union would cover them afterward. This was covered for Abel's super teleportation circle as well. Therefore, Wizard Larkin's permission had given Abel much more than he initially imagined. Finally, the super teleportation circle was ready to operate. Abe immediately felt the urge to return to the Holy Continent, but he knew it was not realistic at the moment. He was exploring an ancient site with 3 legendary wizards tomorrow. Master, Wizard Hutton and Wizard Bernie are waiting for you in the lounge, the research spirit sounded. Abel directly stepped on the golden short-distance teleportation circle and returned to the Golden Castle's lounge. Master Bennett, I heard you are building a super teleportation circle. Bernie jumped up as soon as Abel appeared. Yeah, it was just completed. Did your teacher tell you? Abel gazed at Wizard Hutton, signaling that he had talked too much. Although Abel didn't ask the dwarves for any help when it came to constructing the circle, he still needed to explain what was going on after requesting so much gold from them. "Master Bennet, how could I not tell Bernie about it considering our relationship?" Wizard Hutton said irritatedly. Bernie had missed his family ever since he left the Holy Continent. After all, Bernie was a normal dwarf. He did not have the coldness of a wizard. However, he still had a strong bond with his father. However, each teleportation through a super teleportation circle took a lot of energy, and Wizard Hutton didn't want Bernie to play around with it. Even if Wizard Hutton agreed, other dwarves wouldn't agree. Each ignition required large amounts of credit points, and it had not even been a long time since Bernie left his family. Therefore, Wizard Hutton wouldn't waste it unless it was totally necessary. Still, Bernie had been bothering him non-stop. Ever since he found out Master Bennet was building a super teleportation circle and was set to complete on the day, he decided to bring Bernie along. Before Abel even knew, Bernie and Wizard Hutton were already planning to take advantage of his super teleportation circle. Still, he would not reject them, considering their closeness. "Master Bennet, in this super teleportation circle, connect to the super teleportation circle of the dwarves." In the Holy Continent, Bernie said with his eyes sparkling. He could no longer hold himself back. "Bernie, you want to go home?" Abel smiled at the excited Bernie. "Of course, my father still doesn't know I've become a wizard. I need to tell him this news personally." Bernie nodded and smiled. "My super teleportation circle is ready and it can connect to the dwarves. But have you thought about how you are going to come back?" Abel smiled again. Bernie had no idea, so he turned to his teacher, Wizard Hutton. "Don't look at me. Your heart can't be this unsettled as a wizard. You just left home not long ago. Did you know every super teleportation circle ignition costs 10,000 credit points? You are not going to get that many until you become an elite wizard." Wizard Hutton shook his head. "Bernie, just help me bring something back and I'll pay for your return." Abel laughed when he saw Bernie's face drop. "Master Bennet, I'll borrow credit points from you in the future." Bernie jumped up in excitement. In reality, 10,000 credit points were basically 10 years of pay for a normal elite wizard through missions and service in the Wizard Union. Since all wizards needed training resources and credit, points were the most common exchange currency, saving up to 10,000 credit points was definitely not easy. The reason Abel had accumulated 150,000 credit points so easily was that he basically never needed to use them for training resources. He always preferred light gems. Abel transferred 10,000 credit points to Bernie and took out some elite wizard training resources. Bernie had an eye for luxury. Although those resources were not uncommon in the Central Continent, they were extremely rare in the Holy Continent. After all, resources were the main reason there was no rank 18 wizard in the Holy Continent. "Master Bennet, who do you want me to give them to?" Bernie asked after Abel handed him a portal bag. He wasn't sure if Abel wanted to give the resources to the Kingdom of St. Ellis, his family, or the elves. "Bernie, are you really going back empty-handed?" Abel gazed at Wizard Hutton and connected with Bernie through the power of the will so no one else could hear them. Bernie immediately understood Abel. Those resources were for the dwarves, which made sense. After all, that teleportation circle belonged to Abel, and he could go back any time, so there was no need for Bernie to carry stuff for him. There was even a bottle of golden longevity potion for his father. Bernie was touched as he put away the portal back. Then, all of a sudden, he didn't even know how to say thank you. The departure time was set for midnight. But, according to Wizard Hutton, each ignition from a super teleportation circle needed time to accumulate energy. However, Abel felt like Wizard Hutton and Bernie just wanted to stay for lunch and dinner, so they pushed back the departure. After lunch, Steward Meyer and the servants began decorating the Golden Castle for the new year. All the visitors who came to see the legendary light beside the 5 professionals and their disciples staying for a meal had left by dinner time. It was almost the new year, and there were still 10 professionals eating at his place. Abel was speechless, but still, Steward Meyer had to give them what they paid for with their light gems. Most of all, he was speechless when another wizard had leveled up as he was eating with Bernie. The other 4 professionals felt a little let down, yet they still had their hopes up. After all, seeing a wizard leveled up after eating was much more impactful than hearing rumors. On the other hand, Abel was afraid of the hassle of his castle in the future if it kept helping wizards level up. "Master Bennet, can you give us dwarves a few more spots for meals?" Wizard Hutton's eyes fired up as he lowered his voice. "Wizard Hutton, Bernie and you can come any day. As for the other dwarves, as you can see, everyone here are my friends. I don't want to turn my castle into a restaurant." Abel rejected him. Abel made a big effort to limit the spot to 10 people per meal. If he gave the dwarves more, he would be in big trouble. Wizard Hutton was also not expecting much. All he could hope for was Bernie speaking to Abel for him as his status in the dwarves grew. Bernie was not an elite wizard, so he could not intervene with the business of the wizards. He couldn't even manage a mid-level department in the continent. "Magic circle spirit, send us to the super teleportation circle," Abel said after the meal. In 3 flashes, Abel, Bernie, and Wizard Hutton vanished from the dining hall. "Master Bennet, I'm impressed. Teleportation circles on the ground are a secret of the dwarves," Wizard Hutton said helplessly. He already felt something strange during the teleportation. Since the ground of the Golden Castle was made out of gold and the special circle of the dwarves, they could ignite teleportation, defense, and speaker anywhere they wanted. This was how the dwarves went all out. However, the super teleportation circle was not built by the dwarves, yet Abel had already decoded their secret. Little did the dwarves know, Abel had a spirit specialized in magic circles to analyze any circles in the Golden Castle in detail and replicate them. Therefore, with enough resources, Abel could build another Golden Castle with his puppets. Although it might not be as artistic as the dwarves, its magic circles would be perfect. In fact, it might even be better since human error would be minimized. "Wizard Hutton, what's done is done. Are you going to force me to take this place down?" Abel smiled. "Master Bennet, I'm just joking with you." Wizard Hutton quickly waved his hands. "Bernie, off you go." Abel ended his conversation with Wizard Hutton and opened the door for Bernie. "Teacher, I'll come back in a month." Bernie gave his final bow. "Bernie, make sure you keep training. You're not young, you can't waste a single day," Wizard Hutton reminded. "Yes, teacher," Bernie replied and turned to Abel. "Master Bennet, I will say hello to your family." Abel nodded. He did not tell Bernie that he had a contracted servant Bardolly in the kingdom of St. Ellis, and that he could know about the condition of the Holy Continent any time he wanted. Bernie stepped into the main structure, and his face immediately sank as he looked down at the pattern. He was too excited to go home. He almost forgot about the trauma a super teleportation circle gave him when he first came to the central continent. But it was too late for regret. All he could do was to clench the resources in his hand and cheer himself up. "Magic circle spirit, ignite. The destination is the dwarves in the Holy Continent," Abel said. "Master, teleportation beginning," the magic circle spirit sounded. After a day of gathering mana, large amounts of energy gushed out from the circle towards Bernie. A strong dimensional energy wave lashed out, almost like an earthquake. Luckily, both Abel and Wizard Hutton were law-defying wizards, so that energy wave didn't do anything to them. Bernie sensed lightning flashing around him as a blinding beam of white light shot up towards the sky from the main building. It was almost like the air around him was being torn apart as dimensional force surrounded him and dragged him into another dimension. He felt violent vertigo and blacked out. Even a rank 4 wizard like himself could not withstand such impact. After all, a wizard would only start getting used to moving through dimensions once they mastered the move in a flash as an intermediate wizard. Therefore, Bernie would still have to suffer until he became an elite wizard. Bernie realized he was lying on a familiar bed by the time he woke up again. He immediately patted his waist and let out a breath of relief. The portal bag of resources Abel gave him was still there. It was a small move, but the servant dwarves immediately ran out. "Young Master Bernie is awake," they called as they ran. Bernie shook his head. Those were the servants he had when he was in the Holy Continent, and soon he realized he was in his room in the Goff family. The dizziness began to fade, and he heard his father coming. "Bernie, you are awake." Although Bernie was used to being away from home for business in the past, this time was the longest. if Abel had not built a super teleportation circle. He had to wait until the day he became an elite wizard to accumulate credit points. For a return, old Goff might not even be alive by that point. "Bernie, tell me about the central continent." Old Goff sat down and smiled. Afterward, Bernie went on with the details, as old Goff continued to smile. "Bernie, you are now a wizard. There's no need to worry about the family. Just focus on your training in the central continent." Although old Goff was happy to see Bernie, he was still not happy about Bernie taking a break from his training. However, he was stunned when Bernie took out a portal bag. Inside it was enough resources for his family to cultivate a few rank 18 wizards. He couldn't help but sigh. The best decision Bernie ever made was becoming friends with Abel. It was the first day of the year, and it was surprising how many people came to see the legendary light. They all brought their New Year's gift, which Steward Meyer put in the inventory one by one. Just like always, Abel did not care and rested on his battle fort after breakfast. Soon he would be on the way to an ancient site with 3 legendary wizards. He had been preparing for a few days. Even the fire-tooth battle fort was stored in his holy portal bag. Once he was in danger, he would let the fire-tooth out and jump into it. After all, its powerful defense and attack could guarantee his escape. He also had more than 5,000 full recovery potions prepared, so as long as something didn't kill him instantly, he would be okay. As a professional, the more powerful moves, the better. He gazed at the morning fog of the Ervo forest. It was not a cold morning, but the sun still hadn't cleared out the area. Abel took a deep breath of fresh air. In moments of solitude like this, the nostalgia of his past in the Holy Continent returned. If he did not promise the legendary wizards, he would be spending his time with his Uncle Marshall in Harry Castle. He knew about the condition of his family members through the soul of Bard Ali. Just like always, his Uncle Marshall was still living in Harry Castle. The only thing different was that his uncle was now an elite knight. He no longer needed to become a head commander and get orc god blood to increase his lifespan. Abel could give him some water of life and turn him into a wizard. Then, with the support of his potion, aging would no longer be a problem. As a member of the Bennett family, his father, Duke Bennett, was the most powerful duke in the kingdom of St. Ellis. The dream of his family had come true. His brother Zach was an earl, and he led a team of 10,000 knights. Still, passively understanding his family was the most Abel could do. He couldn't wait for this mission to finish so he could return. Just like that, he sat alone in his fort thinking about his family as the Golden Castle was bustling with guests. The guests were all law-defying wizards, and they wanted their disciples to have more connections in the continent and see more of the world. Abel didn't have a single enemy in the central continent, and every big organization was trying their best to maintain a good relationship with him. The new year was the best opportunity. That was why the castle was bustling even without any new year celebration party. 40 guests had arrived early in the morning, and 30 of them were already on the balcony. After all, the disciple of the powerful would be elite level at the least. There was an unspoken rule. Only elite-level professionals were allowed in the Golden Castle. Both the legendary light and the food were too advanced for low to intermediate-level professionals. Druid Gunter sat behind a table as he recorded the gifts with a rune pen. He had been here ever since the sun came up. He was the weakest of the 3 followers, so he was ordered to greet the guests. Most of the guests did not head to the balcony to see the legendary light immediately, since most of them had already seen it more than once. Instead, they gathered around, gathering without an organizer. Since it was a good day, the Golden Castle had brought the red wine and Grandmaster wine from the cellar. Those wines were the ones with only one combination, so they were not the best quality, but still, it was enough to make the guests glued to their glass. Of course, there was water spirit fruit juice for the druids as well. The druids looked at Abel's followers with envy, especially Druid Gunter. Both Druid Polly and Druid Josephus were big druids. But Druid Gunter was only an elite druid, yet he had the chance to serve Master Bennett. To this day, even normal big druids would not have the chance to become Abel's followers. Many big druids had come along since Abel's water spirit fruit juice was good for druid training. If resources like this were taken out for the guests, Abel's followers must have plenty. Druid Gunter, are you drinking this every day? Big Druid Conrad was a royal big druid who regularly interacted with Druid Gunter, and he asked curiously. However, his question had attracted a few more druids near the hall, and they began chatting. Druid Conrad, I don't drink this water spirit fruit juice. Druid Gunter shook his head. The druids around immediately let out a breath of relief. It seemed like being Master Bennett's follower was not that great after all. The one I drink is much better. After a moment, Druid Gunter added in a slightly arrogant tone. Druid Conrad almost spilled his drink, and he immediately covered himself. His curiosity had gotten the best of him. Druid Gunter, do you mind telling me how much resources you get each month? Don't worry about it if you don't want to say it. He added casually. I don't mind at all. A natural breathing potion, some credit points, some healing potions, and the resources needed for a big druid. Druid Gunter gave out a rough estimation. Of course, he did not mention the natural force gathered by a personal energy gathering circle in the Golden Castle. If he did, those druids would go crazy. Although the royal palace had a natural force gathering circle as well, they were shared by many big druids. Druid Gunter did not mention the natural breathing potion he obtained was a golden one as well. The effective one could already last for a month, which meant Druid Gunter was enjoying its power constantly. As for healing potions, there could be none other than the light healing potions and the power potion. Still, just those things alone had made the druids' jaw drop. They knew Master Bennett was treating his followers well, but they still did not expect them to get this much. Just when Gunter was getting arrogant in the hall, a teleportation glow flashed, and 3 figures emerged. Suddenly, he froze. Those guests did not walk, instead they floated forward. There was only one type of being in the world who could do this, the legendaries. There were no weaklings in the hall, and the ones closest to the door immediately noticed something odd. All of a sudden, the bustling hall went silent. What's happening? Did Master Bennett organize a party? A female legendary wizard named Doran laughed. She was curious why Master Bennett would organize a party the day they were setting off. The prestigious legendaries, this is not a party, it's just a little gathering amongst the friends of Master Bennett. Big Druid Joseph quickly stepped up and bowed. Little gathering. Wizard Doran shook her head and added, Where is Master Bennett? Please wait, I'll let Master Bennett know. Big Druid Joseph quickly bowed. Abel immediately got a message through the research spirit. He was not expecting the legendaries to come this early. Legendary Wizard Luke, Legendary Wizard Gallon, and MS Legendary Wizard Doran, Happy New Year. Welcome to the Golden Castle. Abel appeared in the hall with a flash and bowed. Master Bennett, Happy New Year, this is Wizard Doran. Wizard Dolan gave Abel a hug with a smile and introduced her. This gesture almost made everyone in the hall faint. A hug was an extremely close way of greeting wizards. They would only do it to their closest friends. Wizard Dolan had done so intentionally. Abel had saved his life, so he wanted everyone to know how close they were. If anyone wanted to mess with Abel, they had to consider him first. Master Bennett, we agreed that we have to try the food in your castle. Wizard Gallon stepped up with a smile as well. Wizard Gallon, my little restaurant is prepared. If the 3 of you are ready, we can head towards it now. Abel smiled and bowed. Let's go. Let's not make everyone uncomfortable. Wizard Dolan laughed. Afterward, Abel led the 3 legends out of the hall, and the atmosphere relaxed once again. Although the legendary wizards did not unleash their power, their presence alone was enough to make everyone feel stressed. The chatter erupted once the legendary wizards left. Many professionals never even saw a legendary wizard in their life. What happened that day was definitely something to remember. The news in the hall quickly spread to the platform, and many quickly returned, hoping the legendary wizards would show up again. As time went on, this news quickly spread to each organization and attracted many more professionals. One was for the juice and wine, another was for the legendary wizards. Soon, more than 200 professionals were crowded around the Golden Castle. There was a little dining room in the Golden Castle, and it was rarely used. Since there were not many chefs around, using it alongside the main dining hall was not efficient. However, how could Abel make the 3 legendary wizards dine with the others? As you all know, the main dining hall was filled with guests for 3 meals of the day, and the legend would destroy the atmosphere. Even if Abel didn't care about treating the legendary wizard in special ways, he would need to give his guests what they paid for with their gems. Steward Meyer personally introduced the dishes in the small dining room. Prestigious legendaries, do you want any juice? I don't drink wine, so I won't be joining you. Abel smiled as Steward Meyer poured him a glass of juice. Master Bennett, I heard your wine and food are the best in the world, so how come you don't drink? Wizard Dolan waved his hand and laughed. Steward Meyer opened a bottle of red wine with 2 combinations. Its texture and taste had a strong impact on the soul, which was truly unlike anything. Master Bennett, I'll have a glass of wine as well. Wizard Gallon smiled. Steward Meyer stepped up and poured a glass, and the aroma immediately made Wizard Gallon's eyes sparkle. Are you guys stupid? You see, Master Bennett is drinking juice. Do you think the juice is ordinary stuff? Wizard Doran laughed. Afterward, the legendaries kept quiet as they began to enjoy the food, wine, and juice. For someone who never tasted the rabbit essence before, its impact on the soul would be the strongest, and the legendary wizards would not waste any time. They had to give the food their full concentration. Abel already had breakfast, so he was there for company. But after seeing the look of the legendary wizards, he no longer wanted to interrupt them. As he sat by the side, Wizard Dolan suddenly broke the silence. Master Bennett, your food really is the best, and your wine is good for my training. It seems like I will need to come here more often. He looked at the empty plates in front of him and laughed. Wizard Dolan, the Golden Castle welcomes you. After all, a legendary friend was an extra layer of defense. Master Bennett, if Dolan can come, I'll come along as well. Wizard Gallon smiled. No problem, you can come any time. This little dining room will open specifically for you. Abel smiled. Master Bennett, thank you. I was not expecting your juice to be just as good as your lotion and conditioners. Wizard Doran gave out a gentle smile. Abel was caught off guard. Wizard Doran had been using his lotions and conditioners. He gazed at Wizard Doran and noticed she looked like a 30-year-old noblewoman. Her skin was so smooth, there was no doubt she used Abel's lotion. He then gazed at her hair, and each strand was thick and healthy. Master Bennett, what did you see? Wizard Doran laughed. She then added, the Wizard Union has been sending me your potions and they've become a part of my life now. Wizard Doran, if you want, I can send some more to the Wizard Union for you. Abel was not stingy for low-ranking potions like that. He could make a big bucket each time. Of course, the most important component was the Horadric Cube. The 2 ingredients it created were what made the potions so effective on females. Even a powerful woman like Wizard Doran could resist. Master Bennett, thank you, Wizard Doran said in excitement. Although the Wizard Union could get those potions with no problem, they still had to trade with the Potion Maker Union. Considering how beloved those potions were among female elves, both the Potion Maker Union and the Wizard Union was stressed every time the Wizard Union wanted to get some. After all, there was only a set amount of supply Abel would give out each month, so more for some meant less for some. However, if Abel was about to make more for Wizard Doran, the situation would be completely different. Okay, let's go to see the legendary light and head out, Wizard Dolan said. Yeah, Wizard Larkin had been nudging us to see his victory against a legendary knight. Wizard Doran nodded. The 3 legendary wizards stepped on the teleportation circle and appeared in an area outside. Master Bennett, let me bring you along. Wizard Dolan gently placed him on Abel's shoulder and smiled. Thank you. Abel knew Wizard Dolan was about to fly, and he couldn't help himself. Afterward, Abel sensed strange energy from his shoulder that wrapped around his body. Before he knew it, his feet had left the ground. Soon they reached the height of the trees, and they flashed forward towards the legendary light. That's the result of thousands of years of training, Wizard Gallon sighed. Even legendary knights were their enemies. They were legendaries, nevertheless. There were many professions in the central continent, but true legendaries were extremely rare, let alone a little place like the Holy Kingdom. Master Bennett, how did you cut off his arm? Wizard Dolan asked curiously. He heard about the fight that day, and knew the legendary knight was already retreating by the time Wizard Larkin and Wizard Luke arrived. It was not a good look for Wizard Dolan to ask such a question, but he had done so because he considered Abel as his true friend. I'm a master alchemist as well as a master potion maker. I I can make a mana cannon as long as I have enough resources. I used 4 top-level gems to make a blow and took an arm from that legendary knight. Abel was not planning to lie. He would be fine as long as he didn't say he found a way to make a mana cannon that would not fall apart after a single use. Therefore, Abel was careful with his words. However, he really did make the mana cannon himself. But he avoided talking about the process of using it. He didn't want to lie. Those legends might notice if he did. You sacrificed a mana cannon and 4 top-level gems for a legendary arm. Luckily Larkin and luckily Luke had gotten a great deal with their effort. Wizard Dolan laughed and clapped hands. Abel couldn't help but feel a little awkward hearing that last sentence. Taking down a legendary would go down in history for thousands of years. Even Wizard Dolan couldn't help but be jealous of Wizard Luke and Wizard Larkin. After all, finding an injured legendary knight in the heart of the central continent might never happen again. The legendary light really is beautiful. I'll make one even if I kill myself. Wizard Doran was deeply drawn. Abel was caught off guard by Wizard Doran's speaking style, but it seemed like the other legendary wizards were used to it. Doran, just buy some beauty potions from Master Bennett and you'll be beautiful. There's no need to talk about dying all the time. Wizard Gallon smiled. Gallon, don't say that. Wizard Doran coughed. She then smiled at Abel. I know Master Bennett has a potion with the power to revive youth, but I was planning to ask you before I've done my fair share of help in this mission. As a prestigious, powerful wizard, she could get lotions and conditioners easily even if Abel didn't give her, but the beauty potion was different. Everyone who ever got one would use it immediately, and selling them was completely unheard of. The beauty potion was an extremely valuable potion due to how rare its main ingredient was, the beauty grass. On top of that, each bottle had to be made when the grass was freshly plucked. Wizard Doran, that's no problem. Here's a bottle for my safety. Abel took out a golden beauty potion and handed it forward with a smile. Master Bennett, I'll take it as a gift then. We already had it planned. We are not going to let anything happen to you even if this mission fails. Wizard Doran smiled as she held the beauty potion in her hand. She would not treat it, the beauty potion Abel gave her, as an exchange for her protection. Protecting Abel on this mission was her duty anyway. The fact that she accepted the beauty potion meant that she now owed one to Abel. For Abel, a bond like this with a bottle of beauty potion was definitely a great deal. Wizard Doran did not put away the beauty potion immediately. Instead, she held the crystal glass in her hand and looked at its shimmering golden liquid under the sparkle of the legendary light. It was mystical. Finally, she could no longer resist the temptation. She twisted open the bottle and poured it into her mouth. As the liquid ran down her throat, sparkles emerged from her body, and her skin began to glow. Her youth was reviving. Although legendary wizards had a natural ability to revive their youth, they could not go back to the time before becoming official wizards. Considering the resources in the central continent, most people can become an official wizards by around 30 years old. As far as Abel could tell, a legendary wizard's appearance had nothing to do with their actual age. All the ones he saw were around 30 to 40 years old. Wizard Doran formed a crystal with her hand and began to examine her new look. She was extremely happy, and she turned to Abel with gratitude. After seeing the legendary light, the 3 legendary wizards returned to the Golden Castle and entered the teleportation room. In the dungeon, since he didn't know where they were going, he allowed Wizard Dolan permission to select in the teleportation circle. Through the power of the will, Abel sensed Wizard Dolan selecting a nameless teleportation circle with a number as a label. Master Bennett, the Wizard Union has some special teleportation with numbers as labels, and most members of the Union cannot use it. Wizard Dolan smiled and explained. In a flash of white light, the 4 vanished from the spot. By the time he could see again, Abel realized he was on an island, a small island without trees. Instead, there were rocks everywhere with little plants poking out of them from time to time. Below him was a giant teleportation circle, which he was surprised that something like this was built on an island. They were on the island's highest point, but all he could see was the endless water surrounding them. Master Bennett, this is point 56, Wizard Dolan smiled. Is this ancient site in the ocean? Abel asked in confusion. Since the legendary wizards did not say much about the site they were exploring, Abel did not ask too much as well. He always thought it was in some dangerous place on the continent, but it was actually in the ocean. Yes, point 56 is just a transit. We need to complete the following journey by flying. Wizard Dalan nodded. Sir, ma'am. Suddenly, a cloaked wizard stepped out from the side and bowed. We'll transit here, thanks for your good work. Wizard Dalan smiled. Abel saw an extremely happy face emerge from that wizard. Why was there an elite wizard in the middle of nowhere? Just get back to work. Wizard Dalan waved his hand, and that wizard returned to his hidden spot. There were barrier circles throughout the entire island. Maybe it was for safety, and the hidden spot of the wizard had a more powerful barrier circle. Master Bennett, we are 10,000 miles into the ocean, and we are heading into unexplored territory with the most powerful ocean beasts. Wizard Dalan pointed forward and lowered his voice. Wizard Dalan, what are the point of these points? Abel asked. Master Bennett, although the territories 10,000 miles out in the ocean are guarded by the dragons, their numbers are way too small to make sure everything is perfect. There are legendary level sea monsters further out in the ocean and even more powerful ones. Therefore, the Wizard Union built some islands 10,000 miles out so we'll know if a powerful sea monster was approaching. Wizard Dalan lowered his voice. Abel couldn't help but respect that elite wizard. There was not a single person around. He was basically isolated from the world. Also, the wizards guarding these points were in constant danger. Even though barrier circles were powerful, there was no guarantee that powerful spiritual beasts wouldn't notice it. Master Bennett will take you for a ride one by one. We cannot hide our energy when we move in a flash. And that can provoke some sea monsters, Wizard Dalan added. Last time, he basically murdered his way forward when discovering the ancient site. He was lucky that he didn't run into any powerful ones on his way, but he was attacked by a legendary-level poison sea monster on his way back. If Abel didn't treat him with a poison antidote, he would be the first legendary wizard to die in the past 1,000 years. Wizard Dalan is flying the only way. Abel knew how scary sea monsters could be, and he was shocked. Even the sea monsters within the dragon's territory were scary, let alone whatever that was beyond. Yeah, using a boat is even more dangerous, Wizard Dalan said helplessly. Wizard Dalan, if you don't mind about speed, I have a way of reaching the depth of the ocean. Abel thought for a moment and said, Oh, tell us about it. Wizard Dalan was caught off guard as he asked in excitement. Wizard Galan and Wizard Doran were also stunned. After all, the most dangerous mission was to explore the unexplored ocean. Abel arrived at the side of the water and took out a strange-looking boat. It was an ancient submarine he found in the Holy Continent's Titan Temple. It belonged to an ancient dwarf headmaster. It was made with a special material similar to the surface of the battle forts, but it did not have a metallic feel. In fact, it looked wooden, and Abel always had a strange feeling about it. This submarine had been in his holy portal bag for a long time. He never used it, and he rarely even looked into it. He always stayed on land, and he had the more powerful fire tooth to cross the ocean, so he never had to go into the water. However, this thing could come in handy for the wizards, since he didn't want to expose his fire tooth. Oh, it's a little ancient ship. All four of us must be very cramped inside it, Wizard Doran complained. Which made sense. She was a female. It would be awkward to cramp in a small space with 3 men for days. Wizard Doran, please take a look inside first. Abel bowed. Wizard Doran jumped on the submarine, and it jangled a little in the water. It still felt small, but she soon realized something different. There was an entrance in the middle of the boat that led to the inside of the boat. She stepped down and entered a 20 square meters hall, with 6 wooden doors around. She opened one of them and realized it was a private room equipped with day-to-day essentials. Although it was not luxurious, it was enough for a comfortable living. Wizard Dalan and Wizard Galan also stepped in, and they were stunned. This is not bad, Wizard Dalan gasped. Abel was the last one to enter, but it was only his second time here. Everyone, this is an ancient submarine. It can go underwater with the ancient energy hidden ability. Normal sea monsters shouldn't be able to notice it. Abel smiled. Master Bennett, here's a map of the ocean. We will save a lot of hassle if this thing really can hide our energy in the ocean. Wizard Dolan took out a map and smiled. "Amazing. Each of you please pick a room and we will be on our way." Abel pointed at the doors and said. He then pushed open a door in the front of the hall. It was the captain's room. Although he never used this ancient submarine before, the dead dwarf headmaster left over an operation guide. Abel focused his power of the will on the operation circle, but he suddenly stopped. According to the documents, all he needed was to focus his power on the operation circle, and he could control the submarine to do all kinds of motions. The condition outside would be illustrated on a wall, so the person in operation didn't need to reach their power of the will outside and risk getting exposed. With the knowledge of the ancient dwarf headmaster, Abel's understanding of ancient sites might be even greater than the current dwarves. Although the dwarves were still number one when it came to structures and how to apply them to new forms of technology, Abel's power lies within the amounts of secrets he found out. Take the battle forts, for example. The dwarves had no idea what to do with them, but they were the most powerful defense for Abel. Abel expanded his power of will and realized there was a barrier to this captain's room. No one would be able to know what he was doing unless they pushed open the door. "Commander Spirit, scan the ancient submarine and see if it is hiding anything," Abel said in command. Of course, no one was greater than the most powerful spirit of ancient times when it came to an understanding of an ancient submarine. "Headmaster, please wait," the commander spirit replied. Afterward, strange energy sifted out of the captain's room. "Headmaster, operation room discovered. Do you want to open it?" The commander spirit replied in no time. "Open immediately," Abel called. Suddenly, a glowing tunnel leading downward emerged from the captain's room. Abel did not sense any danger, so he walked down and arrived at the bottom of the submarine. There was a glowing spirit without an owner. Abel speculated the dwarf headmaster owned this spirit, and just like all spirits, it needed gems as support. When a spirit loses its owner, it would go into a deep sleep. Besides the spirit was an empty energy box. Since Abel was experienced, he took out some top-level gems from his holy portal bag and dumped them in. It was a huge budget. Even the ancients would not waste gems like this. "Commander Spirit, give me the highest authority in for this spirit," Abel commanded. A beam then shot out from his headmaster badge, and his power of the will entered the spirit. Soon, the spirit was revived, and it began to glow in green. Abel sensed the details of the spirit. It was called the submarine spirit, and this ancient submarine was made exploring resources in the most dangerous ocean. "Master, hello, the submarine spirit is at your service." A robotic sound emerged. "Submarine spirit, tell me about the ability of this submarine." Abel really wanted to know how many secrets it had. "Master, the submarine does not have any weapons since it was made for silent operation. It can become invisible, block out sounds, go under deep water, and speed up using large amounts of energy. You can control the details on the captain room's operation circle," the submarine spirit explained. Abel was disappointed. It seemed like this thing was not a killing machine like the Fire Tooth. He was not expecting this submarine was for exploration and exploration only. Every ability it had was to do with exploring and escaping. Still, it was a good start. If he did not have the submarine spirit, his power of the will would be locked to the operation circle during the entire journey. Abel shut off the underground passage after returning to the captain's room and connected to the operation circle where there was the consciousness of the submarine spirit. "Submarine spirit, put the submarine on autopilot," he commanded. "Master, please select a destination." A familiar map appeared on the operation circle. Abel took out the map Wizard Dolan gave him for comparison. Just as expected, the rough shape of the map did not change, but the details were a little outdated. "Submarine spirit, update the map." Abel placed the map he obtained in the operation circle. In a flash of white light, the submarine spirit scanned Abel's map, and its map was updated. "Master, the map you provided is not detailed enough. Do you want me to automatically update as I go?" the submarine spirit asked. "Yes," Abel replied. Since this ancient submarine was made for traveling long distances, it would prefer to save as much energy as it could. "Master, destination confirmed. Do you want me to put the sub on autopilot?" the submarine spirit asked again. "Yes." After Abel's command, the submarine began to change and became a fully enclosed oval. It began to sink in silence and merged in one with ocean like a current. Abel did not dwell in the captain's room. Instead, he returned to the hall and saw Wizard Dolan sitting alone. "Wizard Dolan, why don't you have a rest?" Abel smiled and greeted. "I'm worried," Wizard Dolan said. "Submarine spirit, show the condition outside in the hall." Abel knew this submarine had this ability, and he was not planning to hide it. "Yes, master." Suddenly, the walls became see-through. Wizard Dolan was stunned. Although he could fly, the ocean was always like a forbidden place to him. "Master Bennett, let's have a cheer for this submarine." He smiled. Abel knew what Wizard Dolan was suggesting, so he took out a red wine with 2 combinations. Wizard Dolan took out a crystal glass from his portal bag and twisted the wine open, admiring the scenery outside. A big school of silverfish swam past without noticing them. Suddenly, a bigger silverfish speeded forward and swallowed up 10 fish from the school. This took place right in front of Abel and Wizard Dolan, as though the submarine was a part of the water. "The ocean is full of murder," Wizard Dolan sighed. The legendary light he saw today left an impact on him. After all, it was the death of a legend. But it would leave an impact on every professional, more or less. He was getting too emotional, so he took another sip of the wine. He then sensed the speed of the submarine. Although it was not as fast as flying, it was faster than any boat they had been on. "Master Bennett, we should arrive in 5 days, right?" Wizard Dolan asked, but he was confident in his calculations. "Yes, if everything goes smoothly." Abel was the one who set the autopilot, so he knew. "I'm very confident on this thing." Wizard Dolan retracted his power of will and laughed. A moment ago, he reached his power of the will outside the submarine and realized it was surrounded by a strange energy that allowed it almost to become one with the water. If he weren't inside, he wouldn't have been able to notice it. He was happy since no one would be able to spot it if even a legendary couldn't. Although it was a little slow, it was all worth it for safety. He didn't want to fight a powerful sea monster since they had a disadvantage in the ocean. Even if they injured a sea monster, the sea monster could go into hiding underwater and attack them again. A sea monster of their rank could also fly, so there was not much they could do. "Dolan, are you enjoying yourself?" Wizard Gallon stepped out of his room and saw the scenery. He stopped beside Wizard Dolan and took out a crystal glass as well. Afterward, he poured himself a glass. "Master Bennett, just this wine alone is making the journey worth it." He took a big sip and laughed. "Wizard Gallon, is that all you want? I have some food prepared as well. It seems like I no longer need to take it out." Abel smiled. "Good. Seems like we'll have a good time during this 5-day journey." Wizard Dolan laughed after he heard about Abel's food. Abel had a lot prepared for this journey. First, there was a lot of food wrapped in ice elements in his holy portal bag. All he needed was to heat them with fire elements, and they were ready to eat. Amazing, Wizard Doran suddenly gasped as she stepped out of her room. "Master Bennett, can the walls in my room do this as well?" She immediately followed. "Of course," Abel smiled and added, "submarine spirit open reflection in the rooms." This way, the 3 legendary wizards no longer needed to go to the hall to see outside. "Master Bennett, can you give me something other than wine?" Wizard Doran was about to return to her room, but he saw the glasses on the 2 other legendary wizards' hands. Abel took out a water spirit fruit juice with 2 combinations and threw it forward. Wizard Doran scanned with her power of the will, and it was put away in her portal bag. She then gave a gentle bow and returned to her room. After all, what was better than enjoying the wonders of the ocean alone, with a glass of water spirit fruit juice? The first day passed by smoothly. Their interest in the ocean scenery gradually died down. They were all very timely with their meals, and they would knock on Abel's captain room if he forgot. On the second day, the submarine passed by a glowing seaweed during lunch. Its beauty was beyond this world. As Abel kept admiring as he ate, Wizard Dolan suddenly struck him with a stand of power of the will. "Be careful, don't make a sound." Abel felt his heart drop and looked around. To his surprise, there was a giant scorpion-like creature resting within the glowing seaweed. It had a layer of silvery white armor, making it look like a jade statue from afar. Abel couldn't help but admire its beauty, but at the same time, he sensed a deep horror from his heart. This thing was a big danger, a bigger danger than any holy knight. He turned to the three legendary wizards, and they were looking extremely serious. The ancient submarine was on autopilot all this time, and it was heading straight toward the Silver Scorpion. Abel didn't move, but he knew he would be okay. The Silver Scorpion shouldn't be able to notice him through the submarine's invisibility. Still, the horror it gave him was surreal, even when it was just lying down. At that moment, the side of the submarine brushed against the side of the Silver Scorpion. Suddenly, it made a quick jig with its tail underwater. Luckily, it was just stretching, and it laid back down again. It did not notice them. I hate poisonous sea monsters. Wizard Dolan let out a big breath of relief after they passed by. Last time, he almost lost his little life in the mouth of one of them, and he was traumatized ever since. The distance between him and that sea monster just then was even closer than the one that poisoned him. Dolan, don't worry. Master Bennett will be here to give you an antidote. But of course, Wizard Gallon wouldn't let such a good opportunity to make fun of Wizard Dolan slide. Master Bennett, we are lucky to have this submarine. If we were flying, that sea monster would have definitely attacked us. Those speedy ones are especially hard to deal with, Wizard Doran added. For such a powerful sea monster, it would definitely notice the energy of three legendary wizards. Sea monsters were the masters of their territory, so stepping foot in it was provoking them. The legendary wizards needed to move in a flash while flying, so their energy was basically like shining stars in the night. A legendary wizard might be able to flash away if the sea monster was slow. But seeing the speed of that Silver Scorpion, even legendary wizards would be afraid. Moving in a flash took time, and it would leave them defenseless. Although there were gears for assistance, every wizard had a limit. They could go neck to neck with a speedy sea monster. On top of that, they were in the ocean. Sea monsters had the ability to control water and freeze their escaping prey. The three legendary wizards had ways of dealing with that. Silver Scorpion, but a battle like that would not be worth it. There was no way they could take a full victory, since it was impossible for them to chase a sea monster underwater. They ran into another legendary sea monster on the third day, and it also did not notice the ancient submarine. When Abel returned from his meditation on the fourth day, he heard Wizard Dolan talking about another legendary sea monster in the hall. Wizard Dolan was not expecting to see this many legendary sea monsters. Instead, he wondered if his exploration last time had attracted them. It was the fifth day, and Abel sat in the hall with the three legendary wizards. The ocean was especially violent on that day. Even the ancient submarine was becoming unstable. Currents lashed forward. The ocean was almost like a piece of hell. If Abel were in a normal submarine, it would have already been destroyed. However, Abel and the wizards did not care about the weather because they sensed something even more dangerous. Two powerful energies were mangling each other. Master Bennett, please stop the submarine, Wizard Dolan said with a serious tone. The ancient submarine slowly came to a halt after another 10 meters. Wizard Dolan, what did you sense? Abel saw the serious look on the wizards' faces and asked. We are in big trouble. Two powerful sea monsters are fighting each other. Our submarine will be destroyed if we keep moving forward, Wizard Dolan replied. We still have half a day to go, Wizard Gallon said in irritation. Gallon, your luck has been very good until this point. We will be in even more trouble if we fly, Wizard Doran interrupted. No one in the submarine would dare to reach out their power of will. But, if they did, those two powerful sea monsters would be able to notice them. After all, an intruder of a fight would be killed first. Master Bennett, is your dragon druid this strong? Wizard Doran suddenly turned to Abel and smiled. Abel was caught off guard. He couldn't figure out what she was saying all of a sudden. Normal big druids would already be suppressed under this energy. Wizard Doran smiled. The energy unleashed by those sea monsters was scary, but Abel had the world stone and his blue dragon identity. The high elves also cleansed his soul of the dark world so that he could withstand it. Wizard Dolan and Wizard Gallon also turned their heads and surprised at how powerful Abel was. Even they had a hard time withstanding the energy. Even legendary wizards didn't want to get too close. It was the reason why Wizard Dolan stopped the submarine. The big races ruled most continents of the world, but the ocean was always forbidden ground due to how vast it was. and the power its beasts possessed was far greater than any professionals on land. On top of the harsh conditions of the ocean, sea monsters were the masters of their territory. Thank you, Abel did not want to say much about his ability, so he just brushed it off. The three legendary wizards also did not say too much. After all, Abel had a contract with the Tree of Life and had a special relationship with the goddess of the moon. Quick retreat, Wizard Dahlin suddenly called. Abel also knew something was strong, and it seemed like the battle was heading their way. He did not even have time to connect to the submarine spirit, as he directly connected his power of the will to the operations circle to back up. At the same time, he saw the two sea monsters battling. Their bodies were humongous, which was expected considering their rank. The ocean was full of food and resources. A sea monster with a powerful bloodline could easily grow, especially without the intervention of professionals. Those sea monsters were more than 50 meters long, at least a few times bigger than the most powerful spiritual beasts on land. One was a squid with countless tentacles, and the other was a giant sea turtle. The former was nimble, and the latter had a hard shell for protection. The squid lashed out with one of its tentacles, and a strike of lightning blasted on the hard shell of the sea turtle. However, the sea turtle was clearly much faster than the squid. Its shell was almost like a magic circle, with complicated patterns of golden lines running throughout. A golden glow flashed when the lightning struck, and it was completely diffused. The attack of the sea turtle was simple, speeding forward with its head in its shell. Abel could see a pair of sharp teeth from the retracted head of the turtle. It was definitely not a kind-hearted being. The giant squid would step back with every strike. It seemed like it didn't want to get too close to the sea turtle. Still, it was a 50 meters tall super beast. Each strike it made caused a vicious current in the ocean. It was why the conditions were so harsh earlier. Still, the sea monsters were not approaching them that quickly as they fought. Weird, those two sea monsters should have their own territory. Why are they fighting? Wizard Galan said curiously. I know, right? Powerful sea monsters don't normally get near each other. The ocean has more than enough space. Wizard Dahlin also added. The ocean had seemingly endless amounts of resources. They had been traveling for 5 days, but the ground they covered was almost unnoticeable considering the overall size of the ocean. Yet, they ran into 6 or 7 legendary sea monsters already, which was very strange. Are we entering a sea monster gathering ground? Wizard Dahlin gasped. Not just normal sea monsters, but legendary ones. Considering how many they came across in just a few days, there should be more around. All legendaries could fly, and the wizards would still have a speed advantage with their flashes, but the lighting elements of that squid had the ability to transfer through water, which made flashing much harder. The wizards just got a taste of it, and they knew it would be tough for them to come out alive if they were to face the thing head-on. As the wizards were chatting amongst themselves, the giant sea turtle suddenly gave out a big roar, and a golden beam shot out from its shell towards all directions and formed a circular blast. All water around it blasted outward and immediately formed a dome. The target of the blast was the squid. However, its giant body quickly flashed and teleported a kilometer away. The wizards were stunned. This was basically moving in a flash. This meant they would lose all advantages if they were to face the thing. The squid had made its escape, but the submarine was not as lucky. It was not fast enough to escape the golden blast. Soon, Abel and the wizards heard some cracking sound. The ancient submarine was sent flying outward like an arrow. The invisible shield of the ancient submarine immediately faded, and many magic circles on its surface were damaged with countless cracks. With one more hit, this ancient technology would cease to exist from the face of the earth. However, this did not leave Abel and the wizards any better off. With the energy hidden ability gone, they were completely exposed to the sea monsters. Just when the sea monsters were about to strike each other again, they suddenly turned towards the ancient submarine. Master Bennett, stay here. We'll lure the sea monsters away. Wizard Dahlin nodded to the others and said. It was the best choice they had, luring the monsters away so that Abel could minimize his chance of coming in contact with them. The legendaries were not confident that they could escape with Abel alongside them, so it was best for Abel to stay away to maintain his safety. Abel was only a rank 21 druid. His energy would not attract the monsters as much as the 3 legendary wizards. The 3 legendary wizards had worked with each other for a long time, and they knew exactly what to do with a single gaze. They flashed simultaneously and fully unleashed their power as they flew straight out of the water. Afterward, they attacked as they kept flashing. Of course, Abel did not stay still as well. Instead, he hid his energy with his transformation necklace. Since the necklace was a work by the goddess of the moon, even the sea monsters could not sense Abel's life force in the submarine. Since the magic circles were badly damaged, he could no longer see outside from the walls. Still, Abel was not planning to use his power of will. Instead, he could only rely on his intuition. Once he sensed a threat, he would take out the fire tooth. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Each second felt like an eternity, but he didn't feel any danger even after 10 seconds. So the wizards must have successfully lured the sea monsters away. The attacks of the sea monsters were beyond anything he could imagine. They were far more powerful even compared to legendary wizards. All he could hope for was that the legendary wizards could rely on their speed and dodge their attacks. Abel had no business for a fight of this level. He could imagine how he might end up just by looking at the ancient submarine. Abel turned to the walls in the hull. They were filled with cracks. It was almost like the entire submarine was going to break down with one more blow. He would not use his power of the will without any protection, so he could only examine the damage with his eyes. What he worried about the most was the submarine spirit. There was no way of connecting with it without using his power of the will. Abel's heart began to race. Then, when he was about to abandon the submarine, he saw glowing white sparkles of energy begin to run through the walls. Can this ancient submarine regenerate itself? Abel thought. Since the battle forts could so, this ancient submarine should be able to as well. The recovery was quick. Maybe it was the special attribute of ancient materials. Repairing was easy as long as they had enough energy, but of course, that was only if the spirit was not damaged. Soon, the walls began to reflect the condition outside again, and Abel knew the submarine had fully recovered. Submarine spirit, report the damage, Abel asked. Master, the protection circle was fully damaged. It is now repaired with 5 top-level gems. 90% of the outer shell was damaged. It is now repaired with 10 top-level gems. An extra 20 top-level gems were used up to repair supporting circles. 35 top-level gems were taken from Abel. After all, the ancient submarine took a direct strike from that sea turtle head. Abel looked around in the hall. He didn't know if those 2 sea monsters had been lured away or not, so he would not let the submarine spirit scan the ocean. He could only ignite his world stone ability and not let a single thing escape his sight. Suddenly, a rock sparkled in front of him, which would definitely be missed without the world stone's ability. Something was odd about the spark. Is that treasure? The treasure those 2 sea monsters were fighting for. Abel thought. After all, there was no way 2 powerful sea monsters would not notice a treasure below them. Suddenly, Abel's heart was fired up. He read many things about sea treasures. Almost everything on land was occupied by the big races, but the ocean still had endless resources. Abel carefully looked around. The sea monsters were nowhere to be seen. He slowly directed the submarine with his power of the will to the spark, and saw a skull-sized crystal with lightning sparks running through it. He was about to pick it up, and the fire tooth was ready if he failed. The fire tooth was just big enough to wrap around the submarine. It could then directly become invisible and fly towards the sky. Even if that failed, he could go into the dark world with fire tooth as protection. Or something 2 powerful sea monsters were fighting for. A little bit of risk was worth it. A spell pattern emerged from his hand, and he snatched towards the crystal with telekinesis. But suddenly, he was blocked by a golden shield. He quickly looked around, and luckily the sea monsters had not returned. A fight between 2 powerful sea monsters had scared away most other sea monsters around. So this part of the ocean was actually a very safe place for the time being. Since the telekinesis did not work, Abel decided to let out Frankenstein to break the shield. Frankenstein reached his metal hand forward. Its hand was powerful. It could break the defense of a mad knight with just one squeeze, and it was his favorite move. However, not against the golden shield. Frankenstein kept squeezing, and it almost did nothing. Afterward, Frankenstein cast an ice pole, which was even more powerful underwater. Still, it was blasted apart as soon as it made contact with the gold shield. Frankenstein was failing. Abel felt his heart racing again. The sea monster might return at any moment. At the same time, he finally realized why those two sea monsters were so willing to abandon this treasure to chase after the wizards. So the defense of this golden shield was basically on par with the sea turtle. He put Frankenstein away and summoned Doff the Beeman. Doff was immediately bothered by the water, but its battle instinct still propelled it to strike forward with its ancient totem. A scary shockwave was sent throughout the ocean. With its 200% physical power, it caused a deadly blast. The golden shield began to shake. It seemed like it could take another strike, but as a strand of holy energy reached out from the ancient totem, the golden shield immediately turned into sparkles and scattered in the water. The totem continued down and stopped a hair away from the crystal. It was the power of Doff's mastery of the ancient totem through club technique. Abel didn't know, but this ancient totem was actually much more than it seemed. It was a holy object with the ability to absorb faith. If someone had successfully counteracted a strike from it, it would unleash the power of a god. Doff never ran into any true opponent ever since Abel took the barbarians as followers, so this true power of the ancient totem was always hidden from it. With such power, even legendary professionals would have a hard time blocking it. Since Doff was no mysterious figure in a hood, having this hidden ability could maximize its success rate of landing a strike on someone. He put Doff back in the monster ring and finally snatched the crystal with another telekinesis. He did not have time to take a look at it as he hurried to his designated ancient site. Wizard Dolan and Wizard Gallon teamed up against the giant squid since its fighting style put the wizards at a disadvantage. But how could they give the lady a harder job? So Wizard Doran was left to face the giant sea turtle. The lightning elements flashed on the giant squid, and it appeared right in front of Wizard Dolan and Wizard Gallon with its tentacles swiping forward. It was so fast it was almost hard to see, but the legendary wizards were experienced and saw it coming. Wizard Dolan wrapped Wizard Gallon in his power of the will and ignited a flash away. The giant squid immediately followed and flashed as well. The teleportation of the squid was even faster than the flashes of the wizards. Moreover, since it was a natural ability, it didn't need to draw out a spell pattern like the wizards. However, just when it was about to strike again, Wizard Gallon took a turn and ignited his own move in a flash, carrying Wizard Dolan away. The giant squid missed again, and the wizards continued to take turns flashing away. This way, there was no delay in their movements. The giant squid was furious. Those wizards were mocking it. But still, it was hopeless if it wanted to strike down two legendary wizards continuously flashing away. On the other hand, Wizard Doran was having a much easier time. The sea turtle was still recovering from unleashing the golden blast, so it could only do weaker strikes. It was much slower, and it was almost like a giant mountain in the sky. Wizard Doran kept flashing away, with spell patterns casting from both hands. Their goal was to ensure Abel's safety, but since both sea monsters were coming after them, their hearts had lifted. The only thing left to do now was to escape and make their way to the destination. They were not far from their destination, and it would be where they would meet up again. However, escaping was not easy. Wizard Doran might have a better time. Even at the sea turtle's max speed, it was not a speed-type monster at the end of the day. Wizard Dolan and Wizard Gallon were busy cooperating. With the giant squid following them, they tried what they could to avoid being attacked. With every instantaneous movement they performed, they tried their bit to move past the squid's attack. They didn't talk to each other, but both of them understood the other's stress. If they went any slower, they would have to confront the giant squid directly. They would rather face the legendary sacred knight than fight this monster while still in the ocean. After several failed attempts at striking these legendary wizards, the giant squid got even more irritated. Eventually, it got so angry that it went to unleash a high-intensity attack on the weak legendary wizards. After missing another one of its attacks, it finally gave up on teleporting in front of the legendary wizards. Instead, it chose to teleport itself towards their direction. Its giant body then spat out a dark mist towards above, covering everything in a 1-kilometer range. So far, the two legendary wizards had been matching speed to the giant squid. They were taking turns to achieve this. With each move, they could change the direction they went in, when the teleportation was activated one time. However, Wizard Dolan could find himself being interrupted. Both he and Wizard Dolan were covered up by the black ink, and they could feel a zapping sensation on their bodies. No, Wizard Dolan tried to scream. He didn't think that the giant squid could perform an area attack as well. This special attack method could get to him even when he was trying to teleport. The giant squid would never have tried this if they weren't provoking it and constantly slipping out of its reach. There was a risk in unleashing the black fog. It was meant to be a final attack if the fight was too much for the creature to handle. While Wizard Dolan and Wizard Galan were trying to prepare their final preparations, they heard a roar over the distance filled with anxiety and rage. Wizard Dolan was sure that it was the giant sea turtle. It's from Wizard Duran. Following that, the giant squid appeared not so far away from the two legendary wizards. Wizard Dolan and Wizard Galan were already doing what they could to get out of this place. After seeing the situation, however, they had no choice but to wait and observe what was happening first. Wizard Dolan had a small scroll in his hand that was quite different from most produced in the continent. It was something that he got from an ancient ruin. It was meant to turn his body into a streak of lightning along with other streaks of lightning. Basically, the streaks of lightning would fly in different directions, while he, as one of them, would go in any direction that he wished. It was meant to be an extremely versatile form of escape. Wizard Galan had something similar. He had an ancient circle in his hand which would explode after being activated. Under his teleportation, he knew he would teleport at least 50 miles outward. But of course, it was a one-time item that he'd rather not use. He also got it from an ancient site. If he didn't, he would have to spend a huge cost to try purchasing it from the Wizard Union. When the giant squid stopped, it took scan the two legendary wizards. Then, for some reason, it disappeared and went back to where it came from. Wizard Galan let out a long breath. That's a terrifying sea creature there. It has even had a lightning element. In most fights, wizards would have an overwhelming advantage due to their ability to teleport. However, this was not the case when they were against spiritual beasts and sea creatures. These creatures could teleport as well, and when they were in their mature state, things could be very frightening for the wizards. This was exactly what happened with the giant squid. Its ability to teleport, aggressive capabilities, and sturdy defensive build made it quite a formidable foe against the two legendary wizards. There was also the geographical advantage. There was not much of a point fighting with fire element spells in the ocean. For the freezing element, since sea creatures had a natural kinship to water, their power would just be greatly demolished. That would leave just the lightning element. But the giant squid could conjure lightning elements on its own, so, with nothing too explicit, the two legendary wizards figured that they might as well escape. They couldn't guard against any attack, so there wasn't even a point in thinking about waiting for a fight like this. Wizard Dolan hurried and asked, "What happened to the giant sea turtle Doran?" Wizard Doran shook his head. "I don't know. I'm trying to get rid of the giant sea turtle. But it went back after shouting at me." Wizard Galan asked, "Could it be Master Bennett?" The three looked at each other in silence for a while. This was probably the cause. Wizard Galan spoke, "I hope Master Bennett is fine. I wouldn't know what to report if he isn't." Wizard Doran didn't know what to say. "It's Master Bennett. Let's just hope that he escaped." Wizard Dolan was a bit hesitant. He knew that he couldn't help Master Bennett even if he were going back. However, during that period of time, Master Bennett would have been out. While the three legendary wizards had their conversation, an angry roar came over the distance. It sounded worried and angry that it might lose something precious. Wizard Dolan suggested, "Let's just leave. The sea creatures probably lost something. It might come looking for it if we don't leave." Just when they were about to leave, the ocean became even more violent, with even greater maliciousness than the previous two fighting creatures. They didn't know themselves. The giant squid and the giant sea turtle were no longer fighting. It was because they lost their treasure. As they unleashed their wrath towards the ocean around them, they tried to use the same method to find the thief that took from them. Still, all their efforts were futile. The ancient submarine was already repaired, and it took Abel to the deeper parts of the ocean. He no longer had to worry that the two sea creatures would come after him. The crystal was placed inside the portal bag, and the seclusion effect made him completely untraceable. Abel had a safe and smooth journey after that. It probably had to do with these two exceptionally strong ocean creatures. He didn't find anything stronger for the next few hours. After looking at the holographic map on the control circle, he could tell that he had arrived. He spoke to the submarine spirit. Up, scan the area. Yes, master, the submarine spirit responded. So the ancient submarine went towards the ocean and strange energy spread. The submarine spirit gave the result quite quickly. 3 legendary wizards at the front, master, at 5 miles in the front and 200 meters above. Of course, it all had to do with the fact that the legendary wizards didn't hide. They were standing in midair. The ancient submarine had already reached the ocean. The originally oval-shaped body of the boat was reverting to its original form. Abel walked out of the vessel and looked towards the sky in front of him as he stood on the deck. Wizard Dolan was the first to show up in front of him. I knew you'd be fine, Master Bennett. Abel laughed and replied, I hope you're not hurt, Wizard Dolan. He could see that the 3 legendary wizards had been pulling the 2 sea creatures away. Despite the relaxed look on Wizard Dolan's face, he couldn't help but feel worried. Wizard Dolan and Wizard Doran were appearing on the deck as well. We're fine, we're fine. Thanks, Master Bennett. Wizard Doran continued, well, what did you think an squid could do to us? She seemed to have forgotten that the squid had almost killed them all. Still, since she asked this so naturally, the other 2 couldn't really ask what Abel did. It was almost like Wizard Doran tried to remind them not to ask too many questions regarding Master Bennett's secret weapons. Wizard Doran tried to change the subject. Is ancient submarine fixed? She was pretty surprised. They saw how much damage was inflicted on the vessel before. Now it looked brand new. Abel smiled and explained, well, it has the ability to fix itself on its own. Wizard Dolan looked at it and said, that's more than impressive. Truthfully, if the 3 never faced the sea creatures, they would have just been inside this ancient submarine to head straight to the destination. Fewer lives would be lost in any of their oceanic ventures, actually. But, unfortunately, many of the ancient ruins could be found inside the sea, and there were still not many options to explore these safely. Wizard Dolan looked towards the front. Be careful at the front, Master Bennett. Also, put away the ancient submarine while I take you to a higher altitude. As they spoke, the other 2 legendary wizards went up as well. Wizard Dolan went beside and patted his shoulder. Abel felt his body leaving the deck with Wizard Dolan. As they floated upward, he had his power of the will wrapped around the ancient submarine and put it inside the portal bag. Wizard Dolan was watching as Abel put away the submarine. I suppose that's the wealth of a potion master. Abel replied with a smile. I suppose it's nothing with what the Wizard Union has, considering they own most of the continent. Abel did sound quite humble in that statement, but he was also implying something else. His wealth was not to be compared with ordinary wizards. Even legendary wizards were not targets that could be combined with him. The fact that he was comparing himself to an organization as big as the Wizard Union really was just another indication of how ridiculous his wealth. Wizard Dolan couldn't help but smile. He thought that Master Bennett was making a simple joke. After elevating themselves, none of them used the instantaneous movement. Instead, they flew forward in midair. Abel pointed towards the front. What is that, Wizard Dolan? In the ocean that was in front of them, a loop appeared on the surface. It was about 30 meters in diameter. From the sky, they could see that the center was dark, which indicated that they couldn't see the end of this swirl. Abel tried to reach it with his power of the will. When there was still a bit of distance between them, he could see his power of the will being pulled by a gigantic force. It was a good thing that his potential had far exceeded any other law-defying wizards and some legendary wizards. When the danger was about to reach him, he put away his power of will. Wizard Dolan didn't think Abel would be so careless. Watch out, Master Bennett. Abel could sense the danger as well, so he withdrew his power of will before it was too late. Wizard Dolan introduced again. This is known as the Demon's Eye. It has the ability to tear apart power of wills, so don't extend yours if you're not ready. At this time, a fish of about 1 meter in length swam to the side of the swirl. It got closer and closer to the swirl. When it was about 5 meters away, it suddenly stopped moving. It was sucked into the swirl without any resistance. Wizard Dolan explained again. As long as any regular creatures get close to it, that energy will crush the soul entirely. For class holders like us, we can keep ourselves safe by not extending our power of the will. Abel couldn't help but ask, Is our target this time the demon's eye? Wizard Dahlin gave a positive response. Yao guessed it right, Master Bennett. That's our target, the entrance of the ancient ruin. While Abel wasn't sure what the danger was, he knew that it was quite threatening. In fact, if he didn't have 3 legendary wizards accompanying him, he would have gotten anywhere near it. Abel said to Wizard Dahlin, I'll call my summoned creatures out. Bring it with you as you go, it'll buff us. Wizard Dahlin smiled in response. Sure, just call them out. Abel took out Doff. Wizard Dahlin found it hard to be so relaxed. He wasn't sure he could carry its body weight and the ancient totem to fly. Actually, he probably could, but it was not going to be an easy job at all. Wizard Dahlin started to realize how troublesome this was going to be. Hurry up and help Gollin. Stall this big guy. Wizard Gollin flew beside Doff, and his power of the W ill around it. He kept Doff floating in the air. Dahlin, it's here. Doff first let out a scream that activated the barbarian spell. Scream under the energy light wave. The 4 people that were in the scene reinforced their defense after that. It produced another scream and activated the spell, combat system, under a golden light. The life force, mana capacity, and stamina of the 4 were instantly increased after seeing that Doff was casting the spell. It quickly put it back to the portal beast ring. Wizard Dahlin opened his eyes wide open. This big guy can cast barbarian buff spells. He couldn't believe it. It was a beaming giant beast, casting a barbarian spell. Still, he could think back to the totem pole that the barbarians lost. He thought about the connection that they had with the moon goddess. As long as it was connected with the divine spirit, anything was possible at a price. Wizard Gollin spoke admiringly. That's a good summoned creature there. Maybe I should capture one from the orcs as well. Wizard Doran interrupted him. You know that the beaming giant beasts can't be contracted creatures. Wizard Gollin raised his voice suddenly. So why can Master Bennett have one? He quickly lowered his voice. Master Bennett was someone that could even sign a treaty of equality with the Tree of Life. What else couldn't he do? Abel just smiled without responding to anything. Doff was special, and even if he had another beaming giant beast, there was no way that he could make a newer version of it. How else was he supposed to find a new race to convert to his followers? Where else would he find a second ancient totem? Wizard Dahlin spoke quietly. Let us go in now. He had the freezing armor and the energy shield, 2 defensive spells on. He could see that there was still quite a bit of danger with this sea swirl. The other 2 legendary wizards also had defensive spells on. They got closer to Wizard Dahlin and had Abel near the center. Abel had the storm armor on. At the same time, he had the spirit shield and spirit sword in his hands. His trait attribute was more powerful because of it. Given his current condition, he had to use all his defensive capabilities apart from his wizard defensive spells. Yes, he could still have his sword and shield on without shocking the 3 legendary wizards. There were plenty of melee druids out there. Under the 3-sided protection of the legendary wizards, Abel was brought to the eye of the demon. As carefully as he could, he tried to hide behind the spirit shield. He couldn't let his guard down, however, as there was danger at all ends. His senses were very alert as he got closer and closer to the eye of the demon. Very quickly, he activated the ability of the World Stone Fragment. At the very least, when he was facing the danger, he could still use the ability that the World Stone Fragment was providing to hold on for a bit longer. The 3 legendary wizards were already within the eye of the demon. They were flying in without a second thought. Abel could feel his vision going blank. He was too afraid to do a power of will scan too. He didn't have his vision with a scan. Still, this loss of senses was only temporary. Wizard Dahlin produced a small firebolt and shot it above their heads. Wizard Dahlin explained, Light can't go in from the outside, Master Bennett. As he spoke, the wind was scraping up from the different sides. He didn't expect there to be wind within this 30-meter diameter pillar. Yet, amidst this wind, he could hear cutting noises continuously on the defensive barriers. Abel looked over, and he could see countless wind blades amidst the wind. Wizard Dahlin seemed very relaxed amongst all of this. The wind can't break our defense, Master Bennett. He could see, although the wind blades collided against the defensive spell barrier, the barrier wasn't moving and was held on. Abel was not the type to rely entirely on others, though. So, by making the sword on his right disappear, he replaced it with his shield. It was a strange thing to have 2 shields in his hand, but with this, he could put himself mostly in safety. Also, the spirit shields had runes on them. They were about the finest steel pieces that he could produce. As the three legendary wizards lowered themselves, the density of the wind blades grew thicker as well. Under an attack such as this, it'd be very easy to be shredded without the right kind of protection. Abel's senses were telling him that danger was everywhere. Although the wind blades weren't so impressive to him, it was certainly deadly. By the way, Wizard Dahlin almost died when he came here for the first time. He was alone at the time, and since he was trapped by these wind blades in all directions, he was busy guarding them. Because of this experience, he learned that it would be much easier to bring company with him. The three legendary wizards weren't going down so quickly. They seemed to realize that something special was here. They couldn't accelerate. From what Abel could see, there had to be something that happened here to trigger some aftereffect. The wind blade was just as sudden as when it came. When Abel was watching the barrier growing thinner and thinner, the blade was just gone. Things didn't go easier for him after that, however. The environment around him was growing even colder. Right here, big pieces of ice appeared amidst the eye of the demon. The big ones were as large as 2 square meters, while the small ones would only be the size of a bean. The three legendary wizards all started to look a lot tenser than this. They started drawing spell runes in their hands. Followed by that, under the three lights, the freezing elements looked a lot more active. Ice pillars started flying out, and instead of reaching over to the distance, they became 3 ice walls that appeared in front of the three legendary wizards. Abel was quite impressed with how well the three legendary wizards could maneuver themselves. The ice pillars could freeze the enemies on the spot. But the fact that they were becoming ice walls made him realize that he was not being creative enough to make the most out of this spell. Essentially, the 3 ice walls would form a triangle structure that would protect the 4 as they were in it. Abel was watching to see that there was an ice cube about 50 cubic centimeters in volume. When it slammed on the ice wall, there was a scar on the wall. Followed by that, more and more ice pieces would crash onto the wall and leave different marks. Luckily, this was the ocean. After replenishing some freezing elements from their surroundings, the three legendary wizards managed to fix the wall quite quickly. Wizard Dahlin laughed and spoke, "Good thing these cubes aren't so big." Just as he was speaking, there was a giant cube that was about 5 meters tall and 4 meters wide flying towards them. Wizard Doran complained, "You brought this to yourself, Dahlin." Wizard Dahlin waved his hand and threw a fireball. After crashing the boulder, the piece of ice became smaller chunks of ice. Abel could feel that the temperature was becoming colder and colder, so much so that his body was starting to feel numb. Wizard Dahlin reminded Abel, "Be careful of the low temperature here, Master Bennett. The cubes aren't the main threat here." The ice cubes looked like they would hurt if they came crashing down, but that's not really the case for legendary wizards. Under environments like this, while it was impossible to extend their power of the will, they had no choice but to defend themselves passively. Wizard Dahlin, for instance, could not move his fireball after he unleashed it. The fireball was hit down by the giant ice boulder, since it was flying towards something too big. However, if these legendary wizards focused on the smaller ice cubes, and several hundreds of them, it would also be impossible to hit these precisely. Abel took out a melting potion and drank. He was starting to feel the numbness and coldness disappearing. He could feel his body starting to warm up. He could activate his fire element and eradicate all this cold from him, but that would expose his identity as a law-defying wizard. It'd be more fitting for a potion master to use potions to remove this cold. The three legendary wizards continued to bring Abel downward. The ice started to disappear, and the lowered temperature was returning to normal. Mist started to rise in 4 directions. Again, as it grew thicker and thicker, it got harder to see anything anymore. Abel could only sense that the 3 legendary wizards were still around to protect him. At a further spot, since he couldn't even use his power of the will, all he could really see was fog. Wizard Dahlin spoke to him softly. "You can reach the entrance after passing through here, Master Bennett. Let's not make any noise from here, though." Following what he said, the 3 legendary wizards started slowing down to try not to make any sound. They started going downward as quietly as they could. Abel's senses were telling him that danger was coming from behind. He was just ready to tell Wizard Dahlin, but as he remembered the warning about not making any noise, he could only place the shield in front to block the incoming danger. He could feel something being blocked by Wizard Dahlin's defensive spell, though he didn't like this feeling. He didn't know what attacked him, and he couldn't make any precise calculation. Maybe the attack just then was caused by Wizard Galen's defensive spell. His senses were telling him of the many threats. It was almost like many unknown creatures were coming towards them to attack. Wizard Dalen could no longer keep being quiet. Damn it, unleash the firewall. He then activated a spell rune in his hand. A firewall was being cast a spot 10 meters in front of him. The other two legendary wizards did the same, and that protected them from the wall. As the firewall rose, the mist was slowly exterminated. It was almost visible when they were around it. Screams of agony could be heard. Abel could see some spiked gray fish struggling amidst it. Wizard Dalen explained as he cast the firewall, "These are hybrid swordfish, Master Bennett. They seem to live inside the eye of the demon, and they feed on those who fell into the eye." Despite the power of the firewall, some of the hybrid fish still made it out alive. However, they seemed to have lost their advantage in speed when they got close to the three legendary wizards. They were also heavily injured, making them less of a threat. Abel didn't know. The trip was going fine because the three legendary wizards were prepared for all kinds of situations that they might face. It was not the first time coming here for any of them. The last time they came here, they had to do what they could to pay the right cost. Under the protection of the firewall, the three legendary wizards continued to bring Abel downward. Under the reflection of the bright light, Abel could see the bottom of the eye of the demon. There was a dark stone slab, but he couldn't quite see the words written on it. Wizard Dalen smiled. "We've arrived." He placed his hand on the stone slab. The stone slab unleashed a white light engulfed the four of them. Following that, Abel saw the bottom of the eye. He saw a sparkling light that transformed into a complicated pattern. When the bottom was completely glowing, he could feel the presence of a dimensional power. As his eyes glowed up, he was automatically teleported. He could see that his front was shining bright. He was standing on a piece of grass with three legendary wizards beside him. He raised his head to look in the other direction. In the sky, there was a giant transparent cap with something glowing red in the middle. It looked kind of like the sun. It seemed that the area he was in was a dimension under the protection of the gap. He looked around and saw that 10 puppets busy working in the field. They didn't seem to pay attention to the 4 that just came here. Abel was surprised. This is the ancient herb garden. All the crops were well taken care of. He couldn't believe it. Since ancient times, the herbs were kept in such fine condition, and the puppets were still busy working diligently to maintain them. Wizard Dalen smiled. "We're pretty surprised when we first came here." Just when Abel was about to take a few steps forward, he stopped as he realized the many lying corpses. Some were a few hundred years old, others were relatively recent. Wizard Dalen bowed towards the corpses. That's what the Wizard Union had to pay for to investigate this ancient ruin. The Wizard Union had always known about this location. Many of the members did find it, but most of them couldn't make the return trip. Wizard Dalen went on to explain. These men use their lives to get the most information out of all, and that is that, if you want to get in this ruin, you must have an ancient command card with you. Otherwise, any trespassers will be struck down by the defensive mechanism here. After saying that, he took out a command card and showed it to Abel. He didn't tell Abel the number of ancient ruins, the number of documents, and the number of failed attempts the Wizard Union had to go through to get their hands on this. Right now, they were standing here at ease, but without this card, they would have been dead immediately. It was a legendary wizard that almost died here that got this card, and he was considered extremely skilled and lucky to help with the exploration here. Abel had to look at the herb garden in front of him. He couldn't believe that the defensive mechanisms here would be so terrifying. Perhaps there was a spirit that was under control here. The more he was in contact with ancient times, the more he understood the things that happened in the past. When he looked at the 10 ancient puppets, he thought that there must be something to keep replacing their parts and do the maintenance. A spirit must be here. Since he couldn't see anything but the different herb gardens around here, he thought that maybe the only place the spirit would exist would be the underground. Abel spoke to Wizard Dalen. "I'll need a seclusion circle, Wizard Dalen. We'll start preparing the items to initiate the brew." Wizard Dalen spoke. "We'll commence then, Master Bennett. We've got all the ingredients for the mana resistance potion. There's only 10 days that we can be here. After 10 days, we'll be immediately teleported out of here. If we're just collecting the herbs here, the garden will automatically decide the amount of time needed for the herb to be collected. then it will open up the garden again. The last time they arrived here, these legendary wizards had to make their way in without collecting anything. Abel nodded. Good. First, I'll start preparing the brewing equipment, and then I'll collect the stuff needed in the herb garden. Wizard Dahlin continued to speak. You won't have to do a thing to collect the herbs, Master Bennett. We'll do it for you. You just do what you can to brew the mana resistance potion. Within 10 days, Wizard Dahlin was planning to brew as many mana resistance potions as he could, such that they could be distributed to only the strongest of the wizards. Abel didn't think twice to set up a seclusion circle. Following that, he took out an entire alchemy set from his portal bag. He's almost had an entire lab over for this mission. However, since some of his techniques needed to be kept confidential, he had to have the seclusion circle do this for him. The 3 legendary wizards quite fast themselves. The first pack for 20 potions was gathered in no time. From their perspective, they thought that Master Bennett could create a total of 10 potions if they could. They were extremely positive with this estimation, given that most potion masters would have a 20% success rate in most brews. Wizard Dahlin placed the ingredients outside and asked Abel, "Do you think these ingredients are all right, Master Bennett?" Abel bowed and looked around. He could see that the herb garden was fully automated so that the quality of all products would remain consistent. As a potion master, this was definitely ideal as the consistency would help with a higher success rate. Of course, that wouldn't matter too much for Abe, but he still appreciated how well the management was done. Abel put the 20 portions away and spoke to Wizard Dahlin. You keep collecting, Wizard Dahlin. Make sure you get 100 portions every time. Wizard Doran reminded him, try not to waste the herbs here, Master Bennett. The herb garden decides when the next time it opens, based on the amount they harvested this time. Abel smiled and looked towards Wizard Dahlin. Don't worry, I won't waste it. The ones that came this time were Wizard Dahlin. All the decisions had to be made by him. If Wizard Dahlin agreed, he would have to brew as many potions as he could. If there were no agreement, he would have to brew at the regular rate. The mana resistance potion was a master-level product. For every regular brew, a minimum of 2 hours would be needed. By this sense, even if Abel wasn't eating or resting, he could only make about 120 portions in 10 days. That was if he wasn't failing at all. The Wizard Union was only hoping for him to make 60, but for someone who's never had to save any potions, he couldn't help but think that the amount was really too few. This was pretty much why the Wizard Union would only let the most powerful wizards distribute the mana resistance potions. Wizard Dahlin was a bit hesitant as well. If too much was wasted without enough being produced, the herb garden might just shut itself even after the demon from beyond woke up. Their plan to mass-produce the potions might not work. Still, this was the best potion master they had. If Master Bennett promised them, they had no real choice but to trust him. Having thought about this, he made an immediate decision. Send word at any time, Master Bennett. We'll listen to you and start collecting at any time. Abel smiled. Good. Have the 3 collect 100 portions in 2 hours. Having said that, he walked into the circle and left the 3 wizards out. Wizard Doran was not confident. Dahlin, we're going to waste too much if we're collecting like this. Some of the stuff can only be used within 2 hours after harvesting. Again, the cost of coming here was just too much. If they happened to have any waste here, after all the sacrifices the Wizard Union had to go through, it'd be a tremendous disservice to the wizards here. Wizard Dahlin spoke. I'll have to have a talk with Master Bennett if he wastes any. When the 3 legendary wizards collected the herbs, Abel was within the circle to start his brew. After switching on the world stone fragment, he began by processing the 20 portions worth of herb with his power of the will. First, he divided the power into 20, then proceeded to continue at the same time. Because he was absorbing the power of the will of the divine armor, there was a massive boost to his power of the will. Combined with the bonus of the world stone fragment, he was able to be much more focused at this. Furthermore, since the power of the will could be more flexible than human hands, he was been doing his part to process the herb one by one. As a matter of fact, the potion masters were much more willing to use all kinds of ingredients provided by the stores, instead of something from the herb garden. This stuff was mostly processed already by professionals, while the stuff that was collected straight from the field would require more work for them to be usable. If someone experienced was watching what Abel was doing, they'd surely be stunned with how Abel was preparing them. The amount of precision and delicacy put here was phenomenal. The world stone fragment was what made it possible. All the materials were done so that they could be put to the very best of their abilities. Once the materials were processed, the brewing process just became a lot easier. If he were just preparing for different stuff to make the mana resistance potion, he would have felt comfortable with most of it. He knew that the more he could make this potion, the more loss he could inflict upon the sacred knights of the nation of God. This was why he decided to mass-produce these. The difficulty level was very high, of course. He was actually the very first who's willing to try this. Most potions that were mass-produced were restricted to low-tier ones. Even the intermediate-level potions would rarely have potion masters doing mass production unless the cost for the ingredients weren't worth the money. Abel had no intention of wasting anything. He was confident that he could master this mana resistance potion. Just like how he became the sole producer of almost all the master-level potions on the central continent, he was the one figure to go for master-level potion because, unlike the other 3 potion masters, he could always produce at least a blue-quality potion with what he had. After 2 hours, Wizard Dahlin took out a portal bag and placed it outside the seclusion circle. Behind him were Wizard Doran and Wizard Galen. Both had very serious looks on their faces. Both of them were worried that the ingredients they collected this time would go to waste. Wizard Dahlin was just as worried as them, but he was different because he was much more confident in Master Bennett. As for where his confidence came from, it had to do with all the light recovery potions, power potions, and mana potions that were produced before. Also, his own life was saved by Master Bennett's potion. Abel walked out of the circle and saw the 3 legendary wizards. You got the ingredients, Wizard Dahlin. Wizard Dahlin passed the bag over. 100 portions ready, Master Bennett. Good, pass the ingredients over after 2 hours. Abel took the bag over, then threw Wizard Dahlin another bag. The mana resistance potions are in this. You take care of it. Wizard Dahlin was about to say something in response, but Abel was already walking back into the seclusion circle. So when he inserted his power of the will to inspect the bag, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Wizard Doran was a bit uncertain. The brew works. After 2 hours, the brew should have only worked once. According to the rumors, Master Bennett had an extremely high success rate, but to get it right in one go was nothing short of a miracle. The Wizard Union's estimate was a 50% success rate, but in truth, Abel didn't want them to know that the number was actually 100%. Wizard Dahlin just started laughing. Ha ha ha. Wizard Doran was concerned. Stop laughing, Dahlin. Is it good or not? Wizard Dahlin laughed. We've underestimated Master Bennett this whole time. The whole continent underestimated him. He's better than the other 3 potion masters. No. Actually, he's better than all 3 of them combined. Wizard Union did think about bringing the other 3 potion masters over. However, given their fighting capabilities, the presence of one sea creature would kill them. The reason that they had Master Bennett was really because he was a dragon druid. That, combined with the protection of the other 3 legendary wizards, was what made the Wizard Union decide that they should trust Master Bennett. Wizard Dahlin threw the portal bag to Wizard Doran. You've underestimated him as well. Wizard Galen saw Wizard Doran's expression. He was more curious than surprised. After snatching the bag off, he saw a total of 20 mana rabbit potions, each with blue lightning sparks over the surface. The amount they collected was all turned into products in 2 hours. Not only that, they were all blue-quality potions. Wizard Galen spoke out loud, so that's how he's so rich. The Potion Master Guild would always demand clients to make 5 portions for 1 brew. This was because failures would happen. It's just how things were. However, if one could guarantee a 100% success rate, all the 4 other portions would be for the Potion Master to take. This meant that a lot more income would come apart from the actual income. A master-level potion, the ingredients that were needed were mostly scarce. Some of them were sold at ridiculous prices. Like the longevity potion, some of them only contained materials from the ancient ruins. Most class holders would spend their entire lives collecting 5 amounts worth. Wizard Dahlin smiled. You think all potion masters are like Master Bennett, Galen? Wizard Doran interrupted. I don't care, Dahlin. Next time, just have Master Bennett help brewing the potion. I'll do my part to provide only 1 portion. Even if you replace the other portions with, I don't know, whatever. Although legendary wizards could live long enough to get the ingredients in time, they couldn't secure the quality of the longevity potions. Also, the longevity potion could only be consumed once in a person's lifetime. Under most situations, when the longevity potion was brewed, the quality would only be regular. When Master Bennett put out the blue quality potion, Wizard Doran was starting to see hope. Wizard Dahlin saw the other two legendary wizards. It's okay if you help Master Bennett brew the potion, but make sure you don't spread the news too much. Wizard Dahlin was already nodding. Of course we're not, we keep this to ourselves. Wizard Dahlin interrupted and laughed. Just go and collect the ingredients. Actually, you think Master Bennett will give us a perfect product this time? Wizard Dahlin was already changing his mind. It's Master Bennett. Why, of course. Wizard Dahlin and Wizard Doran both laughed. They knew that the mission this time would be accomplished perfectly. The number of the mana resistance potion was already enough to be distributed to the law-defying wizards fighting on the front line. Before, the Wizard Union would only give the potion to the legendary potions. Now, all the law-defying wizards were guaranteed to get their own. After 2 hours, Wizard Dahlin was already waiting outside of the seclusion circle. With some motivation in mind, he began collecting the herbs. Abel was walking out of the circle when the time went up. He took out the mana resistance potion, all 100 blue quality bottles, and threw them to the ground. Then, he took the portal bag in Wizard Dahlin's hand and walked to the seclusion circle. Wizard Dahlin couldn't help but be amazed. This is insane. Another 100% success rate brew. Abel was also gaining a lot more alchemist energy from brewing this type of potion. His alchemist rune was starting to fill up every time he made a brew. In this world, the study of potions and potionology was a systemic study founded on the documents left since ancient times. After generations of research, the recipes were improved and recorded to fit into the context and demands of that particular time. The procedures were hard, but many potion masters had been busy persisting their research. And that's what resulted in the Potion Masters Guild as what it was today. Among the potion recipes, apart from some of the newer ones invented, many existing ones were improved versions of the original ones from ancient times. The potion master level ones Abel made before, for instance, consisted of mostly ancient ingredients. As it was not easy to find the ancient ingredients, countless research was done to look for the right supplementary materials, which was good. More potions were made than ever before, and the cost of manufacturing was going down. However, the gains of training as potion masters was starting to go down. This could be seen from the fact that no Grandmaster Potion Master ever existed in modern times. Without using ancient ingredients and not substitutes, it would be much harder to fill the alchemist run with one's energy. This herb garden was definitely something of a rarity in that regard. As all the ingredients belonged to ancient times, the amount of energy being rewarded was equivalent. Same in ancient times. No potion masters had the same success rate as Abel. No potion masters could mass-produce the master-level potions, so he was the only one making actual progress in filling his alchemist rune. Abel was acting very much like he was in a rush. On the second, he just stopped talking after walking out of the seclusion circle. He only wanted to focus on his potion. Although he thought that it would take at least several decades or centuries to fill up his alchemist runes, he was starting to see the hope of his rune being filled up after allowing the mass production 2 times. In the initial brew, he did feel an influx of energy when he was done making the 20 bottles. For the second time, he could feel an obvious increase after the manufacturing. In this herb garden, he would be going out after every 2 hours. When he was done, he would throw the potions on the ground and return to the seclusion circle. The 3 legendary wizards never stopped collecting the ingredients. They had no time to rest, not even the time to continue eating. On the noon of the second day, Abel was walking out of the seclusion circle once more. This time, after throwing the bottles of the mana resistance potion, he also threw out 3 bottles of the blue howling rabbit flavor ration potion. Wizard Galan picked up a ration potion with a bitter look. I miss the days on the ancient submarine. On the 5 days they were on the ancient submarine, they used to show dishes containing Abel's rabbit essence. They were also drinking red wine and water spirit fruit juices that was synthesized twice. Now, they could only have the ration potion. Wizard Dahlin shook his head. Would you stop whining? Master Bennett's still brewing his potions. And what's he got to eat? Wizard Dolan then drank the ration potion. Suddenly, his eyes started to sparkle. He used to dislike ration potions, but this one tasted quite good. Wizard Dolan threw a menacing smile at Wizard Golan. Can you give me the bottle, Golan? I don't think you want this. Wizard Golan's eyes sparkled as well. I see what you're trying. Actually, I'm pretty hungry now, so no. For the next few days, Abel continued to craft the potions without rest. He only stopped on the 8th day, and it was only because there were no ingredients left. As large as the size of the garden potion. The ingredients that could be used only took up a small fraction. Abel had brewed the 9,000 bottles of the blue quality potion. The number was enough to clear up everything. Abel could feel the alchemist rune inside of him starting to fill him. He believed that more potions would keep him in full state. Still, the ingredients were already gone. He had no chance to promote himself to become a Grandmaster Potion Master. On a side note, Wizard Golan was thinking about asking for more ration potions from Abel, but he never felt hungry even after 8 days. He didn't know what Abel was giving him was a special edition that would last 10 days, whereas the ones available in most markets would last for 3. Abel spoke to the Elder Identity card on his waist. Can you find the location of the Herb Garden Spirit, Battle Command Spirit? He was still inside the seclusion circle now. The 3 legendary wizards wanted to rest. It wasn't just him that needed rest. They needed rest as well. They all hadn't rested for 8 days. The Battle Command Spirit sent over a message. We'll be scanning the garden, sir. After 5 minutes, just when Abel realized that something wrong happened to the Battle Command Spirit, he began to hear the sound of something being recovered. Sir Elder, this garden is a portable base. The area the spirit is located at is at the bottom. Abel couldn't help but ask, you mean the herb garden can move? The Battle Command Spirit explained, yes, this is a base meant for war. It's portable so that it can provide back support for troops. Abel realized something. He might be able to bring the entire garden back with him. He first looked towards the herb garden outside of his seclusion circle. The area was as massive as about a few thousand hectares. The entire system was automated, such that no manual labor was required. He could make an entire system just like this, but it would be an excellent addition to the family. He could also combine the system with his 3 goddess statues, making the overall product multiple times more than what the entire family required. The reason that the Holy Continent had no rank 18 wizards was very simple. They did not have enough resources. Abel did provide his family wizards with an entire area with the right concentration of mana already. It was not less than what's available on the central continent, and if there were any difference, it would be that it was much harder to make potions on the Holy Continent. On the Holy Continent, the main method to train was mostly through meditation only. Even the mana gathering circle had to be used with extra care, mostly because many gemstones were used up already. With this ancient herb garden in place, the advanced wizards on the Holy Continent might have everything that was needed. The problem now was to take the herb garden away with Abel, and he didn't think that he could achieve this without letting the other 3 legendary wizards know. After giving it some thought, Abel decided that he might as well explain it to Wizard Dolan. He didn't think that they would refuse, given how dangerous it would be if he were coming here alone the next time. Abel walked out of his seclusion circle and went to Wizard Dolan's tent. I have something to talk about, Wizard Dolan. Wizard Dolan walked out of his tent as soon as he heard. He was a bit confused. I thought you're resting, Master Bennett. Please come in. What business might you have? Abel was a bit hesitant to say this, but it had already been 8 days. He didn't know when they'd all be kicked out. But, on the other hand, if he couldn't find a way to take control over the spirit here, this fine garden might be impossible to find in the future. Abel walked in and spoke about his intent. Let me ask this, Wizard Dolan. Would the Wizard Union allow me to have this garden if I want to own it? Wizard Dolan wasn't sure. You mean you want this garden, Master Bennett? Abel nodded. It's of good use to me. Wizard Dolan was more confused now. This garden is at the outer part of the sea, Master Bennett. You can't come here alone even if you were granted ownership. As a matter of fact, the Wizard Union was already considering giving up on this place. The risks were too high. Plus, the special environment made it impossible to connect to a super teleportation circle. Now that they've got all the right materials turned into the Mana resistance potion, it might just be a good idea to leave permanently. Abel reconfirmed, can I purchase this herb garden, Wizard Dahlin? Wizard Dahlin could tell that Abel was serious. I'll get the other two. Hold it for a moment, Master Bennett. He then extended his power of the will. Very quickly, two white lights appeared. The two legendary wizards were already standing in front of Abel and Wizard Dahlin. Wizard Dahlin spoke to them. We've got something to tell you about. So Galen, Doran, Master Bennett seems to be interested in taking this garden. What do you think? Wizard Dahlin didn't see a reason to refuse. But he still needed the approval of the other two to ask the Wizard Union. But, of course, Wizard Galen and Wizard Doran had no idea why Abel would ask for this. They couldn't say how ridiculous the idea was, but nor could they refuse. How else could they get him to help them out the next time if they were to say no to him about this? Wizard Galen made it clear, no problem, we've crafted this much mana resistance potion now. It's enough for the Wizard Union already. Wizard Doran laughed, why is that even a question, huh? If Master Bennett can find some way to get here, the Wizard Union can just buy mana resistance potion from him permanently. The problem is, well, I've made myself clear, haven't I? Abel smiled, knowing what they were trying to say. Of course, they'd all be interested in giving him this herb garden, but he needed to show them that he could use it to the best of his ability. Wizard Dahlin passed the command card to him. We'll give you this garden now, Master Bennett. This is a command card. The next time the garden opens, please craft more mana resistance potions for the Wizard Union. Abel bowed and took the card over. I'll follow my oath, rest assured. I'll do my best to provide a mana resistance potion. To the Wizard Union. Or as early as a few days ago, he's been putting 5 portions of the ingredients into his personal storage box. The time there was stationary, and he could transplant them into his own area once he was back. He might craft the mana resistance potion to boost his alchemy level if not for the potions themselves. The one thing he needed to think about was whether he could allow the herb to survive in Bloodmoor. If he could get permission to own it, there shouldn't be a problem. Abel left the 3 legendary wizards and followed the scanning result of the battle command spirit. After doing so, he found the hidden entrance that was leading to the underground. The entrance was hidden by bushes. The top was even decorated with hidden circles similar to that of the seclusion circles. However, if the battle command spirits could recognize this, they might just read the situation immediately. Followed by one step into this entrance, Abel could see that the 3 legendary wizards were looking at each other. They've been to this location before, but none of them had found this passageway. Wizard Doran smiled. Master Bennett was asking us because he's confident, Doran. Wizard Dahlin didn't seem to care. Well, just give it to him if he wants it then. Who else can we give this to anyways? No one could make 9,000 bottles of the mana resistance potion like that. Abel was the only one. There was no one else that could make something this good with this little amount of time. Wizard Doran smiled. The problem, Dahlin, is that we might need to give Master Bennett a bit, just a bit more materials the next time we ask him to do a favor. Wizard Dahlin laughed out loudly. Definitely less, of course. Why are we still giving him extra portions if his success rate is near perfect? I might just hand him my rarest ingredients, actually. For wizards like them that would often venture inside the ancient ruins, they'd always have some ancient herbs that could be brewed into actual potions. The problem was that they couldn't find enough to make spares, but Abel just showed them that he never needed spares. As the 3 legendary wizards chatted with each other, Abel was already moving to the underground area of the cultivation base. Without the help of the battle command spirit, he would have never been able to make it here. It did seem easy when he was walking to the entrance. However, without using the battle command spirit to use the Elder Sign card, he might face an attack immediately. As they moved to the underground area of the moving cultivation base, he could see that there was a giant room of about 500 square meters. There were puppets placed around everywhere. From what the puppets looked, they were probably meant for manual labor. They were probably maintenance puppets if Abel had to guess. They seemed to be all lacking some extra parts, however. Originally, many labor puppets were here, and as time went on, they would just slowly be broken on their own. Some were still left to protect the malfunctioning ones, and over time, only 10 were left that worked on the field. Those were the 10 that they all saw back then. As it turned out, there was a time limit to how long the garden could sustain on its own. Maybe in a few decades, the labor puppets might just become useless and the moving base might lose its function. Then, a month later, the garden might rot away on its own. Instead of looking at the puppets one by one, Abel tried to look for some way to claim ownership over this garden. If he could provide the raw material for them, he could have the puppets wake up independently. Eventually, Abel's eyes looked towards the door that was at the innermost part of the room. He could see that this was where the control room of this base was. The battle command spirit continued to send out one message towards the outside. The base here had always acknowledged him as a welcomed guest, but this was supposed to be a forbidden area. When Abel pushed on the door, he could see that the door had circle runes drawn on them. Still, he managed to get it open very easily. Once inside, he could see a spirit that was glowing faintly. He was quite familiar with the state of this spirit. The spirit was on minimum expenditure mode, such that all the other complicated functions was switched off. Abel spoke to the battle command spirit, "Add my claim in." It'd be very easy to claim ownership over a low-energy spirit like this. The battle command spirit responded, "Yes, sir." Very quickly, a wave came sweeping to the spirit that was glowing dark. Abel could quickly feel the connection he had with the spirit. "We got it," Abel said, thinking that he was done with the most important step. He went forward to the energy slot, and he could see that almost all the magic stones were gone. It was pretty much empty. He just wasn't sure what the spirit was doing to keep it alive today. So he decided to first have a look by connecting his power of the will to it. Abel managed to understand why the spirit was able to exist today. From the records, it was called a nurturing spirit, something that was born to plant. It all had to do with how unique the portable nurture base was. It needed something special, something like a sun to provide light. Because of that, outside of the base, there had been many mana gathering circles that were supposed to supply energy to the very top. On the top, apart from illuminating the plant with light, another thing the sphere did was that it could attack with the energy that was compiled. Once everything inside was expended, it would then try to survive on its own. Since the management and illumination belonged to two completely independent systems, more rare ingredients were needed to draw the mana gathering circle outside the base. One set was for powering up the light sphere since magic gemstones were not enough, while the energy slot was just for the spirit. This would be a good model in most cases, but this garden had been operating for who knows how long. One surprising thing was that the light sphere was still operating after all these years. If it weren't for the nurture spirit adding another energy passageway a long time ago, none of this would be operating. After getting permission from the nurture spirit, Abel went ahead to place a top-level gemstone on the energy slot. He could see that all 2,000 slots were full. When he saw that the energy was refilled, he could see that energy was sent over. "The nurture spirit is here to serve you, master." Abel commanded, "Self-check on the base. Report to me about any missing resources. 10 nurture puppets and 2 maintenance puppets are available. Master, 190 nurture puppets and 38 maintenance puppets are waiting to be fixed. The lighting system is normal. Energy supply is regular. Apart from the seeds for the mana resistance potion that are surviving, the rest are all dead. Currently, what is missing is 1,000 standard steel ingots, 5 standard portions of mithrils, 5 regular portions of regular gold." The nurture spirit managed to tell Abel about all the things that he knew or didn't know. All of them were absolute essentials. The names of the ancient ingredients might not be the same as their modern counterparts. Luckily, they just weren't all that special. Abel managed to find most of them in his huge collection. As for the number, ever since he obtained the portal bags from the nation of God, he's never had to worry about the number in the mine. The only thing he was to worry about was overproduction, actually. Make things easier, the 2 maintenance puppets that could still move started moving and examined each other. They were not completely switched off during all this time, despite that they didn't move most of the time. They did have mana gathering circles drawn on them, so as long as there was no energy, there would still be enough to transfer the energy over. Ever since the maintenance puppets walked into the control room, 2 top-level gemstones were taken out and placed into the energy slot. When the maintenance puppets received this boost, they started moving a lot faster than before. In fact, they were resuming to work at twice the speed of a normal human. They were starting to use the fire circles, and all kinds of ingredients were changed into different shapes as they worked on it. Circles were distributed on their entire bodies. The circle would hold all kinds of functions that were completely meant for fixing. Abel made an estimate. If he didn't have the top-level gemstones with him, he wouldn't have been able to use these circles. As a matter of fact, the low energy level was really the only cause of the huge waste of puppets. The problem was in the missing ingredients, because even if there wasn't enough, the maintenance puppets could always break the damaged ones to repair the other ones. Now that there was enough energy, the two maintenance puppets started working at full speed. They began by fixing the puppets that were not as severely injured. In just a few tens of minutes, some of the broken ones were getting back to work to join the fixing procedure. In this underground space, the whole place started operating again like a factory. Wizard Golan watched the nurture base. Have noticed something different about this garden Dolan. They realized that the rest was helping them restore some stamina. While they were waiting for Abel, Wizard Golan sensed that some change was happening to the moving nurture base. Wizard Dolan affirmed, "The herb garden is coming back." While the herb garden didn't seem so different from the one before, it did not possess the ability to move at high precision. Now that there was enough energy to support their cognitive function, their way of operating was starting to look completely different. Wizard Doran was very confused. What did Master Bennett do, exactly? Why do I feel like he's already had a lot of knowledge about this garden? That seemed reasonable. Master Bennett should have no prior knowledge about this herb garden before coming here. However, he found the operation room before any of them. Given the current state of the garden, Master Bennett must have done something to the spirit to make everything work so much faster now. Wizard Dolan laughed. "This is good, Doran. The herb garden is better in Master Bennett's hands than any of ours. We don't brew potions, so let's just have him make as many as he can." Wizard Doran was watching. "Let me see how he's going to process this." During this time, two nurture puppets walked out of the entrance that Abel walked in. They were going towards the 10 nurture spirits that were still working. The 3 legendary wizards understood immediately when they saw this. Master Bennett really had full control of this garden. On the night of that day, Abel was feeling quite good. He took out a standard nobleman's long wooden table and a set of silver cutleries. As for the chef, it was Wizard Dolan, since the job was to unfreeze the dishes he made. As easy as it was to heat these dishes, they managed to have a fantastic meal when they were all the way out here. Abel held the juice cup in his hands. "Let's rest here for another night and return tomorrow." Wizard Golan smiled and held his cup. "Master Bennett seemed to be collecting much more than us." Abel laughed and said in reassurance, "Once you're back, Wizard Golan, as long as you're willing to give out the ingredient, you'll be able to find me." Wizard Doran smiled. "Make sure that offer isn't just for Golan." Abel nodded once more, "To the 3 of you naturally." He's been quite busy when he was out doing missions with the 3 legendary wizards, but the reward he was receiving far outweighed his cost of coming here. The 3 legendary wizards didn't know that he could bring the entire nurture base with him. More importantly, Abel had ownership over the nurture spirit, which contained a massive collection of recipes for collecting herbs. Now, although the herbs other than the ones for the mana resistance potion had all died, there ought to be more locations than this one for them to keep going. Abel just needed to plant the herbs he got inside the base. Naturally, under the care of the nurture spirit, he could plant more and more if he wanted to. As for bringing the whole base back, it wouldn't be a tedious task for him at all, since he had an entire super-sized teleportation circle on his own. An entire night passed by pretty quickly. The number of nurture puppets had increased to 50. The herb garden was really returning to normal. Although they hadn't reached the 10-day restriction yet, Abel was still planning on leaving on this day, the 9th. He's used up all the ingredients for the mana resistance potion, so there really wasn't a point in staying. Before leaving the ancient garden, Wizard Dolan threw another look at it. Of course, now that all the ripe herbs were used, he's got no idea about how Master Bennett would process what's left. When he touched the portal bag on him again, however, he smiled very quickly. It wouldn't matter what Master Bennett was doing with the base, because as far as he was concerned, the 9,000 mana resistance potions that were here would change the war between the wizards and the knights completely. Wizard Golan looked at Abel and laughed. "I'll bring you to leave, Master Bennett." Having said that, he placed his hand on Abel's shoulder and nodded to the other 2 legendary wizards. Abel activated the command card, and under white light, they started vanishing from the portable nurture base. Before they left, however, Abel extended his power of the will and connected it to the nurture spirit. Following that, the whole thing started moving on its own and went inside the portal bag. As quick as this process was, Abel couldn't get the 3 legendary wizards to miss it. He knew that, but since he's already told them to stay quiet in exchange for many, many favors, there was not much that needed to be said here. Once the portable base was moved, they appeared at a location about 5 meters away from the ocean. Wizard Dahlan was bringing the other 3 to a fixed spot. Underneath them, the eye of the demon was collapsing very quickly. The portable nurture base seemed to be what was supporting it before. Abel was the only one that understood the exact theory about how the energy gathering circle was the one that was the cause behind all this. Wizard Doran laughed at Abel. "I'm starting to feel like we're at a loss this time, Master Bennett." Wizard Doran agreed. "Yeah, can I just have another 2 bottles of the red wine we had yesterday, Master Bennett? You know, just to even things out. We didn't know that you could just have an entire ancient ruin in your portal bag." The 2 legendary wizards were doing what they could to be friendly to Abel and seeing what he was capable of doing. To satisfy their needs, Abel took out a few bottles of his red wine and the water spirit fruit juice to them. Abel spoke to Wizard Dahlan, the captain of this mission. "So how should we head back, Wizard Dahlan?" The ancient submarine was here. If needed, Abel might have it out. Wizard Dahlan wanted to be as fast as he could. "Let's go for a flight first. If we don't see any trouble ahead, let's just go back like this." If it was just a few hundred bottles of the mana resistance potion, Wizard Dahlan might have wanted to slow things down a bit more. However, this was a total of 9,000 bottles. These would greatly change the course of the upcoming battles. Plus, once Master Bennett had the ancient herb garden up and running, the potions would just be harvested after a new wave. In the morning, the air smelled of the ocean. This was a new experience. Abel was flying with his own body. He has had plenty of flying experiences on Flying Flame and the Fire Tooth war machines, but this was his first time flying like this. He had flown outside once before, but he was doing it with maximum speed. He'd estimated that when the powerful sea creature saw him, it would have already been too late to continue. However, flying with the 3 legendary wizards was something completely different. They flew at about 300 meters above sea level, and every half a second they would activate the instantaneous movement once. To non-wizards, moving at this sort of frequency was nothing short of a disaster. Experienced wizards would not suffer from any travel sickness, but non-wizards would almost always vomit whenever they continued to move like this. Wizard Dahlan brought Abel around non-stop. He and the other 2 legendary wizards were watching Abel, waiting for the eventual sickness. But of course, this was just meant to be a joke. They were quickly disappointed, however. After an hour passed, Abel's face was just as relaxed as before. He was even holding a conversation with the same smile on his face. Wizard Dahlan could no longer hold it. "Are you just going to use the short-distance teleportation circle for your training?" "Master Bennett." He's asking because, well, druids weren't supposed to be this comfortable with moving at high frequency. Abel laughed in response. "I have Wizard Frankenstein with me every day, so I'll just have him take me around this time." The Wizard Union would have known that Abel had a law-defying wizard bound to him. However, to have a law-defying wizard as a portable tool only was something no one would have guessed. Wizard Dahlan wasn't even sure if Abel should be so open about this. Wizard Doran suddenly asked, "What's this smell, I wonder?" "This is greater than Master Bennett's dish." She then sniffed 2 times more. Her expression was relaxed and pleased. Abel tried to smell it as well. He almost started drooling when he noticed it. Wizard Dahlan smelled and spoke, This is good." As a matter of fact, everyone here had the instincts to detect danger. Whether it was the 2 legendary wizards or Abel, they would have their methods to see what's up ahead. Abel, especially. He's had a very keen sense of detecting what could be a threat. This time, since the smell didn't trigger anything, he was confident the 3 of them would continue smelling it. However, his strong power of the will quickly took control and forced him to resist the temptation. He almost let go of Wizard Dahlan's hands to fall into the ocean. Wizard Doran and Wizard Dahlan were just starting to notice as well. They seemed to have realized that something was not going well. Wizard Dahlan said loudly and reminded, "Be careful, this must be the smell of the sea creature giving birth." He was the only one among them to not have been affected. He just noticed where the smell came from. when sea creatures gave birth. They emitted a special smell that was extremely tempting for sea creatures. This was precisely what Abel sensed. The essence was a reminder to all nearby sea creatures the newborn was a perfect feed. Once a newborn sea creature was eaten, their one level would go up. This effect was only if it was targeted towards sea creatures below the creature of that level. It was no wonder Wizard Dahlin was trying to send a warning back then. He could sense the life essence that was affecting them. It really showed how powerful the sea creature was. It wasn't like he was not affected by the smell. But as the captain of the squad, he was busy looking to see if there were even more sea creatures gathering. That was when he thought back to the Wizard Union's record of how sea creatures gave birth. The ones who wrote down these records had to go through life and death situations to really get an experience like this. Wizard Dahlin squinted his eyes. Master Bennett, unleash the ancient submarine now so we can hide in it. Abel looked in his direction and saw something even more terrifying. Some more powerful sea creatures were flying at low altitudes. At a further spot, more sea creatures were flying in the very same direction. The fact that they were flying without wings just showed that they were at least above legendary levels. These creatures were loud. The shock waves they generated made the air and water around them explode. As for Abel, they were just in the direction that these sea creatures were advancing. Once there were so many sea creatures meeting each other, they would have no energy to take any hits. To prevent that, Abel took out the ancient submarine and threw it into the ocean in time. Wizard Dahlin was brought to move into the submarine, which was closely followed by the other two. Abel spoke loudly to the submarine spirit, "Go down, camouflage on, hide from all other presences." The ancient submarine started to sink. Then, with a wave of light, it merged itself with the water. Abel and the three legendary wizards were standing amidst the hall room of the ancient submarine. The walls showed what was happening outside. They saw the fight between the two powerful sea creatures the other day. The fact that they could chase three legendary wizards away just showed how powerful they were. Wizard Dahlin also had a tough reaction when he saw the giant sea turtle and the giant squid. He spoke calmly, "This sea creature must be very powerful. Even the ones from last time are participating." The appearance of the two sea creatures just explained that the one that gave birth was more powerful than these two. Naturally, this frightened them to a great extent. Wizard Dahlin was not comfortable. Damn, if we met those sea creatures on land, we would have not had to do this. If they were fighting on land, the sea creatures would not be able to unleash any power related to the ocean. Still, that would never happen since they would always stay in the ocean. Oh! A dragon's roar came from over the distance. It made all the sea creatures that were running pause for a bit. Some of them could not resist the temptation of the newborn sea creatures, and they all started rushing towards the life essence. This dragon's roar was more impactful than anything. Some not-so-powerful creatures were also quickly awakened, and they started turning their heads around to escape. The dragon's roar was located from the ancient submarine. The legendary wizards were surprised. Wizard Dahlin was doing relatively fine, but Wizard Doran looked pale. Wizard Dahlin had a terrible look on his face, but his eyes still looked normal. Abel seemed to be the most relaxed one, but he did seem confused. Wizard Dahlin asked, "What is the level of this dragon? Could it be an ancient type?" He didn't seem to want the others to answer. This was more of a rhetorical question. Abel gave him a quick response, "That does not belong to a giant dragon." Wizard Dahlin looked towards Abel and tried to inquire. The other two legendary wizards were slowly waking up from the dragon's roar. They all started looking towards Abel. Abel explained, "I have some understanding of dragons. This might feel like a dragon's roar, but there's no real essence of a dragon. It seems to originate from something that resembles a dragon." Wizard Dahlin slapped his head. "Master Bennett has the dragon transformation, yes. You must have had a lot of understanding about this." Abel looked towards Wizard Dahlin. "Should we go see what sea creature this is?" Curiosity was what drove class holders, but Wizard Dahlin shook his head very quickly. He had 9,000 bottles of the mana resistance potion. He had no time to waste. Abel seemed a bit disappointed. "We'll continue heading back then." Without seeing for themselves how powerful this sea creature was, there was probably no chance that they would in the future. However, his eyes never left that direction. He knew that there was a pack of powerful sea creatures rushing in that direction. A great war was about to commence. Boom! Deafening scream detonated. Even the ancient submarine started to shake. Above the sea rose a monstrous shadow with a dragon's head but a turtle's body. The sound came from the vibration when the shadow emerged. At the same time, he could see that the sea creatures were thrown into the air like toys. Abel was speechless. The ones thrown in the air included the giant squid and the giant sea turtle, two of the most powerful sea creatures. They were like babies, unable to resist in the face of the shadow. After being thrown, the sea creatures tried hard to control their bodies. Those that couldn't withstand the dragon's roar had already fallen behind. Those with strength above legendary continued to fly. Finally, however, the shadow stepped downward like an elephant. A tall ocean wave forced the other sea creatures to stick on the wall. Wizard Dahlon's voice got coarse. "Quick, Master Bennett. Dive down, that's a dragon turtle you're looking at." Abel quickly commanded the submarine spirit to go down even further. Once the vessel was lower, the water wall started coming to them. He could see that an entire distance of several hundred meters was becoming a wall that was pushing on the surface. On the way, some of the fish was squished into mush. Only the legendary sea creatures survived, although a strange power was constraining them such that they just couldn't move. There was a piercing sound from the tip of the submarine, like razors grazing through steel. Abel had just started to worry about the ancient submarine when a gigantic wall of water passed them. Abel swallowed. He was tense. Just a bit further, and the sea wall might have crushed the ancient submarine. He didn't think that the submarine could withstand it, not when even those legendary sea creatures couldn't do anything back. Now, he really understood the dangers of the sea. With these kinds of terrifying life forms out there, no one from the continent would ever want to face them. Wizard Dahlon let out a long breath of relief. Good, good. The dragon turtle just gave birth. Maybe its strength was somehow affected. Abel's mind was in a lot of distraught. Wizard Dahlon was patient. "Master Bennett, the dragon turtle is the descendant of the ancient giant dragon and the ancient divine turtle. They are very similar, but dragonkind has never acknowledged the dragon turtle. As a matter of fact, there isn't any real dragon's heritage among the dragon turtles, but there was a great change to their blood as time went by. The dragon turtle, for accepting what the ancient divine turtle passed down, lived its life in the ocean. Although it was of the same origin as the giant dragon, it never wanted to get close to the giant dragons, and the giant dragons had no desire to connect with any dragon turtles. We're lucky to see a dragon turtle being born here. The mother must be at least 10,000 years old now. We're very, very lucky to see one of the most powerful spirits giving birth here." Abel and the three legendary wizards were frightened by the dragon turtle's presence. They carefully rowed on the ancient submarine and spent a few days returning to the island that they came from. The three legendary wizards were taking the island's teleportation circle to return to the Wizard Union headquarters. Abel just took a step back and used the teleportation circle to return to the Golden Castle. For about a month since they left, he needed to supply some potions for the castle warehouse. But, at the same time, he also wanted to find a quiet place to look through his loot. After walking out of the large teleportation circle, inside the Golden Castle, a white light appeared before he left the teleportation circle room. Druid Lendo just brought another advanced druid over. Abel smiled and bowed. "Greetings to you, Druid Lendo." Druid Randall was a bit reserved. "Greetings, Master Bennett. What's this, if I may ask?" Druid Lendo didn't think that Abel was welcoming him. They were friends, but Abel did not need to go to him in person. Abel smiled. "I just came back, and I happened to see you before I left the teleportation circle." Druid Lendo smiled and explained, "What a coincidence. I was just bringing my student here to have something to eat. He's been stuck at rank 17 for 20 years now, and I was just wondering if your recipes can help him with his promotion." Abel tried not to be too direct. "It's not guaranteed to promote your student, but what I can say is that it increases the overall probability." Druid Lendo was getting a bit emotional. "You're a bit too humble, Master Bennett. Wizards, druids, and priests have all benefited from your restaurant. There have been 25 promotions in total. Even the master-level potions are not as effective as your food. If it weren't so hard to get a seat, I would have just come here as a regular customer." Abel smiled and replied, "You could have just sent a message to me, Druid Lendo. We can eat together if you want." Druid Lendo quickly refused. No, you have many friends, Master Bennett. If you have to make an exception for everyone, what time would you have for yourself?" Besides, it's already been 20 years for my student. A few days more is nothing. Abel passed a bottle of synthesized juice to Druid Lendo. It's my first time seeing your student, actually. I'll give this juice away if he wants. Druid Lendo knew that it was something good. Dallas. Say your thanks to Master Bennett. Dallas replied with a deep bow, thank you for the present, Master Bennett. Abel spoke to Druid Lendo and Dallas. You go and enjoy your meal, Druid Lendo. I'll be on my way now. Watching as Abel teleported out of the teleportation circle room, Druid Lendo and his student got their way to the restaurant. When the two druids took their seats, the 10 seats became full. The half-elves started bringing all kinds of dishes over. Since the Golden Castle often had many customers, the Judson family, which was the family that Druid Joseph belonged to, brought another new batch of half-elves. The half-elves would often provide service at the restaurant. In the top platform, Druid Dallas sat beside Druid Lendo. He looked curiously towards the castle in front of him. He couldn't believe the wealth piled up here. It was no wonder class holders below advanced were forbidden to be here. The amount of gold here would make anyone lose their minds. If he himself weren't already an advanced class holder, he would have also been very tempted to get the gold here. As a matter of fact, Abel wasn't worried about having his gold taken over. He only restricted certain class holders from visiting because he didn't want too many visitors. What Druid Dallas didn't understand was why he got a bottle of juice from a potion master. Master Bennett was mainly known for being the dominant producer of all kinds of potions. As long as it was from him, what product was sold would always have its price multiplied from its starting price. Master Bennett was known to have done that to many of his brands, such as promoting potions for class holders and beauty products for female elves. It just seemed odd that it was a bottle of water spirit juice, although the price did seem to have gone up lately. Druid Lendo was ordering some food. What happened? Dallas, why is it a bottle of juice? Druid Lendo asked after glancing to see if anyone was eavesdropping on them. Hush you, who do you think Master Bennett is? You think this is regular juice? Druid Lendo scorned him, then took out his own juice that was contained inside his crystal bottle. Just have a sip of this. I was going to let you have some once we're back, but I'll give the explanation early. Druid Dallas took the crystal bottle and smelled a special fruit. He could tell that this was the water spirit fruit, but the aroma was even better than the regular ones. He gently poured some of it into his mouth, and his soul felt like he was flying in midair. Everything that was piled up over the 20 years became something of an enlightenment, which generated a promotion Kai on him. He loosened his grip and dropped his juice. On the side, Druid Lendo was very quick to catch the bottle. Someone called out when Druid Lendo was about to put the bottle away. Druid Lendo, are you willing to offer this bottle? Druid Lendo could see that it was Wizard Haywood. Wizard Haywood, this bottle is a gift Master Bennett gave to my student. Sorry to say, he's already had a sip. So it's not really up for sale. Before Wizard Haywood could say more, he hid the bottle of juice inside his portal bag. Damn it, Wizard Haywood cursed. He smelled something special about this bottle, but Wizard Lendo was strong on keeping this to his student. Still, he quickly thought that he could contact the Lightning Clan. Since the Lightning Clan was already so close with Master Bennett, he could have his good friend ask for a brand new bottle of juice. Abel didn't realize that his bottle of juice had just immediately activated the promotion of an advanced druid. That was another one added to his list of clients who have succeeded. Also, the bottle of juice in his hands just became the target of many, many people. This is because the water spirit fruits produced in the dark world were already much better than those produced on the continent. Also, since it was synthesized twice already, the effect on one's spirit would be much better. Abel didn't feel much when he was drinking these water spirit fruits. However, since this was the first time that he was consuming this as he was stuck at the bottleneck stage, he realized that the impact that it would have on the soul had just triggered promotion. He had already entered the training room. After activating the seclusion circle and the defensive circle, he took out a crystal body that was the size of a skull. Given that two mighty sea creatures, stronger than legendary wizards, had fought each other for it before, he thought that it must be something much more than just regular items. He spoke to the sky. Can you analyze what this is, research spirit? The research spirit responded, please wait, master, we're waiting for analysis. An energy wave scanned across the crystal body. After 10 more seconds, the research spirit's voice came over again. The research spirit replied, "The database does not contain this kind of item. Master, there is no method to identify this item." Abel sighed in disappointment. He was already expecting this sort of outcome. He didn't think that a top-level treasure of this rarity would have a record, not even in the Wizard Union search engine. If the research spirit couldn't help, Abel might have to do it himself. Having thought this through, he switched on the ability of the world stone fragment to the max, both his cognitive abilities and calculating power. He carefully reached his hand over towards the crystal body in his hands. Inside the crystal body, there was a warm energy like the ocean guided into his body. He didn't notice this before, but he didn't dodge it. Neither his instincts nor the world stone fragment sent him warnings, which meant that this unfamiliar energy was not going to do any harm to him. Once the warm energy entered his body, he could feel like a change was taking place. He felt that it was strange because he could clearly sense the energy melting inside of him. Could it be that the two sea creatures were fighting over something useless? That, or that they were fighting for something only meant for sea creatures? Abel couldn't really believe it. But he activated his body once more. Nothing changed to his power, agility, stamina, and mental strength. Nothing changed. Very quickly he went on to cast a firebolt, but he realized that the firebolt had a 10% damage buff compared to before. He was very surprised. He was only absorbing the energy inside and not even all of it, but his fire spell had already increased by this much. In amazement, he went on to activate Ice Bolt and Charge Bolt. It was also a 10% buff for both of them. Still, this was only the training room. He couldn't activate the more powerful spells. So he immediately went on to activate the town teleportation scroll and opened a portal that led him into the dark world. He took his step and went to the rogue's encampment. He then used the instantaneous movement and went to Bloodmoor. He found himself a quiet place to be, then activated the fire element Meteor, Firewall, Freezing Element Blizzard, Ice Sealing Balls, Lightning Chain, and Lightning Blizzard. After going through all of his advanced spells, he made certain of one thing, and that was that all his spells were buffed by 10%. 10% was a big difference in combat. Even 1% was a big difference, as it might just be the crucial difference that would determine whether a defense could be penetrated. Abel went to take out the crystal body once more. He could feel that his mind was starting to heat up. If he was to absorb everything inside, his energy might just be multiplied by even more. He could use the firebolts to kill mad knights by then. As he thought about how easy his upcoming fights would be, he smiled widely. Again, he inserted his power of the will into the crystal body and drew out another warm energy. As he prepared to guide it into his body, the energy returned into the crystal body as soon as it made contact with him. He didn't think that this was supposed to happen, but when he tried again, it failed. Maybe the maximum amount of time that the warm energy could be absorbed. Abel couldn't help but laugh at himself. Maybe he was too greedy. 10% buff on all spells was already as rare as it could get. In fact, he's never even read about anything like this. Just then, when he looked towards the crystal body in his hands, he could sense that it was sucking mana from the air around him. The warm energy just expended was recovering at a very slow speed. He wouldn't have noticed unless without his divinity in the rogue's encampment. The change was too insignificant. Even regular law-defying wizards would not have noticed with their power of will. Still, it was a fact that the crystal body was absorbing the mana that was within the environment. Abel couldn't help but be amazed. This is close to a national treasure. The crystal body could be used with no time limit. There was enough energy that all wizards from all groups could enjoy its benefits. If one particular wizard group happened to have more attacking power than other wizards, that advantage would just make them win every time they were to fight those of the same rank. Of course, he would have had to let his own contract creatures and summoned creatures use it first. That would almost definitely increase their fighting strength. First, Abel called out Frankenstein. He then used his power of the will to transfer warm energy into Frankenstein's body. Unfortunately, it was the same amount he received. He was a bit concerned before using it, but although Frankenstein's body was made entirely of steel, the crystal body's effect had most to do with the soul. Following Frankenstein, Abel called out the 12 spiritual guardian wizards and guided 12 portions of the warm energy. The crystal body did not disappoint him, as their lightning chain damage also increased by 10%. It was the same when he called out Johnson and Jason. The element casting ability was also buffed. After a round of using it, the energy inside the crystal body grew much smaller. Abel even went as far as to set up a large-size mana gathering circle and placed a crystal body at the center. Inside the mana environment, the recovery speed of the crystal body was multiplied, but it was still very hard to notice. As a matter of fact, the name of the crystal body was the Crystal of Blessing. It could only be formed in a high-stress, high-pressure environment. Normally speaking, most blessing crystals were only be found at the bottom of the ocean. For those sea creatures, it didn't mean much that the crystals were charged multiple times prior. Their large bodies would allow them to crush these crystals as soon as they bit onto them. A blessing crystal needed the environment to recover the energy that was within. While there weren't many mana environments in nature, the sea creatures never did complete studies on the blessing crystals. The one that Abel got this time was already found and protected by the giant sea turtle. He was just waiting for the crystal to grow. It was the same as many other rare materials inside the ocean. As soon as powerful sea creatures found them, they would have been taken care of so that they could grow naturally. Perhaps several hundred years were too long for most humans, but Abel had a lot of time on him. It was even less for sea creatures, since that was pretty much just how long it would take for them to take a nap somewhere. What happened during that fight was quite simple. While the giant sea turtle was waiting for the blessing crystal to grow, it accidentally encountered the giant squid, which was attracted by the scent of the dragon turtle giving birth. They had no choice but to fight each other, and Abel ended up being the one that took the treasured item. Abel was able to get it because the 3 legendary wizards distracted the sea creatures. His transformation necklace hid his own presence. The 2 powerful creatures pursued the 3 legendary wizards after detecting that there was no nearby threat, but that's precisely what allowed Abel to steal the crystal. Having placed the blessing crystal, Abel returned from the dark world back to the central continent's golden castle. He made sure to speak to his 3 followers and Butler Mayor about it after adding more potions to the storage. Following that, he used the short-distance teleportation circle and headed to the super teleportation circle. As he stood in front of the main teleportation circle room, Abel felt kind of nostalgic for some reason. He had been thinking about returning to the Holy Continent as early as the new year when the super teleportation circle was built. After opening the door, he went to the teleportation hall room and saw the interior that was made of special materials. The spell runes that were drawn on the ground made this room especially grand and sacred. He spoke immediately. Open the super teleportation circle. Although the super-sized teleportation circle was added after the Golden Castle was built, the circle used inside only had the Golden Castle as a foundation. It was combined with the circle system of the Golden Castle, so naturally, just like the inside of the Golden Castle, the short-distance teleportation circle could be used such that the circle spirit and the research spirit could be contacted at any time. During this time, on the topmost platform of the Golden Castle, guests came to visit the legendary light. They could see that on one side of the slope, countless rays of light were sparkling. An advanced class holder spoke to his teacher. "What's that, mentor?" The teacher called out, "It's a super-sized teleportation circle." Some of the more experienced class holders could also see it. They could all see the super-sized teleportation circle activated, which made them think in admiration about how great Master Bennett's influence was to own this place. Not anyone with money could just buy a super-sized teleportation circle themselves. You could have all the right materials and hire a professional circle master. Still, without permission from the Wizard Union, the super-sized teleportation circle would be nothing but an extravagant toy. The fact that the circle could be activated proved that the Wizard Union had already approved Master Bennett's special status. It had really all to do with Master Bennett's growth. He didn't have much basis in training, but he could just become the most elite fighter throughout the whole continent with a bit more time. Only those with extraordinary backgrounds could have the privilege to own their own circle on the central continent. Abel could feel the energy around him being activated frantically. The circle rune beneath him was growing brighter and brighter. His power of the will was controlling his transformation necklace such that his elegant elven form was reverted to his muscular human body. At the same time, his elven robe was changed into his wizard robe, and the moment he went back to being Abel, the human, his body disappeared inside the teleportation circle. In Liant City of the Holy Continent, a forced teleportation request was sent from the Super Teleportation Circle. This request was made with the highest level of access, which meant that no permission from any party was needed. Wizard Lorenzo teleported towards the teleportation room. Strange, what celebrity is coming here today? Whoever it was, Wizard Lorenzo knew that he had to be very careful with his demeanor. Once he went to the teleportation room, he could see that the teleportation ended. He stood inside the teleportation hallroom, and after seeing the white light disappear, he could see people emerging. He was very emotional to recognize the figure. "You're back, Wizard Abel." Abel stepped out and looked at Wizard Lorenzo. "It's been a while, Wizard Lorenzo." Wizard Lorenzo could definitely sense Abel's presence. "Your power, Wizard Abel, it has gotten much stronger after going to the central continent, Wizard Lorenzo. Now I'm a beginner law-defying wizard." "Master Abel." Wizard Lorenzo quickly bowed in fright. "I'm terribly sorry for calling you by the wrong title." Law-defying wizards were like the pinnacle of beings on the central continent, almost like the setting stones of the world. Abel's age was never a secret on the Holy Continent. As the most well-known genius of all time, every progress he made in his life had been an extraordinary inspiration to all class holders here. Still, no matter how much of a genius he was, Wizard Lorenzo would have never guessed that he could become a law-defying wizard, something that was only supposed to exist in myths, according to their understanding. Yes, law-defying wizards were definitely powerful beings to Wizard Lorenzo. The most he's seen had been law-defying wizards, and that's what he remembered seeing on the central continent. After all these years on the Holy Continent, he had almost forgotten that this group of terrifying beings exist. He immediately changed his attitude to being very cautious as soon as he noticed Abel's suppressive pressure. Abel went to hold him up. "We're friends, Wizard Lorenzo. I'll also need to thank you for all the care you've been providing at the Kingdom of St. Ellis." Wizard Lorenzo was a bit embarrassed. "I'm so sorry, Master Abel. I've never taken care of the Kingdom of St. Ellis." Abel never heard anything from Bardali. "What happened here? What do you mean?" He knew that Bardali was not going to lie to him. Bardali's intelligence system was based on the previous most influential assassin organization on the Holy Continent. It was also the most updated organization with all the regular information the St. Ellis Intelligence Agency provided. Wizard Lorenzo quickly responded, "Nothing major happened, Master Abel. I might have restricted the development of the Kingdom of St. Ellis." Abel laughed and spoke, "Well, I made the same arrangements when I left the Holy Continent." Wizard Lorenzo went ahead and explained, "Your influence is too great, Master Abel. The Kingdom of St. Ellis is now a much stronger state than St. Pirit and St. Anwal combined. Your officials just made a request recently to sweep the Holy Continent clean a few days ago because of this, but I had to keep those voices down since, well, I am the representative of the Wizard Union." Abel nodded in approval. "It's always good to leave yourself with some enemies. Without someone to go against, the Empire might just age and crumble until it has no energy left." Wizard Lorenzo laughed bitterly. "Ha ha, your understanding is far better than mine, Master Abel. I just happened to make the same choices because I received a command from the Central Continent Wizard Union. They instructed that none of the subcontinents should be ruled by just one empire." Wizard Lorenzo actually had no interest in politics. He's especially had no interest in running the internal affairs of a state run by none other than Abel. He would have never been a part of this unless he got commands from the Wizard Union. By the way, he had a good understanding of Abel this whole time. But after realizing that this young genius was already a law-defying wizard, he would have had no choice but to report it to his higher-ups. He would have wanted to antagonize the law-defying wizards that were his supervisors. So that's what this is. Abel started to understand. Because of what happened to the Lance Continent, the Wizard Union became vigilant about another Holy Light Empire unifying the territory and exterminating the Wizard Union. As a subcontinent guardian wizard, Wizard Lorenzo's instructions were to keep things in order, such that there would always be a good balance between each of the empires. If anyone was to try to unify all the regions, the Wizard Union would come and intercept with their own military might. As far as the Wizard Union was concerned, Their ultimate goal was to keep the powers between the empires to an equilibrium. Since Wizard Lorenzo was especially close to Abel, that, combined with the fact that the Kingdom of St. Ellis had no wizard army of its own, he became responsible for warning the officials of St. Ellis to not go overboard. What he didn't do, however, was to do anything that had actually reduced the Empire's power in any aspect. Abel laughed and spoke, "You've done very well, Wizard Lorenzo. From here on, how about you do as the Wizard Union requested and look after my hot-headed officials for me?" Having heard what Abel said, Wizard Lorenzo was finally able to become more relaxed. Before, he was only in it for his friendship with Abel, but now he was certain about helping Abel protect the Kingdom of St. Ellis. He realized that he had been speaking to Abel inside the hallroom. "Would you like to take a break inside the Union, Master Abel?" This was a very, very impolite request from Wizard Lorenzo. After hearing that Abel was already a law-defying wizard, he started losing his cool. Abel rejected Wizard Lorenzo's invitation, but he did not return to his palace in the Kingdom of St. Ellis immediately. He was way too powerful to care. If not for his family, he would have given out the throne already. As he stood at the teleportation circle in Harry Castle, he caught a familiar smell, the smell of home. "Master, welcome home." An excited female voice emerged. Abel had encountered many spirits, but none of them had the emotion of the Flora spirit. The Flora spirit was created by merging a powerful ancient spirit and a powerful new spirit. It was actually an abnormal spirit. Abel only realized that after his days in the central continent. "Yes, Flora, I'm back." Abel immediately felt a calmness in his heart. He stepped off the teleportation circle and arrived at the central square of Harry Castle. No one paid too much attention to him along the way. Maybe his robe was too ordinary, or maybe no one was expecting their master to return. He was not the only wizard in the square. In fact, the place was bustling, unlike any remote castle. Not much had changed. Most buildings were quite new, so there was a strong sense of youth to the place. "Young master, my lord, young master have returned." Suddenly, an old man called. It was Steward Lindsay, the only steward in the world who called him young master. Steward Lindsay quickly stepped forward with eyes full of excitement. The seriousness of a noble he always held by his side was completely abandoned. His words sent a shock to everyone around. They all knew who the young master of Harry Castle was. The great King Abel. All the wizards, knights, and normal people dropped to their knees. It was the most glorious name in the Holy Continent. Abel was almost like a god in everyone's heart. All of a sudden, Abel sensed immense amounts of faith rushing towards him. However, he was not a true god. He couldn't take in faith without holy objects, and the faith soon faded from his body. Storing faith in the body and using faith to enhance the body was two totally different things. Abel's rank as a god was too low. He wouldn't even be able to do the former even if the faith he got was millions of times more powerful. After all, he only had the power of God in the dark world. Although he was still not a true god, there were a few hundred high elves there to assist his training. Unless Abel turned all the Holy Continent knights into holy knights, he also wouldn't be able to use his crystal angel statue to take in their faith. Doing so would anger the Wizard Union as well as the entire world, so he was not planning to. This place was his home. His family needed a place to live. The reason he was so willing to experiment in the Holy Kingdom was that he only saw those people as resources. "Abel is back." Abel smiled and waved his hand. He then continued, "There's no need to bow. This is Harry Castle, not the palace." Everyone quickly stood up straight again, but the passion in their eyes remained. "Where's Uncle Marshall?" Abel turned back to Steward Lindsay and asked. "Master is in the garden." Steward Lindsay bowed. "I'll go to see him now," Abel said and flashed away from the square and left everyone speechless. He reappeared in the garden. The place did not change a single bit. The Duke of Marshall was attentive as always. The garden was where his wife was buried. It was his most precious place. Abel saw the Duke of Marshall sitting in front of his wife's tombstone. His youth was revived with Abel's potion, but the vicissitude of his eyes remained. "Ivy, the time you've planted back in the days has now been divided into 360 sprouts. This place will be filled with it when spring comes. I still remember you gifted them to me before I went into battle. They were the source of my bravery. They were what made me a knight. The Duke of Marshall gently whispered. Abel never knew the Duke of Marshall was this loyal. The Duke of Marshall that he knew was always a lavish playboy. If not, he would not use so many full recovery potions from him. It seemed like the Duke of Marshall was still a gentle guy at heart, and this place was where his true happiness lay. Uncle Abel gently called. Abel, you are back. The Duke of Marshall turned with the most genuine smile as he opened his arms. Uncle, I'm back. Abel quickly stepped up and hugged. Afterward, the Duke of Marshall let loose and asked Abel, are you going to stay? I can only stay for 3 days, Abel replied. After all, he still had many things to take care of in the central continent. That's so short, but I'm still glad you are back for now. A flash of disappointment emerged from the Duke of Marshall, but it quickly disappeared again. Uncle, I've built a super teleportation in the central continent, so I'll definitely come back when I'm free again. Abel quickly cheered up. Don't worry about us, just be careful in the central continent. I heard there are many powerful wizards there. Make sure you are good to them. The Duke of Marshall used his power and learned a thing or two about the central continent and pretended he was a lecturer. Uncle, don't worry, no one will mess with me there, Abel smiled. He completely forgot about actually living as an elf there, and his wizard identity was still being hunted down. Abel then gathered some flowers and placed them in front of Ivy's tomb and bowed. Abel, let's go back. The Duke of Marshall smiled and patted Abel on the back. Abel did not move in a flash. Instead, he walked with the Duke of Marshall along the little passage back to the castle. Abel had strong ties to this place. Back in the day, when he first arrived in this world, the Duke of Marshall had given all the love and care he got to nourish him. Harry Castle was his home. He knew every tree and plant in the back of his hand. He arrived at a familiar office, and everything looked exactly the same. They took a seat, and Abel took out 2 glasses of water spirit fruit juice with 2 combinations. My child, you always have the best food and drink. The Duke of Marshall took a sip, and his eyes immediately lit up. The melancholy he carried from the garden immediately faded. He was living the best life he could hope for. Every day he could have the best food in the Holy Continent, a youthful and strong body, and have Ivy by his side. Uncle, one of the reasons I came back is to change your body. I want to turn you into a wizard. Abel saw the Duke of Marshall's mode lifted, so he got straight to the point. Abel, I know it is not easy to get resources. I don't want to burden you. The Duke of Marshall that becoming a wizard took a lot of resources. Uncle, I'm now a law-defying wizard. I have endless resources now. Abel replied, looking slightly arrogant look. He could only show his childish side in front of the Duke of Marshall. Everyone in the central continent would have their jaws dropped if they saw their Master Bennett acting like this. What's a law-defying wizard? The Duke of Marshall was not surprised at all. In fact, he was curious. Abel suddenly paused. He almost forgot the Duke of Marshall didn't know too much about wizards. The most powerful wizard in the Holy Continent was only rank 18. They didn't know about the law-defying wizards, let alone legendary wizards. Abel's existence was far beyond their comprehension. Uncle, law-defying wizards are wizards above rank 20, Abel explained. Although it was still hard for the Duke of Marshall to understand, hearing their rank was still clearer than a name he never heard of. That's great, Abel, you are now the most powerful wizard in the Holy Continent. The Duke of Marshall laughed. Yeah, that should be right. Abel rolled his eyes. Abel couldn't help it. How could someone compare him to the wizards in the Holy Continent? Just his 12 spirit guardian wizards alone would be able to wipe out the entire Holy Continent. Uncle, this is the water of life. Drink it, and you will have the body needed to become a wizard. Abel took out a little jar with a few droplets. Okay, I'll drink it. I need the lifespan of a wizard to watch you grow and spend more time with Ivy. The Duke of Marshall laughed and poured the droplets down. The water of life was a priceless treasure even in the central continent. Using it to turn an ordinary person into a wizard was a huge waste. Still, Abel was willing to do so for the ones he loved. After all, the water of life wasn't that useful to him. The tree of life would give him some from time to time, considering their relationship. Too bad his oak tree in the dark world was not old enough to produce the water of life. Otherwise, he would have as much water of life as the elves. Changing one's body with it was simple. The water of life was not a soothing substance, and the Duke of Marshall's body was altered without any pain. Abel, how come everything around me is so much clearer now? The Duke of Marshall looked around and realized the world was different. Uncle, because your power of the will has grown. Abel smiled and continued as he took out a 20-square-meter portal bag. These potions are for you to use. They should be enough for you to become an elite wizard. Abel, I can't open portal bags. The Duke of Marshall knew what a portal bag was. They were exclusive to official wizards. Uncle, I'll teach you to do your first meditation, then you can open it, Abel said with confidence. Abel had given the Duke of Marshall the most amount of water of life he could tolerate, so the growth of his power of the will was substantial. All he needed was to do his first meditation, and he would become an official wizard. Of course, they couldn't directly go into the wizard circle behind Harry Castle for their first meditation. The Duke of Marshall wouldn't be able to take it. Therefore, Abel took out a little mana gathering circle and explained the process of meditation in detail until the Duke of Marshall understood. He then led the Duke of Marshall into the little circle. There was a thin layer of mana, but it was not unbearable to the Duke of Marshall. The Duke of Marshall sat down and began his first ever meditation. Abel sat by his side and carefully focused on his body with his power of the will. Although meditation was a low-risk activity, Abel was still a little worried considering how important the Duke of Marshall was to him. However, the process went smoothly. After all, even the dumbest person would succeed with a law-defying wizard with a guide. Abel, I sensed mana. The Duke of Marshall opened his eyes and said. Abel smiled. It was best to find the Duke of Marshall a proper teacher from then on. With the water of life in body, the Duke of Marshall's power of the will was strengthened once again, and Abel sensed that he already had the power of a level 3 apprentice wizard. The water of life really was a treasure. Abel couldn't help but think about Bernie the dwarf. Maybe taking the water of life was all he needed to become a level 3 wizard, not the hard training he bragged about. Uncle, your body can now take in mana. I'll take you to the wizard's circle behind the castle. Abel got the unnecessary thoughts out of his head and smiled again. Abel, I heard that place is extraordinary. The Duke of Marshall also smiled. Although the wizard's circle was behind Harry Castle, that place was not for normal people, so the Duke of Marshall never entered it. He would be able to if he was the pinnacle of knights. But he was not. Abel placed his hand on the Duke of Marshall's shoulder and flashed into his magic tower. They then went through a teleportation circle. Although it was a little dizzying, it was nothing unbearable. When they landed again, they saw that they were within a luxurious elf-style magic tower made out of unidentifiable materials. They were located on the top level, the most important place of the magic tower. Flora, make the Duke of Marshall a user of this magic tower and give him as much authority as me, Abel said. Yes, Master, Flora replied. Uncle, from now on you can train here. This magic tower is not like the others. I'll take you around. Abel turned and said. The Duke of Marshall was already stunned. All the walls were filled with mysterious patterns he couldn't identify. Okay, Abel's words brought him back and he immediately nodded. This magic tower was no longer useful to Abel, but it was too important for him to give it out to other wizards. It was a 16-story magic tower he stole from Wizard Hoover. It was a work of collaboration between humans and elves. It would be a decent magic tower even in the central continent. Of course, it was still nothing compared to his golden castle. Abel, this place is beautiful. It's too bad I can't invite my friends here, the Duke of Marshall sighed. After all, what's the point of luxury if you can't show it to others? Uncle, don't even think about it. This magic tower is the foundation to the 6-star magic circle, the core of the wizard training ground, Abel immediately warned. He showed the Duke of Marshall around from the top story down and explained all its abilities. When they arrived at the ground floor, the Duke of Marshall was attracted by the large teleportation circle. Uncle, this is a large teleportation circle. You can go anywhere you want in the Holy Continent, Abel explained. At the same time, he gave the Duke of Marshall the permission to use it. Abel, what more do I need to know about this magic tower? The Duke of Marshall still didn't know much about wizards, and he didn't want to expose something Abel didn't want him to. Don't worry about that too much and just focus on your training. The Flora spirit will be around, and it will take care of your problems. Abel smiled. Just look around. There was not a single speck of dust, even though it has been years since someone lived in it. There were puppets controlled by Flora to maintain the place. I will now take you to the most important holy object of the kingdom. Follow me. Abel opened a big door. They left the magic tower and arrived at an elf-style garden. Flora was also maintaining the place very well, and they could see a puppet doing gardening. Abel, how come this place is so warm? The Duke of Marshall sensed the temperature change. Although the Duke of Marshall was used to magic heaters in his castle, it was supposed to be winter outside. Most of the trees in his garden were dried up besides some vegetables. However, this place was filled with flowers just like springtime. Uncle, we are actually standing on a platform separated from the world. It had a natural protection shield which blocked out all the cold wind. Abel smiled. As the two walked around, they saw many valuable plants. The garden was set up by elves, so flowers were a must. It was a scenery never seen before in winter. As they kept walking, the smell of flowers sifted to their nose. Finally, they arrived at the third goddess statue fountain. Uncle, this is the holy object I'm talking about. Abel reached his hand in the fountain water and said, "Is this the mysterious water that allows the crops to grow?" The Duke of Marshall stepped up and dipped his hand in curiously. The third goddess statue still appeared mysterious to Abel even at his current level. He just couldn't find anything about it in the central continent libraries. It was definitely an object for spreading faith. Food was crucial to the lives of all beings, so creating a harvesting miracle was much more impactful than saving a single person. The Duke of Marshall looked around at the garden and turned back to the magic tower. He looked so sad that he couldn't show off to his friends. Uncle, I will now let you in on a big secret. Abel didn't know what the Duke of Marshall was thinking, so he continued to smile. Flora raised the battle fort. The Duke of Marshall's jaw immediately dropped. The entire elf garden, including the magic tower, was beginning to levitate under the beaming sunlight. He quickly stepped towards the edge of the battle fort and realized he was already 200 meters above ground. He looked down and his legs began to shake, so he quickly stepped back. The entire wizard training ground was exposed under him, as well as the Harry Castle nearby. As they kept raising, they saw the farms beyond. Abel, are they going to see us? The Duke of Marshall quickly turned and asked. Don't worry, this battle fort is invisible. No one will see us. Abel smiled. Actually, there was a part of Abel that wanted to show off as well, but he always kept it down. Since the Duke of Marshall was now a wizard, he could be the one to take over. There was no one in this world he trusted more than the Duke of Marshall. He also trusted Lorraine, but Lorraine was an elf saint with her own training. The battle fort stopped 1,000 meters above, and everything below was under their gaze. Uncle, this is the safest place in the Holy Continent. No one will discover it or break its defense, Abel said with confidence. The power of a battle fort was tested by Abel. Even a legendary knight's holy crystal could not penetrate it. It might not be invincible, but the most powerful wizard in the Holy Continent was only rank 18. They wouldn't even be able to make a mark. Abel saw many destroyed battle forts in the dwarves. They were all caused by an attack to the spirit within. As long as the spirit was not damaged, a battle fort would be able to regenerate. Abel saw the joyous look of the Duke of Marshall's face as he looked below. After all, the Duke of Marshall didn't want to leave Harry Castle, so giving him the magic tower and this battle fort for training could give him a peace of mind. After the thrill died down, Abel landed the battle fort again and arrived at Morton Magic Tower with the Duke of Marshall. The Morton Magic Tower was 14 stories by that point. It seemed like Wizard Morton was progressing quite well with his resources. Abel had the highest authority, so he directly flashed into the lounge of the top floor. Wizard Morton was making a rune card at the time, and Abel's sudden appearance made his hands drop. Abel, how's everything in the central continent? He threw the failed rune card away and smiled. However, he soon noticed the Duke of Marshall beside Abel, and he was stunned. Teacher, Uncle Marshall is now capable of being a wizard. Do you think you can become his teacher? Abel stepped up and bowed. Haha, Marshall, you can become a wizard. We'll train together from now on. No need to call me a teacher. Wizard Morton laughed and bumped shoulders with the Duke of Marshall. No need for you to go to my place to have a drink. From now on, the Duke of Marshall laughed as well. It was at that moment Abel realized how deep the friendship between the Duke of Marshall and Wizard Morton had become. Seemed like he would no longer need to worry about the Duke of Marshall's training anymore. "Teacher, I have a gift for you." Abel took out a portal bag and handed it to him. Wizard Morton scanned it with his power of the will. Excitement flashed on his face. Wealth didn't mean much to him, but training resources were never enough. It was a 20 square meters portal bag full of elite wizard training resources. This just showed how many enemies Abel had killed in the central continent. Since the dwarves had given him quite a lot of portal bags, those 20 square meters ones didn't mean much to him. Still, they were already the biggest one in the Holy Continent. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1 SOM. "Teacher, how many wizards does the Harry family have now?" Abel poured a glass of water spirit fruit juice for Wizard Morton. Abel had prepared a lot of juice for his teacher. Since they went bad quite easily, Abel turned them all into ice blocks and stored them in his portal bag. "Abel, you can finally meet them now. The Harry family has 223 wizards. Most of them are personally trained by me, so they are very loyal. There are also 800 apprentice wizards," Wizard Morton replied. "I'm sorry for bothering your training," Abel bowed. "I have more than enough training resources to become rank 20. Wizard Morton smiled and waved. "Morton, your goal is too low. Abel is already rank 21, the Duke of Marshall interrupted with a laugh. "Abel, you've become a law-defying wizard." Wizard Morton jumped up. He was stunned. He was not the Duke of Marshall. He knew what a law-defying wizard represented. Yes, Abel nodded. He wasn't going to show his energy. Wizard Morton was still not powerful enough to bear it. He would need to be rank 17 at the least. "Abel, did you join the Lightning Clan?" Wizard Morton asked again. Wizard Morton was a member of the Lightning Clan, and he followed his teacher to the Holy Continent. So the Lightning Clan always had a strong place in his heart. Abel paused, but then he decided to tell the truth. "Teacher, I am living as Elf Bennett in the Central Continent." "Abel, did you get in trouble again?" The Duke of Marshall and Wizard Morton frowned simultaneously. They understood Abel's personality. There must be a reason he was living as an elf. There was probably a reason he was living as an elf. "Teacher, uncle, I didn't know stone giants were so popular in the Central Continent. I've only taken it out once, and the law-defying. Wizards are after me," Abel explained helplessly. "I'm glad you are fine, but didn't the Lightning Clan back you up?" Wizard Morton knew the Lightning Clan would not let his disciple get bullied. "There was a crazy law-defying wizard, but the past is the past. I'm living very well as an elf and I'm still training every day." Abel smiled. He was planning to tell them that he killed the law-defying wizards trying to hunt him down and turned him into his monster. That would lead to a rabbit hole of questions. "Oh right, teacher, I've brought some more resources for you." "Where do you want me to put it?" Abel asked. "How many are you going to give me? Just put it here," Wizard Morton said. He gained 2 extra levels in his magic tower, and he wasn't taking in many new disciples, so he had 5 empty floors. "Teacher, this place is too small. I need a big inventory," Abel explained. "Abel, who did you steal from this time?" Wizard Morton sighed. He then immediately added, "Let's go, I'll take you to the main inventory." Abel then followed Wizard Morton out of the magic tower with the Duke of Marshall. This place has changed a lot since he left. There were many more wizards, and more than 200. 20 new magic towers. Only a wizard restaurant chain monopoly like the Harry family could do something like this with their credit points. No other power in the Holy Continent could even come close. As more and more wizards joined, their standards increased. Cultivating apprentice wizards seemed easy, but they took a lot of resources and time. "Abel, how is it?" Wizard Morton said proudly as he saw Abel look around. Hearing it was nothing like seeing it in real life. More than 220 magic towers basically filled up every inch of land around them. Magic towers could be built anywhere. Of course, they needed a specific location that strengthened the 6-star magic circle and have enough mana and defense. Luckily, Abel built a large mana-gathering circle back in the days, so mana shortage was no longer a concern. "Teacher, it seems like my resources came in handy," Abel laughed. Abel's return spread quickly around the wizard circle. They were spotted on their way to the main inventory, so the wizards began to gather. Abel, see if this place is big enough. Wizard Morton stopped in front of a new inventory. It was originally used to store crops, but it was now empty since the temperature had returned to normal and the food shortage was over. It was a 20 meters tall, 1,000 square meters inventory. It was huge. Abel nodded and began taking things out from his holy portal bag. Those resources were from a dirty source. They were everything the Wizard Union and big nobles in the Lance continent had. Wizard Morton saw Abel kept waving his hand as resources began to stack up. It had everything from potions to crystal cores. Considering the size of this inventory, it was enough to sustain all the wizards in the Holy Continent for the next 100 years. After all, it was what Abel wanted as well. Finally, the inventory was filled to the brim, and Abel organized them with his power of the will. At that moment, Wizard Morton was puzzling how much time it would take for his wizards to divide them into categories. It might take months, and he might need to build a few more inventories. After all, he couldn't just keep those resources stacked for 20 meters like this. It was the hassle of too much wealth. Suddenly, an idea struck. Flora, add security to this inventory. Don't let anyone else enter. The Flora spirit was everywhere in the 6-star magic circle, so it responded to Wizard Morton immediately. When Abel, Wizard Morton, and the Duke of Marshall stepped out of the inventory, there were already 10 little war puppets with bursting crossbows on their hands. Wizard Morton immediately locked up the inventory. He was planning to keep them a secret. After all, their source was unknown. It might attract the Wizard Union's unwanted attention. Since Abel didn't say anything, he didn't want to give Abel more trouble. As for organizing the resources, he could just leave it to the Flora spirit. He laughed at himself. How could he not have thought about this earlier? Just when the three were planning to return to the magic tower, they realized a large group of wizards had gathered outside of the inventory, and they all bowed at Abel. Abel, seems like the news is out. These are our wizards. Wizard Morton smiled. Abel saw more and more wizards gathered, and they all lined up in ranks. There were 3 rank 17 wizards at the very front. They all signed a contract with Bardali, so their loyalty to the Harry family was indestructible. Of course, that was until the day Bardali died. Bardali was one of Abel's most important contracts, and she lived in the Assassin Magic Tower under a mountain. It was separated from the world. Considering Bardali's immortal body, she should be able to live forever. Wizard Dino was the most powerful wizard of the 3 rank 17 wizards. He was forced to sign the contract when Abel was only an emperor of the Kingdom of St. Ellis, but now he was glad he did. He had a wealth of resources and a 17 stories magic tower. Moreover, he was living extremely well. That was why they looked eternally grateful. Although there were many wizards from the back Abel had never seen before, he could sense their loyalty with his power of the will. They were filled with curiosity and respect, but not a single ill intent. After all, Abel was the first powerful emperor with enough might to keep the wizards loyal. Abel was attracted the most by the new official wizards. They were all cultivated by the Harry family, and he could sense a strong hint of passion and excitement in their emotions as well. For someone with the intellect of a wizard, passion and excitement were extremely rare. Then was a sea of apprentice wizards behind the official wizards. Their gazes were mostly filled with gratitude, since the Harry Castle was the only large mana gathering circle open to the public. Normally, apprentice wizards would only get the mana needed for their training if an official wizard took them in, but the Harry Castle had given them a path to success. As long as they were not lazy and did missions, they would be able to exchange resources. Abel saw the wizards gathered. He then gently sifted out a tiny amount of energy. The power of a law-defying wizard immediately lashed out like a mountain pressing against the wizards. In an instant, all the wizards, from the weakest to the most powerful, sensed immense pressure. They could not move, not even twitch. I am Abel from the Harry family, the Emperor of the Kingdom of St. Ellis, a Grandmaster blacksmith, as well as a rank 21 wizard. Abel's voice spread through the area. Although most of them had a hard time grasping the idea of a law-defying wizard, they could understand what rank 21 meant. The 3 rank 17 wizards were speechless, and immense respect emerged from their faces. The Harry family is not lacking in resources. As long as you are loyal and work for us, you will be treated accordingly. Even if you don't want to leave the Holy Continent. After you become an elite wizard, we will have enough resources to turn you into a law-defying wizard, Abel said loudly. The 3 rank 17 wizards were filled with excitement. Normally 18 was the pinnacle of existence in the Holy Continent due to limited resources, but Abel's words had broken this rule. Wizard Morton was also stunned because the resources for rank 18 and above resources were not taken out by Abel yet. After all, the reason why Wizard traveled into the unknown was for resources. If their home had enough resources, who wouldn't want to stay? What they didn't know was that Abel brought back an ancient garden with enough resources to create the potion needed with the 3rd god of spring water. As a potion maker, cultivating powerful wizards in the Holy Continent wouldn't be a problem. Abel was not planning to turn his knights into barbarians, at least not until he found a truly loyal knight. It was one of those rare nights he didn't go into the dark world. Instead, he sat on his balcony of Harry Castle and enjoyed the peace and quiet of his home. Suddenly he sensed a calling from his soul. It was from the guardian of the Harry Castle, Barbara. White light flashed, and he appeared underground in front of Barbara. Barbara had grown. Although it was just as ugly, it was still a good girl. Barbara reached a root towards Abel and began to rub against him. "Barbara, are you feeling lonely?" Abel laughed. "Master, I feel very honored." Barbara transferred through the soul. Barbara was the reason why Abel did not constantly worry about the Holy Continent and the Duke of Marshall's safety. It was the guardian of an ancient temple. Abel might not win against Barbara in a fight even to this day. It had the scary ability to suppress mana around its radius, and spells were extremely important to most professionals. Not only that, but it could suppress the natural energy of a druid, the kai of a barbarian, the holy energy of a holy knight, as well as the death kai of a priest. Therefore, the physical attacks were the only way to win against Barbara. If not, you would be crumbled by its root like a piece of paper. Abel then took out a top-level green gem. According to the Tree of Life, green gems were good for all plants. Barbara happily placed the gem by its side, and Abel realized there were 2 extra wizard robes beside it. "Barbara, where did you get those wizards?" Abel was stunned. Was Barbara eating his wizards? "Master, those 2 tried to invade the castle, so I've captured them and made myself a meal," Barbara proudly transferred. "Show me," Abel said. Afterward, Barbara took out 2 dried-up bodies with a root. Since it only needed to absorb energy, the bodies were intact other than some rips in their clothes. What interested Abel was their robes. Their quality was so good it looked like they came from the central continent. He felt his heart drop. His castle was invaded by wizards in the central continent. Although he didn't know the rank of those wizards, it wouldn't be too low considering they were from the central continent. Just consider the wizard circle behind Harry Castle. It looked very powerful, but they could only defend against a rank 18 wizard at most. Anything above would be a challenge. "Damn it! Who is after my home? I will make him regret it for the rest of his life." Abel lowered his voice. He then turned his gaze to the portal bags of those wizards and reached his power of the will forward. The things inside it were clearly from the central continent, the 2 low-level light gems which confirmed his theory. They were 5 square meters portal bags, and the other things inside them were easy due to their small space. One of them had a potion, and Abel opened it for a sniff. It was for rank 19-20 wizards, which confirmed the power of those wizards. His power of the will kept looking around and finally saw 2 identity cards, etched with a snowy mountain with green color trees. Abel couldn't recognize which forces they were. After all, there was no need for Abel to use any identity card in the central continent. "Barbara, good job." Abel let out a breath of relief and laughed. A joyful feeling emerged from Barbara's soul. It loved interacting with Abel. For a guardian of ancient times, a few years was basically like a flash, so they immediately wanted to see Abel as soon as he sensed Abel's return. Abel stayed for a while with Barbara and began to talk about the interesting things he saw in the central continent. No matter if Barbara understood or not, Barbara was a good listener. When Abel laughed, it would laugh with him. When Abel touched on some emotional topic, it would reach out a root and pat him on the back. On the second day, Abel sat in the dining hall and had a familiar breakfast with the Duke of Marshall. "Uncle, your body is now cleansed by a special potion. It is in top condition for wizard training. Abel smiled as he took a sip of juice. Abel, don't worry. I have Wizard Morton for guidance. The Duke of Marshall was feeling very good as well. Wizard training was something he could dedicate his time to, not for power, but receiving the blurry image he had of his wife. Ever since his power of will increased, he seemed to remember his wife a little clearer. He even had a dream of her yesterday. As for the training result, Abel had given him many dark gold potions in the portal bag. There were instructions on how to use those potions, so the Duke of Marshall knew he was in for a smooth journey with the help of Wizard Morton. On top of that, Abel's full recovery potion had cleared out all the hidden injuries in his body, so his progress as a wizard would be even faster even if he didn't know. Uncle, in the future I will tell Bardolly to send you some elite wizard potions, and you can talk to the teacher about how to distribute them, Abel said in a relaxed tone. Yes, I'll learn how to manage the wizard circle, the Duke of Marshall nodded. The Duke of Marshall was starting to let go of affairs of the common world ever since he became an apprentice wizard. Although he still needed to reach rank 3 before getting confirmed by the Wizard Union, it was just a matter of time. At the end of the day, it didn't really matter to him. Even as the Duke of a kingdom, all he wanted was to live in his castle with his wife, who had passed. The reason he didn't help Abel manage the kingdom was because he didn't want to leave his castle, but the wizard circle was right behind him. The two continued to chat, and all the table manners were out of the window. Steward Lindsay also did not say a word. Instead, he couldn't help but smile as he watched this intimate bond between a stepfather and son. I'll come back more often, and I'll take you for a walk to the central continent when you are powerful enough. Abel gave the Duke of Marshall a hug after the meal. Abel, I'll be an official wizard next time you come back. The Duke of Marshall laughed and patted Abel from the back. Meanwhile, all the lords had gathered in the Denon City Palace, waiting for their emperor. Abel was set to visit by noon, and all the servants worked overnight to make sure the area was spotless. Afterward, they changed into new clothes. All the lords on their business trip had returned as well. There was only one great name in the kingdom, and it was their great Emperor Abel. When the news was made public, the entire Denon City was lit up with excitement, even in the middle of winter. The streets were filled with civilians as soon as they got the news. No matter what, all they wanted was to catch a glimpse of their emperor. The great emperor of the kingdom of St. Ellis, Abel Majesty, Steward Bart called as Abel entered the palace with a smile. He was wearing a tight leather vest with a golden cape, and the crown on his head signified power. The lords bowed as Abel took a seat at the throne. I'm very satisfied with the energy and prosperity of the kingdom. Thank you. Abel looked around at the lords and gently bowed. It is our honor, my great Emperor Abel, the lords replied. I will only stay for 3 days. I hope the kingdom will continue to prosper for the foreseeable future. Abel smiled. Majesty, why don't you stay longer? Minister Bennet asked. Father, I have business to take care of in the central continent, but I promise I will come back more often. Abel smiled again. That's great, the kingdom needs you. Minister Bennet bowed. I am no longer involved with the politics of the kingdom, and I'm not planning to talk about it today. If there is a powerful enemy, just tell me and I'll take care of them. Abel continued to smile. Majesty, our kingdom is not bully, and no one will mess with us, Ministry Brooke added with a bow. The original Harry family was now a part of the royal family. Minister Earl Brooke and Minister Bennet were both the closest people to Abel. The words of Minister Brooke sent the lords laughing. The kingdom of St. Ellis's power really was chilling. Your Majesty, our knights really want some actions. Can we destroy the other 2 kingdoms? Head Commander Bodley stepped up and bowed. As the head of the knights, war was constantly in his mind. With their current power, taking over the entire continent shouldn't be a problem. Bodley, everyone, please listen, this is the map of the Holy Continent and the size of each kingdom. It will remain this way for the foreseeable future. The Wizard Union will not allow a single kingdom to take control of an entire continent. Abel strengthened his voice. Yes, Your Majesty, Head Commander Bodley bowed. The knights were useless without war, but still, they had to obey their emperor. Abel had another plan for the knights, but he wasn't planning to tell Head Commander Bodley just yet. Since traveling the continent was now made easy to him, he would pick out some outstanding knights for experiments in the future. However, there was still some time to go. Everyone, I will give the kingdom another spirit to manage things. The spirits will represent my will, so I don't want anyone to disobey it. On top of that, I will give this spirit the authority to control the sky ships and distribute the wizards. The meeting in the palace did not last too long. Abel arrived at the balcony, looking over the streets of Denon City. It was filled with people gazing back at him. Long live the great emperor, they began to cheer. Abel stayed for a while. After the cheer subsided, the people all looked at him with passion and excitement, waiting for him to make a speech. My citizens, as your emperor, I traveled to the central continent not because I didn't want to live in this kingdom, but because I needed to seek higher power to protect this kingdom. It was nice to see all your happy and healthy faces. Although I don't have time to get involved in politics, I will still make sure all of you have enough food, warmth, and powerful troops as protection. From now on, you can proudly declare you are a citizen from the kingdom of St. Ellis. Abel's voice covered the city. A few years ago, the city was in chaos because of food shortage, and Abel's troops had changed all of that. By that point, their kingdom had already become the most powerful, and it was not going to stop for the foreseeable future. Their emperor was a legend of the continent, and his story was known across all families. There was no god in the holy continent, only Abel. The citizens began to tear up. They were the only kingdom with skyships in the sky, the only one with the power to keep the orcs locked up. Abel did not stay for long. All he needed was to show his presence, and his goal was archived. The city was livelier than ever. The streets were filled with countless people cheering and dancing. Abel, on the other hand, arrived at his lounge and met up with the most powerful figures in the kingdom. The first ones to arrive were his father, Minister Bennett, and his big brother, Zach. After years of being in power, the confidence Minister Bennett had was like a totally different person compared to the knight he was. Father, there's no need to bow. We are in private. Abel saw his father about to bow, so he quickly stepped up to help him up and then nodded to his brother. Abel, how powerful are you now? Minister Bennett asked. After all, Abel's power was the power of the kingdom. Father, no one in the holy continent can stop me. Abel smiled. He did not go into detail. They were basically beings of totally different levels. Then I'm happy, Minister Bennett smiled. Father, I can turn you, Mother, and Zach into wizards. Abel didn't want to talk about the kingdom and got to the point. Minister Bennett's face sank. He knew about wizards. They were supposed to be detached from the common world. It was a law. Abel was an exception because he was initially a grandmaster blacksmith who only became a wizard because of trading with the dwarves and finally became an emperor. Abel's path was almost impossible to replicate. Therefore, if Minister Bennett was to become a wizard, he would have to let go of his minister role. Although he would be prestigious still, the almighty feeling he gets would begin to fade. As Abel's father, his role was basically like an emperor when Abel was not around. It was just that the higher military power was controlled by a spirit. Abel, I don't want to be a wizard. My family is living very well. I don't want any change. Minister Bennett lowered his voice. Abel was a little speechless. He was not expecting his father to pick power over longevity. After all, wizard training was not easy, and nobles would often get lost in power instead. Abel did not ask his big brother Zach, since Zach would only follow in his father's footsteps. Father, if there is anyone in the family who wants to become a wizard, just tell me, Abel said helplessly. Abel was a part of the Harry family spiritually and lawfully, not the Bennett family. This was the case ever since Minister Bennett gave Abel to the Duke of Marshall. Therefore, Abel had no right to pressure Minister Bennett. After all, people had different lifestyle preferences. Abel sighed. If his father liked that, he would give him more. Father, Zach, let me take you somewhere. Abel placed his hand on their shoulders and said. He flashed, and they reappeared in the dungeon of the palace. The place was a huge mana gem mine. So Abel wrapped his brother and father with his power of the will to protect them. He then took out the lance spirit from his holy portal bag and connected it to the teleportation circle. Minister Bennett didn't know what Abel was doing, but he knew that thing was a treasure looking at its mysterious glow. Abel gave the lance spirit the highest authority in the kingdom. It was now in charge of everything outside of Harry Castle. As you know, there were many spirits in the kingdom, just the palace alone had a few. Although most were weak, they formed a network in the kingdom. Back in the days, Abel demanded teleportation circles in all cities to make sure they had a tight connection, and troops could reach them when danger arose. This is where the Lance Spirit came in handy. Father, this is the Lance Spirit, a very powerful spirit. It can analyze all kinds of data and make the best decision. It will know as soon as there is a problem, Abel explained. So this thing can take care of the entire kingdom. Minister Bennett was shocked. Father, I'll add another rule to this spirit. Every member of the Bennett family can use the power of the Lance Spirit. Abel smiled. Since the Bennett family didn't want to become wizards, this was a gift Abel gave them to secure their power for eternity. Of course, the Lance Spirit still had its limit. What can I do with the Lance Spirit? Minister Bennett was confused. I will organize some wizards to install surveillance circles in all cities. With the Lance Spirit, you will be able to look through that information. It also has the power to control sky ships, so you can use them to protect the family when needed, Abel explained. Minister Bennett knew the power of knowledge. It could help the authorities make the best decisions and spot enemies before they strike. As long as the future heads of the Bennett family was not stupid, they would be masters of politic. Most importantly, the skyships were a special force in the kingdom. They were operated by dead warriors of the family, and their loyalty was bound by a contract that lasted for eternity. Therefore, it was impossible for another to operate a skyship, and another one who tried to steal them would be killed by its spirit. Even without an operator, skyships could still attack using lightning spirals. Abel, thank you for everything you've done for the Bennett family. Minister Bennett was touched. He didn't know if Abel had made the right choice, but he was sure that Abel cared about them. After Abel said goodbye to his father and brother, Head Commander Bodley stepped in and dropped to one knee. Bodley, just take a seat. Abel waved his hand. It had been years since they saw each other, but Head Commander Bodley looked the same. He had already reached the pinnacle of knights, so he just dedicated all his time to managing the troops. Bodley, I wanted to see you today because I have something to ask. Abel smiled. Majesty, please do. Head Commander Bodley bowed. Bodley, I want you to pick out the 100 most loyal and powerful knights. Abel lowered his voice. No problem, I can give you 1,000 if you will, Head Commander Bodley said loudly. No need to rush, just 100 knights you trained personally is enough. I will sign a magic contract with them the next time I return to the Holy Continent. They will be a part of my quest to find a future path of knights. Abel smiled and shook his head. Since Abel existed as a legend on the continent, he had many loyal supporters in the military. Even if he demanded a group of knights who would die for him, countless would volunteer. The future of knights? Head Commander Bodley's eyes began to sparkle. He thought he had already reached the pinnacle, but Abel's words gave him a ray of hope. I still need to do some experiments. I will give you some potions to make sure the body of knights you pick are as strong as orcs, Abel added. Your Majesty, how about a head commander like me as a test subject? Head Commander Bodley said bluntly with excitement. I will help you level up after my experiment is successful. But for now, I don't want my head commander to die because of a mistake, Abel rejected. Head Commander Bodley left with a smile on his face. He was planning to start picking the most powerful knights as soon as he got back. As for loyalty, it shouldn't be a problem. Who wasn't crazy about Abel after all? He met a few more lords afterward about the Lance Spirit. Although the investigation department didn't know how the Lance Spirit could help them, it was just a matter of time until all spies of the kingdom were discovered by it. Most importantly, if the Lance Spirit had all the data, it would be able to predict important trends such as the food needed for each city, if businesses are avoiding taxes, and even the movements of the other two kingdoms. This would make the law enforcement department's job a lot easier. With the Lance Spirit, the kingdom would gain an invisible eye. Anyone who dared to offend the law would be punished. When a powerful enemy was spotted, the skyships would be used. If the enemies were even more powerful than the skyships, the Lance Spirit would contact Bardali and Bardali would contact Abel. This was why Abel no longer had to worry about the safety of his kingdom. Abel could no longer let himself relax after he returned to the palace. All of the Holy Continent wanted to see him as soon as they heard about his return. He had to organize a wine party. Even without invitation, it would be filled with guests. The kingdom of St. Pierre's Prime Minister Chesterton attended the party on behalf of their useless emperor, and the kingdom of St. Anwal's Emperor Aldous attended the party personally. On top of that, the dwarves, orcs, and elves also sent out their top authorities to attend this prestigious party. Although wizards were not supposed to make contact with the common world, the ones Abel knew in the Wizard Union also attended. Abel was wearing an ordinary robe, without a crown to appear more down to earth. The close relationship Abel had with some of his guests back in the days had slowly faded, not because he wanted to, but because of the reality of their power. Yes, Abel was a law-defying wizard, and this news was spread around the Holy Continent by the kingdom of St. Ellis. How could they not? This was why so much power had gathered. Abel was the first truly powerful figure coming from the Holy Continent. Even those who managed to travel to the Central Continent normally only rank elite wizards. Abel's breakthrough as a law-defying wizard had broken this curse and gave the future a lot of pressure. This was also why the heads of the other two kingdoms had to attend as well to show their respect. If not, they would not be able to sleep at night. In the past, the Wizard Union could maintain sovereignty in each kingdom, but Abel was too powerful at this point. The Great Majesty Abel, you're so powerful that my heart is trembling. I'm worried for Kingdom of St. Pierre's future. Prime Minister Chesterton bowed. Emperor Aldous was beside him as well. He didn't say anything, but his bow suggested the same. Emperor Aldous, Prime Minister Chesterton, I've said it before, I like peace. I won't and I never will start a war, I will just protect my kingdom. Abel clearly. If he really wanted to start a war, the other two kingdoms would be gone already, even if the Wizard Union in the Central Continent had a problem with it. At the same time, Abel wasn't planning to expose his Master Bennett identity just yet. The Great Majesty Abel, thank you for the peace of the Holy Continent and wealth for civilians. Prime Minister Chesterton exchanged gaze with Emperor Aldous and smiled. Just when they were planning to chat with Abel for longer, Wizard Lorenzo, W. Izzard Sturton, and W. Izzard Allenby stepped up. Since the heads of the two kingdoms got what they wanted, they bowed, and the three wizards took their spot. Wizard Abel, I think those two are scared. Wizard Allenby smiled and bowed. I never planned to provoke the other two kingdoms. Abel smiled back. They just don't understand the concept of a law-defying wizard. Even all the resources in the Holy Continent gathered together would not be enough to train a single law-defying wizard. Wizard Lorenzo shook his head. He was on a guardian mission in the Holy Continent as a rank 17 wizard. He was planning to return to the Central Continent to obtain more resources for a breakthrough after his mission finished. The other two wizards besides him were going to do the same thing. Wizard Lorenzo knew the limit of resources in the Holy Continent, and creating truly powerful wizards was impossible. Abel smiled and did not say a word. He was not like normal wizards. He still had a strong passion to live. He fought for his family, friends, and his kingdom. It was not something a wizard who grew weary of life could comprehend. W. Izzard Abel. I will return to the Central Continent in 5 years. Do you think we can meet again? W. Izzard Sturton interrupted. Guardian missions were often very long. Although they could not get many training resources, they still had a good amount of credit points accumulated. Therefore, Guardian missions were perfect for wizards who preferred to do research than going into battlefields. On the other hand, they were also good for wizards with enemies in the Central Continent who needed a place to hide. Each Guardian mission could go for 300 years. It was not long for an elite wizard, so most would have enough training resources prepared to maintain their power. Wizard Sturton was the second kind of wizard. He offended a wizard organization in the Central Continent, so his family sent him to the Holy Continent. He still had 5 years to go, and he was worried if that wizard organization was still after him. After all, 300 years was nothing to wizards. Just not long ago, 2 rank 20 wizards came to the Holy Continent and searched for him. He had to go into hiding, but somehow those 2 rank 20 wizards suddenly disappeared. Therefore, he needed a powerful figure like Abel to protect him. That wizard organization would definitely not offend a law-defying wizard. Wizard Sturton, we are friends. Just tell me if something is troubling you. I'll help you take care of it. Abel knew what Wizard Sturton was suggesting, but he was not planning to reject him. Mr. Law-defying wizard Abel, I've offended an elite wizard from the Snow Spirit Mountain 300 years ago. They wanted to capture me, so my family had no choice but to send me to the Holy Continent. Wizard Sturton said honestly. Wizard Sturton, that Snow Spirit Mountain is still after you after 300 years. Abel bit his lips. He was only 20 years old. He couldn't imagine how a grudge could last for 300 years. I thought they forgot about me as well, but just some time ago, they sent 2 rank 20 wizards to the Holy Continent to search for me, so I went into hiding. Wizard Sturton continued. Abel felt his face tensed up as soon as he heard about 2 rank 20 wizards. Were they the ones captured by Barbara? If you can help Wizard Sturton, please do so. Wizard Lorenzo bowed. Please, Wizard Allenby bowed as well. The 3 wizards had lived together for 200 years, so they were quite close. For a law-defying wizard like Abel, normal rank 17 wizards had no right to ask for his help. Their relationship in the past was like a favor Abel needed to pay back, which would fade with each helping hand. Don't do this. I just have a few questions to ask Wizard Sturton, and I will make a decision when I am done. Abel said blankly and took out the identity card of 2 dried-up dead bodies in his holy portal bag and said, Wizard Sturton, are those the wizards from the Snow Spirit Mountain? Yes, Wizard Sturton was certain with one gaze. A wizard's identity card was made with special magic. Patterns they were impossible to replicate. Snow Spirit Mountain, Abel mumbled, and a cold gaze flashed from his eyes. Mr. Wizard Abel, where did you get those identity cards? Wizard Sturton asked carefully. He just couldn't help himself. There was only one explanation for why Abel had those Snow Spirit Mountain identity cards. He killed them. Although Abel didn't seem like he knew about the Snow Spirit Mountain, Wizard Sturton felt his heart lifted. After all, Abel was a law-defying wizard. He needed no explanation for killing them. Wizard Sturton, I'll take care of it for you. If the Snow Spirit Mountain doesn't give me an explanation, you will never see them again. Abel said with confidence. He didn't care who they were. Every powerful organization knew about him, and they were all his friends. Although he was known as Master Bennett, he was more than capable of destroying a wizard organization without another saying a word. Mr. Wizard Abel, don't underestimate the Snow Spirit Mountain. They have one law-defying wizard in their organization as well. Wizard Sturton warned. Wizard Sturton wasn't expecting Abel to fight. He just wanted him to be a middleman and speak up. For him, Wizard Sturton, this is actually my business as well. The Snow Spirit Mountain sent 2 rank 20 wizards to my Harry Castle. If I didn't have my backup, I can't even imagine the outcome. So I am planning to destroy the Snow Spirit Mountains anyway. Abel clenched his teeth. Wizard Sturton was stunned. Rank 20 wizards were powerful even in the central continent. Since Abel was not around when the rank 20 wizards invaded, it meant that his backup was the one who killed them. Most importantly, those 3 guardian wizards didn't even know about it. Little did the wizards know. Barbara even had the ability to absorb souls. So the rank 20 wizards didn't even have a chance to create their soul beams. Wizard Lorenzo, Wizard Allenby, and Wizard Sturton could imagine how scary Abel was. Abel was only rank 16 when he left the Holy Continent. But the backup he left back then could already kill 2 rank 20 wizards. It was a chilling thought. At the same time, they turned towards Abel with a fiery passion. Wizards on guardian missions like them often did not have power backups. Therefore, being friends with a powerful law-defying wizard was everything they could hope for. Wizard Sturton was no longer thinking about how Abel could help him, but how he could fully serve Abel. Mr. Abel, can I have the honor to work for you? Wizard Sturton bowed. His heart was pounding, but it was an important decision, one that dictated his future training. But he knew he had to ask now. Once Abel returned to the central continent, they might never meet again. Even for a small wizard organization, their law-defying wizards would only show themselves once every few hundred years. Abel was caught off guard. He was powerful, but his identity was a secret. Especially since he had a bond with the goddess of the moon, the tree of life, and the elves. Wizard Sturton, my identity in the central continent is a secret, so I can't accept your offer. But I will give you 2 choices. One is to serve under Harry Castle, which I will pay you correspondingly with resources and mana gems. The second is to return to the central continent 5 years later and I will ask a friend to take you in." Abel thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Abel, so you want me to train wizards for you in Harry Castle, and you will provide me with the resources needed?" Wizard Sturton's eyes sparkled. This could dictate his future life, so he had to consider it carefully. "I've put down a lot of resources during my visit this time, including the resources required for a rank 20 wizard. Of course, when the time comes, I will take you to the central continent for more." Abel smiled. He wasn't afraid of the Wizard Union when it came to this. He couldn't keep himself a secret forever anyway. As Master Bennet, the Wizard Union had always turned a blind eye on him. "Mr. Abel, I want to serve under Harry Castle." Wizard Sturton made his choice and immediately bowed. He came from the central continent, and he knew how harsh the training conditions were without a powerful organization as support. Even completing the Guardian mission as a rank 17 wizard, he would only get enough resources to increase by a rank. Obtaining resources just by cultivating future wizards was a dream. There was no need to battle, no need to take risks, and no need to form grudges. However, Wizard Sturton was not aware of a great missed opportunity. What Abel meant by "ask my friend to take you in" was using his Master Bennet identity to take Wizard Sturton in. Abel kept quiet, telling him the truth would be a pain. Wizard Sturton was very happy to stay in the Holy Continent. There were not many elite wizards in the Harry Castle, so Abel needed someone like Wizard Sturton as a teacher anyway. He also did not leave behind any wizard guides. All the ones he got were way too advanced for Harry Castle. When rank 19 and rank 20 wizards began to emerge, he would give them the guides for the Law of Fire and Law of Ice. If he gave them too much to do at once, it might undermine their training. "Wizard Sturton, come take a look at my family wizards. If you have time during the remaining 5 years of your mission, I will pay you correspondingly." Abel smiled. He couldn't care less about resources for a rank 17 wizard. It was worth it if Wizard Sturton was willing to teach. "Headmaster, I will give it my all to cultivate new wizards for you." Wizard Sturton suddenly changed the way he addressed Abel. Wizard Lorenzo and Wizard Allenby exchanged gazes of admiration. Unlike Wizard Sturton, both of them were already a part of a powerful organization. But still, they were already thinking of a way to leave their organizations and join Abel. After all, the only reason they took risks was for training resources. Soon, the 3 rank 17 wizards saw Wizard Dunn approaching from afar, and they knew it was time for them to go. They bowed and left. They had already gotten more than what they expected. "Abel, you've become a law-defying wizard, Wizard Dunn." He had confirmed with Wizard Morton, but he was still in disbelief, looking at the young look on Abel's face. He was not surprised when Abel became rank 16, since progress was nothing too extraordinary in the central continent with enough resources and a bit of luck. But becoming a law-defying wizard in just 6 years of training was definitely mind-blowing. If anyone could become law-defying wizards with just resources alone, the central continent might be filled with them already. Grasping the power of law was not easy. It took bravery, resources, talent, time, and dedication. "Yes, Wizard Dunn, that's correct." Abel nodded with a smile. Wizard Dunn was his teacher's teacher, and Wizard Dunn had taken very good care of him when he first arrived at the central continent. "You are a true genius," Wizard Dunn exclaimed. Abel smiled. He never thought of himself as a genius. He only had an entire dark world as support with enough hell creatures to kill. It might look like it had only taken him 6 years to reach where he was, but it had actually been training for hundreds of years in the dark world due to the time difference. He also had an ancient holy object, the Horadric Cube, which never failed to give him resources superior to him. He was not a genius, he was just lucky. "Wizard Abel, I heard you have the resources for a rank 18 wizard. Do you think I can exchange some?" Wizard Dunn asked. Of course, he heard about it from his disciple Wizard Morton. They were basically closer than father and son. However, Wizard Dunn could only arrange fair trades with Abel. After all, they did not have time to develop a bond. Wizard Morton had control of a lot of resources, but they belonged to Abel. And he was not going to use them on personal matters. "Wizard Dunn, do you want to become a head wizard for the Harry family?" Abel smiled. Although Wizard Dunn was a part of the Lightning clan, he was basically a retired veteran. If it weren't for Abel, he would not become a rank 18 wizard, and he would be dead from old age already. Still, he knew his potential was coming to an end. He had given the desire to return to the central continent. Resources for a rank 18 wizard were not easy to get, even in the Lightning clan, unless he continued to risk his life on missions. However, a fire in his heart was lit up again when he heard that Abel had enough resources to turn someone into rank 20 wizards. With that, he might be able to break through if he gave it a shot. Wizard Dunn, I already have a portion saved. I would have given it you even if you didn't ask. Abel smiled. He thought for a moment and then formed a barrier with his power of the will so the others couldn't hear them talking. Afterward, he took out 20 power potions and 20 mana potions. This is... Wizard Dunn couldn't recognize the potions, but it shouldn't be anything ordinary considering it was from a law-defying wizard like Abel. The red ones are power potions, they can heal any injuries. The blue ones are mana potions, they can replenish mana. This is the benefit you will have as the head of my wizards. Abel smiled. Headmaster Abel, potions with the power to replenish mana exist. Wizard Dunn picked up a bottle with his jaw dropped. He never heard about anything with the ability to replenish mana, even when he was in the central continent. He then turned to the power potion, and it seemed like it was extraordinary as well. Wizard Dunn, they are lifesavers for you. Only the few most powerful organizations in the central continent have access to those potions, Abel reminded. He didn't want Wizard Dunn to use those potions up for no reason. After all, even law-defying wizards in the central treated them like treasures. Abel's words made Wizard Dunn tense up as he carefully put the potions back in his portal bag. Headmaster Abel, are you a member of the Lightning clan? Wizard Dunn was curious. Wizard Dunn, I was. But now my identity is hidden because of certain circumstances. Abel thought for a moment and explained. Headmaster, I wish you the best. Wizard Dunn nodded. He knew how dangerous the central continent was. The Abel he knew wouldn't turn on the Lightning clan, so he must have his reason. He had no right to criticize the choices of a law-defying wizard anyway. It was a busy day in the Holy Continent for Abel, and the guests finally left at night. He asked some of his closest friends if they wanted to become a wizard, and their reply was shocking. They were all living very well, and none of them wanted to leave the common world in pursuit of wizardry. Wizards were mysterious and powerful, and being detached from the common world was not something everyone could tolerate. Wizard training could take more than hundreds of years, and getting stuck in a bottleneck was very common. Only a small number of talented individuals could rise to the top. Therefore, not many were willing to take this risk. After all, they were all living very well with their own family. Abel looked at the water of life he brought with him with an awkward smile. The only portion he gave out was for the Duke of Marshall, and that was only because the Duke of Marshall didn't care about status and just wanted to stay in Harry Castle forever. Abel shook his head. The water of life might not come in handy now, but it would definitely have a chance for his family wizards in the future. Lance Spirit, lock my room, don't let anyone disturb me, Abel yelled. Soon, 10 little war puppets surrounded his room as energy sifted out from the giant protection. Circle. Abel took out a scroll of the town portal and opened a blue portal. He then stepped in to continue his battle with hell creatures. Early next morning, Steward Burbridge and the servants began to work in the Denon City Palace. It had been a long time since they operated, so they had to be extra careful. Abel stepped out of his room with a slightly tired look lingering. Even with Mad Knight Bruce on the team, the battles were just as hard. 10 days of non-stop fighting was draining, especially since he was risking his life at every moment. He couldn't make a mistake since he was no longer fighting for himself but his family, his loved ones, and his kingdom. Your Majesty, the food is ready, Steward Burbridge bowed. Abel scanned the food with his power of the will. The food was complemented with rabbit essence, the water spirit fruit juice he brought back from the elves, as well as the fruits from Orwell Palace. It seemed like his steward spent a lot of effort into it, and he didn't want it to go to waste, so he smiled at the chefs and servants as he ate his meal in the dining hall. Steward Burbridge, I'll leave soon. Please take good care of the palace, Abel said. Majesty, I am forever yours command, Steward Burbridge bowed. The most honorable thing Steward Burbridge had ever done in his life served Abel, and he hoped his offspring could do so as well. Abel then looked around at the servants bowing at him. Everything felt alienating. As a law-defying wizard, being an emperor was like playing a child's game. Just like that, Abel disappeared under their gaze in a flash of white light. He arrived at the Assassin Union headquarters in the forest through a teleportation circle. It was where Bard Ali's magic tower was. He did not surprise the member of the Union and flashed into her magic tower without anyone noticing. "Master, you are back." Countess Bard Ali had been waiting for him. Abel gave her a look and realized she was already a rank 18 wizard. Bard Ali was a true genius, and the progress was extraordinary. If Abel's progress wasn't by the Song of Life in the Dark World 3 times in a row, there was no way he would be a rank 22 dragon druid and a rank 21 wizard. The only spells other than telekinesis and move in a flash Bard Ali could do were fire spells. Her body was altered by hell, so she had a super close bond with fire elements. So, there was no way she could master spells other than fire spells unless they were extremely low level. After all, she lived with the flame of hell for tens of thousands of years. Even Abel was no match to her when it came to knowledge on fire. "Bard Ali, I've brought you a fire wizard guide. Take a look," Abel said as he took out a full fire wizard guide in a box replicated by the research spirit. He didn't want to change Bard Ali's path. He was no fire expert due to how fast he progressed, so he had no right to make another suggestion. The most important section was the enlightenment of law, defying wizards, which was the foundation of all fire wizard organizations. "Thank you, Master." Bard Ali held the box in her hand and bowed. She opened the box and flicked through the books in detail. Her eyes began to sparkle. The instructions for her future path were extremely clear. "Bard Ali, this is an eternal flame from hell. You will need it when you become a law-defying wizard." Abel took out the flame and placed it on the ground. Bard Ali was caught off guard for a moment. She had stayed with those flames for tens of thousands of years, and she was reminded once again of the tremendous scenes she saw. The destruction of mankind, the evil of human nature, and the slaughter of hell were all nightmares that haunted her. But then she remembered how her master had saved her from hell and brought her to this world of peace. Her master, she would remain on guard forever. It was like living in a dream with the seemingly unlimited supply of resources from his master. She trained madly and finally reached the pinnacle of the Holy Continent. Although she didn't know how her master's progress was even faster than her, she sensed a hint of terror mixed with holiness from him. If their souls weren't bound together, she would definitely have mistaken Abel as a man from heaven. The only explanation she could give was that heaven had arrived and left a scent on her master. Therefore, all she wanted was to get even more powerful to protect her master. With countless years of fire knowledge, she was confident in her progress. "Master, I'm running out of resources. Can I come with you to the central continent?" she asked. It was the first time she ever asked Abel for anything. "Bard Ali, this is the reason I came back. But before that, I need to leave something here. I hope you can take in a loyal disciple and keep them a secret." Abel smiled. He then took out 3 boxes from his holy portal bag. 2 of them were the guides for the law of ice and the law of lightning. The final one was his documented experience of being an alchemist and blacksmith. He couldn't leave behind the ice-inherited object, the ice bed, as he needed it for his own training. But still, he had more than enough resources to create a secret backup for his family. It was the tradition of big families. Bard Ali put away the boxes. They were not really her business anyway. What she needed were fire resources. "Follow me," Abel then added. They arrived outside of the magic tower, and Abel opened the barrier circle. Although Bard Ali was the master of this magic tower, Abel also had the highest authority since he was her master. After they were separated from the world, Abel summoned Doff. "Doff, make a hole in the ground," he pointed and said. Doff roared and heavily struck down with its ancient totem. White beams blasted out, and a scary force plunged into the ground. However, it did not stop. Since it was connected with Abel through the soul, it knew exactly what Abel wanted next. It unleashed another strike, and the 6-meter-deep hole it created on the ground got even larger. With the club technique, Doff's control of his ancient totem was immaculate. It was almost like the hammer of a blacksmith as it continued to strike. Finally, a 15 meters deep, 5 meters wide hole was opened up. Doff, nice job. Abel smiled and patted his chest. The excited Doff was gone once again. Follow me, he then turned to Bardali. The two appeared in the hole with a flash. The ground was made out of tough soil with almost the density of rocks, so you could just imagine how scary Doff's strength was. Abel surrounded a big chunk of soil below him with his power of the will, and they were put away in his holy portal bag. He continued to flash as he kept increasing the size of this underground hole. With the holy portal bag, his power of will become the best digger. Just like that, a huge space was opened up underground. Due to the fragility of the land, underground water began to sift out. However, Abel's goal was achieved. He directly took out the portable nurture base from his holy portal bag. Since it had been put away for a while, it had absorbed a lot of energy from Abel's top-level gems. If it was put away for just a little longer, it might start to run out of energy. The space he opened up was exactly the size of the portable nurture base, which was why Abel was not worried about the soil collapsing. Bardali was shocked, but she kept quiet as Abel did his moves. Bardali, follow me again. Abel placed his hand on Bardali's shoulder and flashed into the base. Suddenly, a garden filled with sunlight appeared in front of her. Abel did not let Bardali stop to admire the view. Instead, he flashed again and arrived at the operation room below. Nurture Spirit, add Bardali as an operator, Abel said. Afterward, a green light beamed upon Bardali, and her power of the will was recognized by the spirit. Bardali, this is the Nurture Spirit, and this space is called the Portable Nurture Base. It is a natural breeder for potion ingredients. I found it in an ancient site, Abel explained to Bardali, whose jaw was wide open. Master, are you saying this place can make potion ingredients naturally? Bardali's eyes began to sparkle. Yes, I've brought the seeds for the rank 18 and above potion ingredients. Once they are ready, it can make them, Abel added. Seeds like that were too low level for Abel, but he still exchanged some from the Potion Maker Union. After all, the base could only work with seeds and energy. Abel then took out 20 boxes of puppets with hundreds of seeds separated into different slots, including the ones for the main ingredients. Abel could easily get the normal ingredients from other places, but since he was planning to keep the nurture base a secret, he needed them besides the main ingredients. He didn't want to attract unwanted attention by moving large amounts of ingredients around. After all, the Wizard Union didn't know he got something like this, and the third goddess spring water he was about to use was combined through the Horadric cube. Since the food shortage of the Holy Continent was over, he was no longer using as much spring water. There would be more for potion making once he left the continent, which was crucial for his wizards. Nurture Spirit, scan this formula. Abel took out some books and placed them on the table. They were prepared for the nurturing spirit to learn. The scanning began. Master, formula recorded, the Nurture Spirit replied. Nurture Spirit, begin breeding, Abel said again. Yes, Master. The puppets began to climb out of boxes with the seeds. They formed into grinds and began planting on the fields. He already had the mana resistance potion ingredients, taken care of by the high elves in Bloodmoor, so it was not included in the nurture base. Let's take a tour, Abel said at Bardali, who still looked stunned. The two walked around as the puppets began to get busy. The water used was the third goddess spring water combined through the Horadric cube. Abel did not have time to waste. He just needed to make sure Bardali knew how to operate the base and how the nurture spirit worked. Since that spring water had a special effect on plants, the newly planted seeds began to grow at a rate one could see with a naked eye. Unlike crops, it could be used right away. Abel dwelled in the base with Bardali for 6 hours, and the first batch of ingredients was ready. Abel was surprised as well. He was expecting it to last for a day at least. What he didn't know was that the soil of the base was not normal soil. They were rare treasures with the ability to regenerate energy to assist the growth of plants for tens of thousands of years. There was enough for Abel to make 500 bottles for 4 types of rank 18 and above potions. After an hour, they ended up with 2,000 potions in front of them. Abel left some for Bardali and sent the rest to the Flora Spirit in Harry Castle through the Assassin Union to let it distribute. Normal master potion makers would need months to complete something like this, but Abel had done so in an hour. It was why even legendary wizards couldn't help but look at Abel in a different light and treat him with respect. "Master, can I learn to make potions as well?" Abel saw how effortless Abel moved and asked. "Of course, one of the boxes I've left includes my potion-making knowledge and experience. Take a look if you have time." Abel smiled. He had more than enough third goddess spring water, so letting Bardali have a try was not a problem. Abel was certain his wizards would no longer run out of potions in the future. Even without his Horadric cube, normal spring water would be able to sustain one batch a month. With this rate, he might even want to lower the production. He underestimated the power of this portable nurture base. After all, this thing was from ancient times during the war. Abel was not wrong. The portable nurture base was crucial for potion making during times of war where they needed vast amounts of potions. There were also growth boosters in the past to increase their plants' growth rate, but the formula for them was long lost. After the war was lost, they immediately destroyed important information like that to avoid their enemies obtaining them. Since Abel's third goddess spring water had the same effect, the scary potential of the portable nurture base was fully unleashed. Abel began to wonder if he should plant all the potions needed for a wizard's journey from beginning to end in this base. Considering its speed, the wizards in Harry Castle would be self-sufficient. "Bardali, I still have some time today. Let's go back to the magic tower and I'll teach you how to make potions." It was only 4 p.m. and Abel still had some time. After they returned, Abel spent an hour telling Bardali about the foundation of potion making and gave her a full set of master alchemy tools. Abel was stunned at Bardali's talent. Even without the Horadric cube or the world stone, she successfully made a beginner-level hunger potion in one go. Afterward, Abel settled things with Bardali and arrived at Lion City. "Mr. Abel, are you returning to the central continent?" Wizard Lorenzo saw Abel and immediately bowed. "Yes, I can't stay away from my business for too long." Abel smiled. "Please, after you." Wizard Lorenzo bowed again. Abel stepped into the super teleportation circle as Wizard Lorenzo helped him ignite it. Soon, vast amounts of energy gushed out in the teleportation room. "Best wishes." Wizard Lorenzo bowed again. He did not charge Abel a fee, not because the teleportation was free, but because Abel's 10 restaurants in Knight City had accumulated more than enough credit points over the years. All he needed was to ask the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Just like that, Abel left the Holy Continent. But his impact remained. The rank 18 and above resources he left in the Wizard Union had a fire lit in the eyes of all Union members. At the same time, the news of 2 rank 20 wizards dying in Harry Castle began to spread, and the few ill-intent people immediately scrapped their plans. After all, Abel was a law-defying wizard. Of course, not to mention, Wizard Sturton had become a target of envy after he became a member of the Harry family. After a month, his energy took a leap forward. What did it signify? Everyone in the W-Izzard Union knew. However, W-Izzard Sturton was not the only one. Wizard Dunn as well was the aftermath of finally obtaining enough resources. After years of training. Because of this, many elite wizards were already thinking of joining the Harry family the next time Abel returned to the Holy Continent. Most of the wizards in the Holy Continent were a part of the Wizard Union and depended on their resources. But not the ones from the Harry family. As long as they were responsible and completed their mission, they would be able to get the resources they need. They were a self-sufficient group that no longer needed the Wizard Union. Bardali's potion-making skills also progressed tremendously during the month, and she gained a stable supply of low-ranking potion ingredients from the Assassin Union network. She also had a success rate of 1 out of 5 when it came to intermediate potions, so she was basically an intermediate potion maker. Although she still had a beginner alchemist pattern, the resources she had access to were greater than what Abel had back in the day. Therefore, it wouldn't be long until she became an official intermediate potion maker, or even an elite one. When the day arrived, she would be able to make the training potion she needed by herself. As an immortal, her potential was limitless. Meanwhile, the portable nurture base had finished using up the Horadric Cube third goddess spring water, and it began to use normal third goddess spring water. Larger amounts of potion ingredients were accumulated, more than enough for all elite wizards in the Holy Continent. Just like that, the kingdom of St. Ellis began to change. Surveillance circles were installed in every city, and a new network was created with the Lance Spirit acting as an invisible observer.